been described as the green hill, green hell even, and Jackie Stewart once said that if you weren't scared of it, then you aren't going fast enough. It is of course the Nürburgring Nordschleife circuit, and we're here for a brand new series. It's the iRacing VLN Endurance Championship. It's here on Racebot TV, on iRacing Live, and on VLN.de right after this short message.
The inaugural round of the brand new battery tender Global MX-5 Cup with the new iteration of MX-5.
A brand new car, brand new series. It's going to be quite interesting.
We get so many diverse drivers from so many different backgrounds. The 23 Glenn McGee making his debut in this series, who came from a gaming background, and he's currently sitting P10. That's well done.
We're here now at Mazda Raceway, and we're going to start my first race, my first ever pro race. So I'm going from a simulator to a real, actual race. Really been fantastic to see, to drive the sim and then get in the real car and everything's, right where it should be. All your lines are the same, all your braking points, and immediately found pace in the car. After evaluating all the teams, we ended up with the current champions, Six Sideways Racing. So I'm there with 6 other guys, and we have the current champion, John Dean, as a teammate.
Hi, I'm John Dean, the current points champion for the MX-5 Cup. I'm the team principal for Six Sideways, and just put the car on pole today for the first race of the Global MX-5 Cup, which is really cool because I'm the first guy that's ever done it in the new car. Joining me, I have Glenn McGee joining our team for the year. Because of iRacing, he was able to compete in the Mazda shootout and kind of follow the ladder, and we're lucky to have him on a team, and he's awesome, fits right in with the 7-driver crew that we have this year.
It's hard to tell how this weekend's going to go. You want to set expectations for yourself, but it's like, when you get into a simulator race, you know who you're racing against, but now we're racing against over 40 professional racing drivers. Some of them have over 20 years of experience. There's champions and race winners in here, and just really happy to be here, and just concentrate on myself and go by every corner and hope the lap time's okay at the end of the lap. Yeah, my first qualifying session ever, and it's in a pro series with 43 cars, and I qualified in the top 10, so pretty happy about that. My goals for the race are to stay out of trouble the first lap, try and pick up as many positions in the first couple corners. 43 pro drivers heading down into turn 2. Yeah, hopefully there's no mayhem at the start.
Winning the first race of the season and of the weekend. John Dean coming in second. And Glenn McGee, as we were saying, top 10 finish on debut. That's something to be proud of.
Especially, someone coming from iRacing and coming from a gaming background straight into a series that he has pretty much never driven anything else. And the fact that he's in it now, being quite competitive, just shows how, an iRacer who is playing in their, their living room could actually make their debut in this, this wonderful series.
Got a lot of wheel spin on the start and got swamped going into turn 2, but then made up some passes and worked my way back up to 9th place. So it ended up being a good result, but it was very hectic at the start. So I'm going to start in about the same position. I'll start in the top 10 in 10th place, and it's a little warmer today, so we'll probably change pressures on the cars, and I think I'm going to keep my head on straight and try and move up the pack, and hopefully we can get in the top 5 today.
So we got a guy going off in turn 9. I'm not sure who it is, though. He's disappeared into the dust. It looks like he's spun off to the left there.
Yeah, so we just got done with race 2. It was a really tough race for me. It was a rolling start, got a really good run, and I've just been having trouble getting in the 3rd gear. I didn't want to wait around. I wanted to start moving up the field so I could start, I didn't want to be fighting the rest of the race. Went into turn 10. Got on the inside of somebody. I don't know what had happened. I think the guy kind of kept me tight, made contact and spun off into the kitty litter. Got the car going, but trying to make some passes for position, going into the corkscrew. We're going down into the corkscrew, and I got pushed a little wide. So I took the exit there, and there's some sharp objects there. Immediately cut a tire, and it spun me around. So had to go into the pits, change tires, and was a lap down. So after that, I came out with a teammate in front of me, so I was just helping him out to finish as high as possible. 6 Sideways Racing, they did an excellent job today. All of our guys moved towards the front, but I had a blast out there even after the incident. I kept a cool head and just tried to help my teammate out the rest of the race and just get the car ready to go to Watkins Glen in a couple of weeks here. I had an absolute blast. I can't thank Mazda and iRacing enough for being here. It's definitely a learning weekend, but I think we can keep moving forward and hopefully fight for this Rookie of the Year title.
Welcome back to live coverage of the iRacing VLN Endurance Championship here on Racesport TV, iRacing Live and VLN.de. My name is Paul Smith and we have the full endurance team here for you today. Joining me is Randy Chenov, Cam Walsh, Alvin Nieves and Francisco Scaramuza, with Hugo Lewis on the cameras as always. This is a new championship officially sanctioned by the VLN series and will be completed over 8 races, starting today and finishing in late October. We will see these drivers tested to the limit through 165 corners and over 15 miles in length per lap, lasting 4 hours is this race today. There are iconic corners such as Floodplatz, Arenberg and of course the world famous Carousel. We are of course here at the Nürburgring racing on the Nordschleife course. And well, Randy, it's a new series, it's an endurance series, it's what we love here on Racesport TV, and we're surely going to be in for a fantastic and intriguing race.
Oh, it's certainly going to be. It's a hugely hyped series, Paul, and I'm glad that we have such a well-rounded team here up from Racesport to do it. And honestly, it's such a stacked field here, these drivers to start this championship off.
And well, Cam, we've got a wide range of cars involved in this series. You've got the GT3 cars, the BMW, the Mercedes and the Audi, the Kia and also the Mazda. Just how will that affect the racing?
Well, it's going to change a lot of things. Hello, everybody. Welcome to the Nordschleife. You know, when we're racing a GT3 car, or you're racing the Kia, or you're racing the MX-5, you don't normally have to worry about such traffic coming through, but the speed differences between a GT3 car and a Mazda MX-5 is, and you guys may be shocked about this, very different. And as such, it is going to be very interesting to see how the GT3 traffic will handle the MX-5 traffic and the Kia traffic, for that matter. And it's going to take a lot of patience on both sides, a lot of give and a lot of take, and I have a feeling we're going to see a couple of headlights be flashing.
Well, absolutely, yeah, the GT3 cars will be wanting to get past. And Alvin, just very briefly, you know, it's such a long track, it's such a long circuit. We're not going to see that much lapping going on, but when it does happen, it's key for these faster drivers to get through as quickly as possible.
Yeah, well, good evening, good morning, and good afternoon to everybody watching. Yeah, the nature of this track is it's a very long track, so there is lots of space for everybody to just go on in their own business. So even though there's not going to be that much lapping going on, especially during the first hour of the race, as the race goes on, there's going to be more traffic to deal with. But as I said before, given how big this track is, traffic will be spread really pretty much all over the place. So it should allow for faster cars to go on by easier. But we also gotta take into consideration that the track being so long and being so different in so many places, it'll be interesting to see how traffic goes on depending on the part of the track that they are. So really, patience will be key after they start dealing with traffic, of course.
And just also briefly, Francisco, the mental effort of going around this track, you've got to concentrate for so long. How will it affect drivers over the 4 hours?
Yeah, it's absolutely going to be a strain. Hello, everyone, and welcome to the Nordschleife to Echo Cam. But yeah, absolutely. I mean, it's a 4-hour-long event, and although these guys, you know, we're looking down the teams, and we do see a couple drivers for each team at the same time, it isn't quite what you would get in the 24 hours, but it's a little bit different from that, and I'd say almost a little bit more challenging, because you don't have that whole time slot of maybe a full 12 or a full 24-hour event, where you might be able to plan some things. 4 hours, realistically, isn't that long of an event. And it's going to be really interesting to see what some of these teams will have to do, and what we might see teams go through to kind of come back towards the middle and end portions of the race.
Well, looking at the grid then for this race, we'll just take you through the top guys of each class in your GT3. In your GT3 class at the front there, it's Falcom GP VLN on pole position, with Core Motorsports in second place, Pure Racing Team in third, with Team RSO in fourth, and the rest of your GT3s as well. There's 23 GT3s in this field today. And in your Kia class, you have Pure Racing Team, the 116 car, on pole position, with Glacier Racing second, Core Sim Racing in third, and Blackadder Motorsports for them. And then finally down in your Mazdas, Rookie Racing Team, they are on pole position for them. Team RSO with their 397 car in second place. Van Dervel Sim Racing Branco in third, with Van Dervel Sim Racing Preto in fourth. And we've got a 54 car field here for you today. Guys, just quickly, what we're thinking will happen in today's race.
Insanity. It's going to be absolutely insane watching these cars deal with each other in traffic. You know, most tracks you're talking about a 10 to 15 second difference in terms of lap time at the most. Here we're talking a difference in lap times roughly in the ballpark of 3 minutes. So watching these GT3 cars get around these Miatas is going to be insane.
Well, I was going to say they're just pulling away around it. Cam, even any best messages?
Yes, very quickly. Race car!
Of course, Will Vincent with his famous race car call. We're getting ready here for the start of this race. Cars just warming up their tyres, because it is going to be important to go into that first corner. It is a very tight right-hander into that arena section, and just quickly, Cam, seeing as you had a little bit of quick for me, that first section of the arena section, how difficult is it through there with these GT3s and others when you've got a lot of traffic?
Well, having raced this in a GT3 car and in a much slower cars, I have to say this is a pretty tricky section, that first section. It's going to be very difficult just racing your own fellow competition. Now, to also include lap traffic at some point, it is going to get very interesting. I would not be surprised, Paul, if we don't see some issues going at that track.
Well, the iRacing safety car is getting ready to pull off into those pits, and we're all set here for 4 hours around the Nürburgring. There's a little bit of contact to try and get away, but they're going to go away now. We're going to get the green flag away. They go down towards turn 1. It is the Falcon GP VLN car in the lead, number 16. Core Motorsports, they're battling away with the Pure Racing team as well. Down the inside goes the 197 car of Team RSO. We've got a little bit of contact further back. It's the 193 car that's gone around there. That's MSP drivers. They're around in the Kia class. Well, they're just coming down to that first corner now. It's the number 2 car of Glacier Racing. They're into the lead there, ahead of your Pure Racing team in second place. And we're waiting for the Mazdas to come round in third place at the moment. It is Core Sim Racing. Well, it's as clean as quick away as we could get, but now the Mazdas, they're coming across the line here, and it's going to be Rookie Racing Team coming across the line in the 55 car who are in the lead there. Oh no, not in the lead, in fact. It's a couple of the others. Who is that in the lead? It's the
55 Rookie Racing Team.
Well, the 13 car is out in front of the lot of them. So I don't know what's happened there, but anyway, we are away, and we've had a relatively clean getaway, just a couple of instants, and well, going through on towards the Nordschleife section of the track, the start of that, and this is where it all narrows down. So if you've got overtaking manoeuvres to do, try and get it done on the Grand Prix track, because then overtaking spots are limited around this Nordschleife section there, Randy.
Oh, it certainly is, and the GT3 field has done a very, very good job getting themselves situated. But now they've got to get ready to get crowded, because this is when the track narrows up. The elevation changes start getting insane, bumps start happening, and you know, hopefully none of those, hopefully those bumps just come from this Nürburgring and not any of the competition. But it's all sketchy from here.
It's the 16 car, the Falcon GP VLN car, that is trying to make a break of it. 1.5 second gap already over this second place battle. Core Motorsports and Pure Racing Team, the number 73 car, right up behind that Core Motorsports car. Over the hill they go. It just gets a little bit airborne, does the car through there. And now through this fast section as we go down, it's absolute full chat, 100% throttle all the way through here. It's all about your setup here as well. As they're going out towards the right-hand side, a little bit on the grass there, almost contact, but able to get out of it for the time being. It is a 4-hour race, guys, and well, you've got to make sure that you make it to the end. But these two are just battling away, Cam, and I can see this one going for quite a while.
Oh, well, very much indeed. We almost saw a moment of a motor race that we won't discuss, but yeah, Kei Kushubi, he's been able to pull away in his Falcon GP Mercedes. He is absolutely working it right now, and he's gotten ahead of an Audi and a BMW, an Audi and a BMW even. And, well, right now, that's interesting to see. You've got a Mercedes followed by an Audi followed by a BMW. A lot of different class categories we're seeing here. And there's a little bit of bump and grinding going on right now between the one-row SimSport GT3, the 186 car, and the VRS Coanda SimSport car. Jordan Jens piloting that Coanda car. If you're wondering where that Coanda car is, well, it started at 9th. It's still right there. And well, actually, he's fallen back a little bit there.
Yeah, it's down to 10th, and well, you know, you're seeing this queue of traffic here, and it's just showing how congested it is. And even if you're faster than the car in front of you, Randy, it's so difficult to get past through these twisty sections. It is so narrow, is this track, that it's going to be difficult to be able to get through there.
Yeah, it really is, and if these guys think it's hard now, just wait until they come up on these Kias and even these MX-5s in a few places. There's parts of this track where it's just so single file and so narrow that these GT3 cars cannot get themselves by those cars, and they're going to have to sit there. They have no other option than to be patient, as much as they might not want to. But talking about patience, I think I'd love to see this Pure Racing team. We saw them think about making that sketchy move on Core Sim Racing. They're going to need to be a little bit more patient if they want to turn finish this race. I think they had a very early incident in the pro race a couple of weeks ago, and they're going to have to make sure to get this finished and make it to the checkered on this one.
If there is one man who can do this track with his eyes closed in this Kia, it is Michael Shellback. I know for a fact that he just does lap after lap after lap around this full course here, so he knows the track. But he is currently in second place behind Joni Takinen in the Glacier Racing car. So that Pure Racing team car just having to play it patient for the time being. But second place, it's not a bad place to be at the moment. We've still got battling in that GT3 GT3 class as well. We've got it's all close for second place still. Look at how close they are. There's 0.2 of a second between them as they're heading up now towards the top end of the circuit. They're going in towards the carousel as the next corner for them, and that leader 2 seconds ahead at the moment. Maybe you don't want to be fighting too much there, Cam, because they might be slowing each other down and causing them to get pull back from the leader.
Well, absolutely here. These first 3 cars that we have, the first 3 in the GT3 division anyways, are absolutely pulling away. You've got the Team RSO car, the PRT car of Patrick Wolf following with Thrustmaster Movano not that far behind. Of course, this is an absolutely star-studded field here, and I'm sure you'll see as we zoom these cameras around this circuit here. Jordan Jens, though, he's had a big off. He is in the Armco barrier, and he has done some significant damage to that suspension of the BMW of that number 18 car. Jordan Jens, not a good day at all.
Yeah, that's a big instant, just getting over the curb, over the grass, into the wall heavily. And that's going to be a park it up job for him. In the Mazdas, we have got the number 9 car, Ruin Team, are in the lead of that one. That's Marcos Fernandez Doval with them. And then in second place, it is the rookie racing team, Goffio, with, oh, they're going side by side, in fact, up the hill here. Well, it's Luis de la Nuez coming up side by side here. And, well, it's all close, but there you go. 13 car into the lead of that one between the Mazdas for the time being. And Francisco, I know you've been keeping an eye on these Mazdas. It's really close racing between these two, and the others just have fallen back a bit from the back of these guys.
Yeah, absolutely. That kind of second pack that we're seeing, they're starting to catch those leaders right now. We see the 11 from Vendavel, another rookie racing team, and Team RSO. They're starting to catch those top 2, and we actually see a little bit of damage on that number 9 car. And that's Ruin Team, that's Marcos Fernandez, and looks like he got actually into the barrier a little bit, was trying to fight off that number 13 that's currently in the lead of Luis de la Nuez. But right now they head down into the carousel. The 13's actually going to get a little bit loose as they head out of the carousel. Meanwhile, there goes the 9. He's going to try and make the position, not going to happen there. And meanwhile, the pack is hunting them down.
Yeah, absolutely. They're closing down on them here. So these, even though they're different classes of cars, we've still got exciting racing all the way through. As Alvin, you've been keeping an eye on the Kias as well. That's a close battle for the lead of that one.
Yeah, it's been really a good battle from the green flag. Even though Pure Racing got on pole position, it's been Johnny Takanen on the Glacier Racing Kia leading. Looks like he's gonna lead the first lap. Now they're going into the big back straightaway, and something really interesting with these Kia. Even though they are the front-wheel drive cars in this race, they are proper race cars, and the difference in top speed compared to the GT3 is only like 10 to 15 kilometers per hour. So these cars are, you know, they are not really slow cars at all. It's just a matter of a front-wheel drive car versus a rear-wheel drive car. Of course, they are from different classes, but still a very good car to drive. Very competitive cars, and it's a really fun car, to be honest. You can go on top of the curbs, and the car really has no problem. It may have kind of like a bouncy feeling, but it's a really good car to drive, I have to say.
And Falcon GP, they have completed the first lap, 7 minutes 54 seconds for a lap here around this just over 15-mile lap. And they have got a 3.7 second lead over Core Motorsports, with Pure Racing Team right behind still. So Core Motorsports not able to make a break of it. Alexander Voss and Maximilian Benake at the wheel of those two cars respectively. They're still battling away as they head back on towards the Nordschleife circuit, now onto the old circuit, very narrow as we've been saying around there, and still Pure Racing Team not able to make it through there for the time being. We have got Glacier Racing still in the lead of your Kias for that, ahead of Pure Racing Team, and Core Sim Racing in third. And this battle for the MX-5 lead at the moment, look at that, it's absolutely incredible. You've got the 9 car at the front of them, Well, no, it's not. It's the 13 car at the front of him. This battle for
heavens.
second place, we're going 3 wide down that back straight. The slipstream is in effect. Well, you got one car trying to slot back in that number 9 car, just slot it back in front.
Oh my
You've
word.
got cars starting up to the left, to the right.
The Grip TV car's coming.
This is absolutely incredible. Looking down here, look at Grip TV coming down the middle now. We're going to possibly go 4 wide here as we're going down the straight there. This is gonna, please don't have an accident here, because this is absolutely fantastic. We've got groups of 3, maybe 4 cars, all 3 wide as it's going down the straight. Absolutely maxed out on the limit of this car. It's going to narrow down a little bit to 55 cars on the grass. There could be a big accident here. They're getting all close here. The 397 car was close, but they're ending up to sort each other out. Can they all make it through? And the answer, incredibly, is yes, they can. They've all managed to get through. But that number 13 car out front there of the Mazdas for the time being, 2.4 seconds ahead. But that group of cars, we're going to have to keep an eye on that one. In fact, the number 55 car, Rookie Racing Team, they're just going past the 398 of Team RSO. The Team RSO are going to look to the outside into turn 1. This is fantastic racing from these Mazdas.
Yeah, this is just props to everyone in this Mazda field right now. That was basically the entire grid. I don't care where they finished, but that was one of the best pieces of driving I've seen from a group of drivers in a very, very long time. That's a very, very high-speed section going on that back straightaway down into Hohenrain, where it narrows up and it gets really tight. These guys getting through, and really the only big incident there was someone put 2 wheels on the grass. They didn't hit anything. Absolutely phenomenal work by all involved.
Yeah, it was certainly a... It was almost a schmozzle there as they went through into the twisty stuff again. But this is what you expect from these MX-5s, Francisco. They're able to race really close. Same with the Kia. They're able to run really close as well.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, that was insane. It looked like Talladega going down that back straightaway, or the front straightaway rather. As right now we're seeing the 24 actually caught a bit of the gravel there, but meanwhile the 13 Rookie Racing Team, they were way out in front of that whole thing, and I think he was just looking in his mirror going, thank goodness I'm not in that mess right now.
Absolutely, it was really good for them to be out front there. And do you know what I really like about these Mazdas as well? They've got numbers all over the car, so it's very easy for me to be able to call out the cars they are. But, well, in the Kia field, we have still got this battle for first place going on between Glacier Racing, Pure Racing Team, and Core Sim Racing. Don't know whether with this Kia, it's an 18-gallon fuel tank on these Kias, but they are only able to do about 5 laps, and even then you've got to do a little bit of fuel saving to be able to get it out to 5 laps, depending on your setup. But still, these Kias can produce really close action as well between these ones, Alvin.
Yeah, definitely. It looks like we got a 3-car breakaway between Glacier Racing, Pure Racing Team number 116, and Corson Racing number 1. So really look at these 3 to see what will be their strategy. And yeah, like you said, it will be pretty much 5 laps. That'll be the most that they will be able to do. So that translates to somewhere around 42. Yeah, to 42 minutes, give or take, depending on the pace that they are running. And there is another thing here that we got on VLN. Even though this is set up as a team race, teams are allowed to only have 1 driver. So having 2 drivers or more is not mandatory for this series. So it'll be interesting to see how these teams go into perhaps changing drivers.
So as we head on through here, the GT3 battles at the moment. We've still got that battle for second place between Core Motorsports and Pure Racing Team, and the 33 car and the 73 car going on. Falcon GP VLN are making a break of it earlier on here, so they're trying to build up that gap before the first pit stop. We've already had 14 minutes of this race going on, and absolutely fantastic, brilliant, breathless racing going on for the lead of the MX-5s as well, because look at this pack of cars here, 6 cars all together, and well, there must be about 2, maybe 3 seconds between this 6-car battle at the moment for the lead.
Oh, absolutely here. And of course, right now they've kind of caught up with those people that left the pit lane a little early from compared to the MX-5 cars. But that's, you would have thought it would have had an effect, but it didn't really at all. So right now you've got that rookie racing Team Gofio car. He is saddled up front. And right now that Grip TV blue car, well, actually it wasn't the Grip TV blue car. He's managed to fall back to third. It's the Team RSO car that's been working on it, but you can actually see the inactive and the rookie racing team in the background. They're all fighting very hard. It's not just necessarily the MX-5s that are having huge battles, to say the very least. Another quick little note here, the VRS Coena SimSport car is back on track.
Oh, we've got side-by-side in the GT3s for second place. Pure Racing Team, sorry to cut across you there, Cam, but we're side by side down the back straight, and it's the 33 car against the 73 car, and it's all about top speed down here. It's all about getting your braking right as well as you head into there, and that 33 car, that Core Motorsports car, just able to pull ahead once again. The 73 car had the slipstream and was able to pull out and get alongside, but for the time being, that BMW maybe just doesn't have the top speed there, Cam.
Well, absolutely, but that Audi just managed to make it work over the BMW, but you would kind of expect that on a long straight, wouldn't you? But the Mercedes, though, seems to be very, very good right now. That Falcon GP, of course, Falcon as a team has been around for a very long while here. They're definitely knowing of what they're doing, and of course, in the piloted hands of Kei Kushubiat's doing a very good job in that number 16 car. But right now, look at where the BMW is. That Pure Racing Team 73 car. Oh, so very close. They almost touched going through the arena connection. Man, oh, they might have very well done as such. The BMW pulling alongside here as they're going to exit the arena section and start their way towards the Nordschleife here, as they're going to take the very short Valvoline curve, as we'll call it. And ultimately, though, for the most part, though, the GT3 field getting away once again.
Oh, well, I can tell you now, this MX-5 field, they've been going side by side all the way through the twist of up the high-speed section now as they're heading towards the carousel. The 55 car is having a look down the inside of the 24 car, no, the 13 car. So our early race leader, the rookie racing team, have just fallen back a little bit there in this pack as they're going side by side with the 42 car, Team Inactive, not able to make it through into the carousel. And Francisco, you've been keeping an eye on this. Just how has this been going on so far in this race?
This has just been amazing. I don't have any other words to describe it. Just these guys, they're going 2 by 2. They went up to 2 by 2 through that fast section right before carousel, and we're seeing the 397. He's leaving right now, and keep in mind that Grip TV 24 machine, he actually has a little bit of damage, had a little bit of body contact inside the arena at the beginning of lap 1, and it looks like that's really not going to affect it. You can see kind of on that right front quarter panel a little bit of a dent, nothing too bad. Doesn't look like it's affecting him right now because he's second in class right now, and they are actually starting to pull away from, I guess what you could say, the pack of MX-5s. We're seeing the 42 and the 398. I guess you could say that's what's left of the pack, but once we get back to the straightaway, I think all these guys are just going to draft back up together and we'll be back to square one.
And Randy, just quickly looking at the Kia battle for the lead, they're on to lap 3 themselves now, and well, they're just going through the back section of the Grand Prix layout. And that Pure Racing Team car still hanging on and looking good for maybe making a move towards the chicane, although it's not really an overtaking spot. But you'd fancy chances that Michael Shellback can make a move sooner or later.
He certainly might be able to. They were on pole by only 4/10, so I don't think this is anywhere near completely a guaranteed spot for them in front of them. 3/10 on a track of this size is, basically nothing at all. And talking about being able to hang with them, of course, Sim Racing is right there as well. So I'd expect them to be very, very close as well. But looking back towards this Kia battle, they should be getting somewhat, actually, no, they're not yet to the back straightaway. So we don't need to watch the draft fest just yet. But yeah, this Kia battle is absolutely shaping up. And, Paul, you're kind of the Kia master of this group here. And you mentioned that they can only do about 5 laps on this tank. And even that requires a bit of fuel saving. I wouldn't be surprised if PRT and Core Sim Racing are just sitting here using this draft to their advantage to help their endeavor.
Yeah, they could certainly be doing that. I've personally raced this Kia around this track, and I'm not the best at fuel saving, I'll admit that. But as well, we've got the MX-5s going side by side as they head towards the back straight. It's only 4 cars now battling for the lead, so this front pack of 4 have been able to break away here. The number 13 car, Rookie Team Racing, back with them. And in fact, we've got further up as well, we've got the 3 there down the back straight away. So you've got a battle for second place at the moment between 3 cars, Grip TV and Ruin Racing. No, it's the number 55 of Rookie Team Racing, RRT. They are in there in the 55 car, but behind them also you've got 4 cars, 3 wide, once again down this back straight. Well, these cars, they're hitting the speed limiter here. They cannot go any faster. Oh, contact! The 13 car! That's a big incident there between the Rookie Racing team, Gofio. That was always going to possibly happen there. But that is a big moment there for them, and hopefully nobody else gets collected with those.
Yeah, that was fantastically done for people behind and not get collected in that, such a fast section of the track. And unfortunately, that was just really a small incident. The Trinity Motorsports car, the 39, he drifted to the right just a little bit. He didn't move a lot. He just sort of drifted, and he just barely hooked the left rear of Luis Tanuas in that Rookie Racing Team Golfio car, and that unfortunately just set him around.
Yeah, so they're coming to the end of that. They'll be coming into the pits. Yes, they are. The number 39 car. The lead MX-5 battle is still going on here. Rookie Racing Team RRT are battling away with Team RSO and Grip TV. Grip TV just getting a little loose there. Almost losing control of the car there, Cam. And that's a big moment there for that number 24 car.
Well, absolutely. Now, of course, the MX-5, it is the most raced sports car in the entire world, no doubt about that. But we can start seeing why just here at any circuit you put this car on, it always puts on a good show. That Grip TV blue car, that rolled over at least twice on the suspension. He managed to gather that back up, Mr. Christopher Barrett did. And they are back on the way there. Didn't even lose much time, actually, as over Tobias Gurney and Yoni Mastampo, of course, of the 2 cars ahead, the RSO car and the Rookie Racing Team cars. As we do have 1 car into the Armco, I see it's a Kia. It's the Team Andrus Slissian's car, the number 99 car, and that is going very slowly, but for the most part, though, it was just one of those solo incidents. I think at some point we might want to update people as to, well, what has transpired.
That's gonna take a long time. I think we're gonna have the rest of the race to discuss what's happened just between the MX-5s alone. I know Alvin's keeping an eye on the Kia, so we'll get a word in with him at the moment as the masses now head on to the Nordschleife. Just to let you know, your front 3 in each class, so it's Falcon, GP, VLN, are currently leading this race. They have got a 4.6 second lead over over Pure Racing Team. Pure Racing Team have made it past now into second place. Core Motorsports in 3rd place now, and they're dropping back. They're now 1.8 seconds behind Maximilian Benake. So that is your top 3 in GT3. In your Kia class, you have still got Glacier Racing, Jonas Akman at the lead of that one, with Michael Shellback in 2nd place, only a half second behind for the moment, and Frederick Rasmussen right behind in that Core Sim Racing car. The number 1 car is in 3rd place in the Kias. And then in the Mazdas, well, it's to take your pick really, as come over the hill there on through footpaths. It's the number 55 car, Rookie Racing Team, in the lead with Team RSO in 2nd place and Grip TV in 3rd. And well, we're in the slipstream here, Francisco, and these 3 still battling away. Could we see another move as we head downhill?
Yeah, actually, because here comes the Kia down to the left side of these cars as they head down into the turn. That might jumble things up. Oh, he's actually going to stay side by side with them. That's going to allow actually the Grip TV machine's going to dive the inside, or actually the outside, as they have the right-hander there. 24 trying to make a move on that 397. Not going to get it done in that corner. Meanwhile, 397 trying to get a little bit of draft off that MX-5, but that Kia kind of jumbled them up a little bit. I think that split them up a little bit and gave the 24 maybe a chance here to dive. He's going to try and maybe look to the inside here. Not this time.
Incident.
No room.
Sorry to interrupt. In the GT3 field, the Pure Racing Team 71 car that was up in 6th position, well ahead of the field. he had an incident with the German sim racing green car, the GSR car. It was two BMWs just as they were getting off of the straight and going on their way to start. Onto lap number 4 in the GT3 field, Paul. Well, when you're racing hard like that, things can happen.
Oh, that is a huge incident, and once again, lucky that nobody else got involved in that one. And well, the 71 car just having to stay out of everybody's way and coming back in to the pits now. So we've seen a couple of big crashes here, and well, it just shows with this track today, Alvin. There's not a lot of runoff space, and well, the Mr. Movano car as well has got a little bit of damage from that incident. But Alvin, there's not a lot of runoff around here around the Nordschleife section of the track, and it certainly shows.
Yeah, definitely. You have the GP section of the track, which is relatively wide compared to the Nordschleife. So, in a way, once you make that left turn into the Nordschleife, it's pretty much like a street circuit. I know there's a little bit of grass here and there in between, but those armco barriers are there, and they do not forgive whoever wants to go into them. And as I've been following this battle on the Kia Ford Elite, it's been pretty much Glacier Racing leading this race. Now it seems like Pure has been struggling just a little bit, but now going into the back straight and with the slipstream, he's been able to catch up a little bit. So he may be having some problems with tire management. So let's see how he's able to keep up the car, because he still has 2 laps before he goes into the pits.
Well, we're on lap 4 now of this race, and the Falcon car is starting to just go through a few of the back markers there. But we've got a battle here for 9th place. It's the 111 car of Gecko Vortex Sim Racing. You've got Pure Racing Team is behind. Blackstar Racing have fallen down a couple of places on this lap. Yeah, it's a Pure Racing Team. You've also got Indigo Racing Team, racing featuring SimSync Pro Racing. I'm not saying that full name every time. And SimRC.de right behind. It's a bit of a mouthful. Come on, Randy. You know what I'm like for names. I'm not the best. And once again, people trying to trip me up here.
Oh yes, certainly. I have fumbled over names alongside you in the Formula Renault many a times, and we will happily refer to that 103 car as the Indigo car for the rest of the race. But yeah, this is an absolutely fantastic half dozen or so count of cars here in this group as they now go up to Ardeno Forest, one of the famous places where you can see a lot of incidents on YouTube of people running into incidents here, either in the races or you know, just doing the Torsfahrten, or however it's exactly pronounced. My German's not the greatest, but as Cam kind of, I think so. As Cam just put it in our on our chat, with the GT3 cars starting to get catching some of these MX-5s, we're going to see the huge differences in speed between these classes that the VLN series is somewhat famous for, and you know, quite a few famous clips on the internet of various drivers, whether it's Lee Keen's Rain Dance or maybe Sabine Smits in a Porsche GT3 just absolutely blitzing through the slower classes.
Randy, you've driven a few of these GT3 cars in a few of the series here on iRacing. Just how much effect does the dirty air from the car in front affect you going through twisty sections like they're going through now?
Well, the dirty air is definitely a factor, but it's basically a factor in basically your highest of high-speed corners. You know, talking, you know, as we're watching Pure Racing Team and Core Motorsports here, where they're going down up here on the road. There's a left-hander that's very, very, very scary in its own right, and I think in dirty air it would likely be very, very understeery as well. The corner, I'm not sure what the corner name is. I believe it's Kesselchen, as I'm looking at my track map. I know the layout of the driver, but I don't know all the corner names, so I apologize.
That corner.
For that. Yeah, well, no, not this one. Yeah, this left-hander that's happening
not
right
this one, that
now.
one.
This one. But the dirty air is definitely a huge effect in those sorts of corners. However, once you get down to the medium speed, generally not a huge, as much of a concern now as they go breaking into steel strecking.
Well, you've got Gecko Vortex going side by side with the Thrustmaster Movano car up this high-speed section. We saw that Movano car get involved in that incident earlier on, and through they go. Fantastic fantastic work from both drivers there, able to go side by side like that as they're going past another one of the MX-5s.
They absolutely whizzed by a Miata.
Yeah, exactly. The speed difference is unbelievable between these GT3s and that MX-5, that Mazda car. But yeah, that Gecko Vortex Racing car up ahead of the Thrustmaster Vivano car, and you would think with that bit of damage there, it's just affecting their top speed. They're going to be under pressure from Black Star Racing, from Kim Eriksson. Cam.
Well, yeah, absolutely. No, I got it. I was letting the tension build. No, I'm watching these GT3 cars try to pick their way through this field. We have one car that has spun out. Stop talking to me. Everybody crashes when they do. The Indigo Racing Feet Sim Pro racing car of Stefan Kuthny is taking it for a loop, and he has gone into the Armco barrier in that 103 car, and he had some help from that German Sim Racing Red car, the GSR Red BMW, as we're going to get the replay up for you right now. But it just looks like that the GSR car had a lot of run right on that Indigo car, and ultimately, though, the Indy car was, well, in the way, and it's not necessarily the most politest thing to do, but, well, you know what, I think that BMW is going to continue. Didn't see a lot of damage on that 103 car, but as the GT3 cars are starting to work their way through the MX-5 field, it is going to get very haphazard, and the point I was trying to make was very simply, wouldn't be surprised if we don't see a couple of picks from these GT3 cars.
Well, the MX-5s are just starting their fourth lap now. Still, that order is the same. Rookie Racing Team in the lead with Team RSO in second and Grip TV in third for the time being between those top three. So not getting quite as dramatic now, Francisco, between those three. Although you've been keeping an eye. Was there any dramatic things happening there?
Well, I'd say the thing I'm watching right now is that second Rennsport car, the one running second, the 397. Tobias is piloting that thing right now, and he's just been kind of hounding the 55. Hasn't really made any aggressive moves to try and get past him. Just kind of just sitting there in his rearview mirror saying, "Hey, I'm still here." And right behind him, the 24, the Grip TV Blue Machine. He's been sliding through a couple of corners, but been doing a great job. Christopher Barrett piloting that MX-5, and right behind them, another Rennsport online machine. That's the 398. So Rennsport's actually having a great outing right here. So they sit 2 and 4 right now in the race.
And Thrustmaster Movano, I think, are going to lose another place here because they got side-by-side action with the Black Star Racing car. Thrustmaster Movano car not quite got the top speed, although they have got a little bit of a draft from the car in front as they head down the hill, up over the top of the hill, and now back down again through this right-hander. Thrustmaster Movano holding on to that place, but look ahead, side-by-side. Well, they've sorted themselves out, but the 111 car is through. That's the Gecko Vortex Racing Team ahead of the Dado car of the number 44 car, that black and yellow car, as they come across the line, and we've got a car into the pits. One of the cars in front has gone into the pit, so that'll shake things up there for the time being. But Gecko Vortex Racing now, Sim Racing, sorry, up into 6th place for the time being. And Alvin, just quick sort of check-in with you. How are the Kias getting on so far?
Well, it's been 1, 2, 3 since the beginning. We have Glacier leading since lap 1, and it hasn't changed at all. Although Frederick just went a little bit wide. I don't know exactly what corner it is. There's so many corners in here, but he went a little bit wide and touched the grass, and has lost a little bit of touch with the leading two. But I'm pretty sure he will catch up in no time. But going back into the field, there seems to be like a good battle for E5, 6, and 7 in the Kia class as well, with the Coanda Sim Sport trying to go by them as well. So no, there's definitely not a shortage of action here in the Kia class, although one more lap and we should see the whole Kia class starting to go into the pits.
Yeah, we should actually see that as well. The MX-5s are still battling on, Francisco.
Yeah, they actually closed up ever since they left the arena, and they're going to lose a bit of time there. But that 397, he was closing in on the back deck lid of that 55. But right now, Rookie Racing Team still leads the MX-5 class, and it's just a 3-car breakaway right now.
Well, Cam, we've got a battle for 4th place in the race, actually, as we've got side-by-side action in the Kias as well. Every time I try and come to you, Cam, something happens, but it's side-by-side through the little kink there, and Pure Racing Team, the 116 car, Michael Shellback, has taken the lead of that Kia class as a catch-up to one of the Mazda MX-5s. And well, these two are just slowly broken away from the core sim racing car. It'll be interesting to see whether any of these Kias go in this time by, whether they've been saving fuel. And the answer is, so far, yes, they have. They're all staying out for the time being. But yeah, change of lead for the Kias. But I would say that Glacier Racing car isn't going to give up, Cam.
No, not at all. And ultimately, though, as everyone just seems to be working their way through here, we had an interesting thing. They crossed the line. There was a BMW on the inside, the Kia in the middle, and MX-5 on the outside. I thought that was fairly cool looking. But either way, you've got the BMW of Andreas Allmansberger trying to get past the PRT BMW. He's trying to work his way through. And you were watching earlier that Coanda car. He's cleared them now, but for the most part, though, he was stuck for the better part of a lap. As you can now see, Andreas Allmansberger, he's gotten past the Pure Racing Team 116 car. And, well, it almost looked like a little fight back from that Kia, but it's not. But for the most part, though, it seems that everyone's been behaving and playing nicely. Well, actually, right now, though, there's a gathering of Tweakers VLN and the Vendevil Sim Racing Azul car, the car number 7 and car number 91 in the GT3 divisions. This is back in the GT3 field, to say the very least. But even these guys are still fighting out, so it's going to be interesting to just see how these GT3 cars handle the traffic, Paul, because for the most part, though, they're all in very tight, close battles. Well, you add traffic into it, and it's going to get interesting real quick.
Well, Bass Slob is at the wheel of that gathering of Tweaker's car, and Randy, we see him every Friday night in the Formula Renaults on Friday prime time here on Racespot TV. Don't forget to watch that at quarter to 9 on GMT on a Friday night. But Randy, we see him drive. We know he's a good driver, is Bass, and he's certainly doing a good job so far, just down in 16th place at the moment behind Nils Sintowski.
Yeah, Boss is a very, very successful driver here on the iRacing service. He drives, like you said, the Formula Renaults generally on every Friday night prime time, and he's driven a lot of GT stuff, whether it's endurance stuff or even sprint style format racing. I've driven with Boss several times. They're actually coming up on Miata here, going into I'm confused on the track map, I'm not gonna lie. But yeah, Boss is very, very successful, and it's a little confusing to see him a little bit down the order, but a car I should maybe look at is generally the Falcon GP car. I'm not really surprised to see him this far ahead, because historically in the past, anyone on the service that might have seen their forum signatures, this Falcon GP car has always run, at least to my memory, with a Nürburgring track map on the side of it as a part of the livery. So I'm not really surprised that Keika Shuby has put a 6-second gap on Pure Racing Team in second place.
Yeah, we've got battles all over the MX-5s. We had a change of position for them. Team RSO, the 397 car, are in the lead, but they're under pressure from Rookie Racing Team RRT. So they're just under pressure there at the moment. And we've also got a battle for P4 as well in the overall race. You've got Team RSO, the 197 car in the Audi. You've got Pure Racing Team in the BMW. They're getting caught up behind traffic there. The BMW taking the wide line through the carousel, which is a bit unique there, but not the ideal line, but trying to maybe get the run off of the corner there, Cam.
I don't think it was planned. This isn't dirt track racing, not just yet. So the
there's
outside,
no cushion up there.
Yeah, there's no cushion yet. We'll work on it though. But yes, oh goodness, just trying to see these GT3 cars trying to get by, and they're being very patient, I have to say. And Paul, everyone seems to have been extraordinarily respectful so far as the race has been going on. I don't think I've really seen that dramatic of an incident, as we have a stopped car on the track, the Vivendell Sim Racing Preto car. He was an MX-5. That car has pulled off, and it is going to be hauled back into pit road. No incident there, it's just the car went off. But yeah, everyone seems to be cooperating, at least now.
For the time being.
For the time being.
That's it. We've got just to run through your teams, your top threes once again, because we have had about 39 minutes.
Sorry to interrupt, but if
Bob.
we go to like about P10 or so in the GT3 field right now, we have about a half dozen to a dozen GT3 cars working their way through Miatas. And actually, we get Christoph Berner. They said that got very least as he went around Ray and Owenzo, and that's going to bring Frederick Evans in this 15 car. So you know, what did I just miss?
That was a big
Movano car
there.
just tapped an MX-5. Everyone continues though. Everyone continues though. So just keep going.
I'll tell you what, that is great driving from the MX-5 driver, because that was a heavy hit. That was a huge hit from that Movano car. But now you've seen it. But wow, that especially that point of that point of the track as well, because you've got the car airborne there almost. At that point, and well, special shout out to the 322 car, Sasha Landgraf, for holding on to that one, because that was a huge moment for them. Randy, anyone? You interrupted me earlier. You interrupted.
We needed a breath. All right.
Well, I'll tell you what we'll do. Francisco, take it away. We've got them side by side going down the back straight.
Yep, and they're going at it again, and they're going to try. Grip TV's going to try and make it 3 wide. Not going to happen. They're going to take the left bend as they head towards the complex. The 55, the rookie racing team, Miata just got by, and we're going to have some GT3 traffic as we head into the arena. This is going to be interesting. They catch the slow right-hander. Oh, look out, Audi. Audi's going to have to wait behind these guys till they get to the straight, but these three have just been swapping back and forth, especially the leader. That GT3's actually going to split and go one way, now the other.
There you go.
Past the MX-5s. And across the line for another lap for MX-5, and that kind of split up the leader now a little bit.
Well, we were talking about splitting up the leaders. The Pure Racing team, Alvin, they've slowly been pulling away at the lead of that Kia class. They've got the Coanda car behind them for the time being, but Glacier Racing just not able to hold on for the time being.
Yeah, it looks like we're coming to the end of the stint, and now we are seeing who has been taking care of their tires and who has been pushing. And now it looks like Glacier has been struggling at the end of this stint with their tires. But of course, they should be pretty close to coming into the pits, as 5 laps was the estimated maximum. The maximum laps that they could go on a full tank of fuel. So expected to be into the pits in about 2 minutes time.
And we've got, well, the battle for the MX-5 lead is going to get interrupted here, because you've got a 6-car battle here in the GT3s. You've got Gecko Vortex Sim Racing, the 111 car, getting by them there. You've got David,
you've got left, please. Miata stage left.
You've got Thrustmaster Movana, you've got Black Star Racing, you've got Pure Racing team as well in there. It's like 6 cars, and they're all managed to get through, so good driving from everyone there. But the 44 car, they're under pressure now from the 84 Pure Racing team car. But as they head onto the Nordschleife, and well, there's very few overtaking opportunities. It'd be good if we could do words well. A few opportunities to be able to get through now until you get through some of the hard stops after the high-speed sections after floodplains.
Yeah, absolutely here, and I have to say that went about as well as it possibly could, to say the very least.
A 153 car's gone off. See, now I get to interrupt you. They lost control of the car. The car looks to be in trouble. So I wonder if they've had an incident coming on to the Oh yes, they have. Going on to the Nordschleife
too.
Well, so going on to the Nordschleife, the 153 car, the German Racing.de red car, heavily into that pit wall of the tourist track, and they've had to pull over. They're going back to the pits, and whose engine has gone?
That is the Team Motorsport Dreams car, the 204 MX-5. He is currently limping his way to the pits, and that's the 204 car. He's blown his engine.
It's got a heavy amount of damage on that car as well, by the looks of things. I don't know if anybody knows what happened there. We'll have to go back and have a look. If one of you can have a look back at that one for us, that'd be great. We've still got the battle going on though between the MX-5s. We've also got the GT3 battle for that 6th place is going on as well. Although they've spread out a little bit of those GT3s as they're heading up now into the more sort of tight, twisty section of this track. And it's all about just getting it right, just following the car in front and then pouncing on them when you get the opportunity to, Randy.
Yeah, certainly have, and just sorry to interrupt you, but we are having all of the Kias coming down pit road right now, and actually, interestingly enough, that Miata with the blown motor is actually in front of a good chunk of these guys. But if we were to look at pit lane right now, basically every single Kia in the lane here is, or excuse in the race is on pit road, and then again, that's really to be expected here on such a long lap. You know, you're talking about a 9-minute lap for these guys. Can't really save a lap of gas in the tank here, I don't think.
Yeah, they'll be on fumes as they get towards the end of that lap. On that 5th lap, it is like I say, it's an 18-gallon tank on these Kias, and it takes about a minute and a half, minute 50 seconds to refill that one. So they're going to be on pit road for quite a while. Out the front, Falcon GP VLN, they're showing dominance here. Kei Kashub at the wheel of that car, 5.2 seconds ahead of Pure Racing Team number 73. That's Maximilian Beneke at the wheel of that one, with Core Motorsports in 3rd with Alexander Voss at the wheel of that car. But still, got this battle going on. It's split up a little bit now. There's just a little bit of a break between these front three. It's the 111 car of Dado Vortex. You've got the 44 of Dado, and also the what was that, number 84 car of Pure Racing Team. Even though it says number 120, they're actually number 84 car.
Absolutely, and the Kias are starting to leave pit road. The Pure Racing Team 116 car is leaving. The Glacier Racing, the Core Sim Racing cars are leaving. The Black Adam Motorsports car is off and away. Virtual Drivers is going to be off and away. Torque Free Corkscrew is going to be off and away.
Side by side, sorry, with the GT3s. It's it's a 21 and 44 car. They sorted themselves out, but that was side by side up that very extremely high speed section as they head up towards the top of the course here, and now they're onto the back of the 111 car going into this right-hander. It's a slow right-hander, not able to make it through, and these three just battling away. You'd think this was a sprint race, Randy, with how these guys are battling away, because they're just at it all the way, all the time.
Oh, they certainly are. This has been absolutely... Oh, it's actually the 111 goes really wide to the carousel, and unfortunately for Dado, he's not going to be able to take advantage of that. Just can't get the car down far enough in the corner. The 111 car did a good job there to actually, you know, basically hug that difference in banking and to make sure he held on to that spot. So very well driven all around. But like you said, this is about like a sprint race, and in a lot of ways, this really has to be driven like a sprint race. With such a long track, you can't really do anything crazy in terms of strategy. You kind of just have to go for it and beat your opponents on pace, and this is, you know, people are being smart, but I wouldn't say there's anyone really being patient. I mean, you look into the GT3 field, from 6th place back to 12th, or excuse me, back to 11th last time they came across the line, separated by 2 seconds. So to say that these guys are conserving in any way, shape, or form would probably not be correct.
Yeah, certainly. With those three battling away, that allowed the second group of that pack to close back up, and that Thrustmaster Movano car is on the back of them, so they seem to have just kept that pace going for the time being. They did start in 5th place in this race. They're currently 9th in that Thrustmaster Movano car as they go on now towards this tricky section towards the end of the lap. You've got a little bit of a jump here as well as you've got braking into this right-hander. Still, everybody just staying as they are for the time being, Cam, but this one is certainly not over yet.
Well, I would hope it's not over yet, otherwise it would be very boring for the next couple of hours. But yeah, racing all around, as I haven't necessarily seen the GT3 cars go through the Kias in a way. Though right now the Pure Racing Team Kia leader, he just had a little bit of a hubbub trying to get around one of the Miatas, but for the most part though,
I think we might have a slight problem with the 274 car in the Kias.
Uh-oh.
He's coasting. He's run out of fuel. I think he didn't go into the pits. He's pulled over to the side, and that is it. So he was in the lead, but Patrick Rowland is going to have to tow back to the pits. So I do believe he did try and carry... Oh, no, he did go into the pits. It looks like it just didn't... No, but at the end of the previous lap, it looks like it just didn't fill up. So, yeah, that's it. As we've got side-by-side action, 4th place going on for the time being. It's the Team RSO car and Pure Racing Team, number 74 car. They're still battling away as they head towards the end of the lap. And, well, this is going to be the start of the 7th lap for these cars now. and still battling away between the two of them as they head over the line there at Cam. It's close racing.
Yes, it absolutely is. As everyone just seems to be going through Core Motorsports security.
P6, look at P6 here. Sorry, Cam, but look at P6. Look at this group of cars.
Oh, wait, well, somebody's gone around. It's a SimRacing.de 797 Audi.
And he's going to the pits.
Well, probably the best. It's a good place to spin and crash, actually, Paul.
Oh, yeah, they hit the barrier heavily there. So if you're going to crash anywhere on this track, that is the place to do it, for sure.
Absolutely. So that number 797 GT3 car coming down the pit road. They'll get that car serviced in a way, even though you're coming in on lap 7. Overall, though, these GT3 cars can go quite a ways longer, but you know what? Take it while you can get it. Oh, heavens. As we do have some action between the Vendevel Sim Racing Azul, the MSP Drivers Home 1 car, and the Gathering of Tweakers car, and Radicals. When did Radicals get here? Apparently Radicals have been racing this entire time. I haven't noticed. Shiama Machini is in his Mercedes, as that is a 4-car battle going through the Nürburgring Grand Prix section right now before they hit the Nordschleife. But oh boy, you just it's one of those races where you've got so many cars, you're discovering people.
Yeah, you have, and you've got a battle actually for 4th place in the Kias. They're going side by side, and Marco Luccarabate has made it past in that clan, not in the clan car. He is in the 67 car. So
Blackadder Motorsports.
Blackadder Motorsports. There we go. I've got it right eventually. They made it past the Team Bushfink Racing blue car of Cohen Klockman for that 4th place. So good overtaking from them there. Alvin, any how did that turn out then with the pit stops with the Kias? How did Hull sort itself out at the pit stops?
Well, in terms of the pit stop, the top 3 now have a good 2 seconds between each other. So now they are not like they were throughout the first, and like they were like there was only 1 second between the top 3 Kias. Now that's there's a good 2 seconds between first and second, and same thing with second and third place. But now after the pit stops were done, it was pretty much most of the teams that came in, they didn't change drivers. Only I think I saw 2 or 3 teams changing drivers. One of them was Blackadder Motorsports, and the other was the Torque Freak Racing. So yeah, definitely after this pit cycle was done, this pretty much spread out the whole Kia field. So now let's see if with those teams that changed drivers and those teams that didn't change drivers, let's see how they manage this stint and see if fatigue starts being a factor in this race as well.
And Francisco, with the MX-5s, how's that going at the moment? Because we have got the 55 car in the lead still. But that battle has just split up a bit. Grip TV Blue, they followed back a bit.
Yeah, Christopher Barrett, he actually fell back a little bit, had a little bit of trouble with a GT3 car going past, wasn't able to quite keep up with the leaders because of that, and thus this has basically turned into a 2-horse race for the lead. We got Yanni Mestampo, he's leading right now, and Zerny's right behind him in the Rennsport Mazda, and Rennsport's still having a great time. They're still 2 and 4 right now, but Rookie Racing Team, they're still on the top of the charts when it comes to the Mazdas, and right now we can also see that 10 of Team Down Under, they had a big problem on lap 1, I believe, and got into the Onco barrier. Meanwhile, Grip TV barely going to get by that 10 machine. So Grip TV, they got some driving to do if they want to get back up to these leaders who basically haven't left each other for pretty much this entire race.
And they're going to be together a bit longer as well, aren't they?
Oh, I think they got about, how long we got left? Oh, about
3 hours
3
and
hours
7
to
minutes.
go. I think they'll be together for another 3 hours or so they better strap in for a while.
Also, just a comment real quick, the Pure Racing Team GT3 car is going to be arriving on the scene of the MX-5 battle, and I really say arriving on the scene, that's really what they're doing. That's just about the speed differences here. They should be okay, but you never know just how this track goes. They're getting to a pretty windy section right now, though actually it looks like Andreas Allmansberger, he gets there just in time, though, in that 71 PRT car, Paul, and he's, well, made all of my worries go away.
The Triple One car battle for 6th place for the time being. They're absolutely nose to tail here.
Oh,
The 44
my
car
gosh.
is pushing them. They're bump drafting them up the hill. That's surely not going to be good for them as well. They go through this left-hander. It's a fast corner. That Audi just seems to go through the turns a little bit better. Now Dado under attack from behind from that Pure Racing team, number 84 car, but still able to stay together as they are for the time being as they head towards the carousel. And it's still close racing round in between these guys.
Oh yeah, this GT3 field, I mean, this mid-pack has been absolutely insane the whole way. And it's spread out a little bit in the mid-pack, but really not much. And actually, we got the Kim Erickson, the Black Star Racing car, who's running in 10th. He just got himself up into the wall through the carousel. He lost himself a couple positions. Didn't get the tag the wall too hard, but, you know, still definitely frustrating for him. And the thing is with these GT3 cars, they can generally run for about an hour on gas at most circuits, and I definitely think we're going to be seeing these guys in the pit lane, if not this time by, 100% certainly the next time by, or the time after rather.
Just want to give a quick mention to Anwan Designs, who have provided us with these fantastic graphics that you're seeing on screen. And don't forget this, you've also got thanks to Sven Below as well for the cameras. But yeah, we're heading in towards the end of this first hour, and we've seen some fantastic racing. You wouldn't think it was an endurance race, and just quickly, these GT3s, they're showing how good they can be, Randy. But we've seen the battling all the way through the classes, and we've still got battling going on in the MX-5s.
Yeah, the way this battling has been going, both in the Kias and in the MX-5, has been absolutely insane. I mean, obviously, we had that lap 1 scrap where the MX-5s, I think, went 3x3x3x3, which is definitely going to be a Facebook highlight here on RaceBot TV. But yeah, this race has been absolutely immense, and I think it's only going to get better with this pit stop cycle. I think this pit stop cycle is going to, you know, bring this GT3 field back together in a lot of ways. And, you know, these Miatas can run quite a long time on fuel, for those who aren't aware. That car uses about a gallon per lap here, believe it or not. I ran it before we, in the week coming up to this event. So those guys, you know, unless the tires really drop off, they're not going to be in anytime soon.
And well, we're just going to see if the race leader comes into the pits this time by. No, they don't. So they're going to do another lap of Falcon GP VLN. They are in the lead of this race with Pure Racing Team in 2nd place. Coming across the line now, 7 seconds behind them. And then Core Motorsports, they're a further 7 seconds behind in 3rd place. Alexander Voss at the wheel of that one. In the Kia class, we've got Pure Racing Team, the 116 car. Michael Shellback at the wheel of that car. He is in the lead of that field by about 4 seconds. Ahead of Glacier Racing, who are in 2nd place in the number 2 car, and then Core Sim Racing are in 3rd in the number 1 car. A little bit of damage on the front of that Kia, so that will be affecting their top speed in that Kia for sure. And in your MX-5s, well, it's pick and guess who's going to be at the lead at the end of this lap, but at the moment it's Rookie Racing Team at the lead of that one with Team RSO in 2nd place. And then the Grip TV Blue car is in 3rd place in the MX-5. So that's the top 3 of each of the field so far. And well, we've got battling still going on with the 44 car, and they're side by side into turn 1. The 84 car is trying to go past Dana for the time being. A Pure Racing Team, they've got the inside line into this part of the arena, and they get that place up to 7th place now. The number 84 car, Randy.
A fantastic move going down into turn 1 there in the start of the Mercedes arena as they go through the GP circuit of this track, which is really the easy part of this lap and really the only time these drivers kind of get a break, save for the back straight on the GP course as well as the long back straightaway here at the Nürburgring. But fantastic move there by them. But thing is, they're not out of the woods just yet. They still need to try to get past this Gecko Vortex Sim Racing number 111 car. As I mean, Dado is still right behind them. Valerio Pienza in the Thrustmaster Movano car, he's still right there. Tim Erickson's not far behind, so I mean, this scrap is far from over.
Yeah, it's certainly far from over, as you say. There's about half a second now up the road to the next car, the 111 car of Gecko Vortex Sim Racing. Christian Tharlo Zuch at the wheel of that one as they head towards the Nordschleife section. Number 84 looking to the inside there, not able to make it through. Florian Voth at the wheel of that one, and well, not able to make it past for the time being, but certainly he's looking busy trying to get the move done. And well, we've said, Cam, that there's going to be a little, maybe about an hour for these cars. They're going to go longer than an hour for these GT3s, and fuel saving may be coming into play slightly there, Cam.
Well, very well may be. Of course, that long, straight, easy way to get some extra fuel in the tank, but I don't think you can really save, say, a lap of fuel as right now that the Team RSO and the Pure Racing team cars are still going at it. It's the Audi and the Pure Racing team 74 BMW, so you've got that turquoise Audi and that, of course, the familiar colors of the blue, the black, and the white of the Pure Racing team. But for the most part, though, Philip Schellenberg, he's been dealing with Patrick Wolf, the pilot of that PRT car, for pretty much this entire this entire race and lap. But for the most part, though, he has been doing an outstanding job here. It's not easy to continuously defend here at the Nordschleife and the Nürburgring Grand Prix, but he's managing to make it done here.
Oh, we've got side-by-side in the MX-5s once again. Down the long straight, sorry Cam, but we are
right.
for side-by-side for the lead here of the MX-5 class, and we've seen it every lap. Rookie Racing team and Team RSO side by side, a little couple of wheels onto the grass there from Team RSO, not able to make the move stick for the time being as they head towards the end of this lap. Through there's a little bump there just on that left-hander next to that Armco that can catch people out. It certainly affects the Kia with it having no weight over the rear of that Kia, so it catches people out as they go across the line to start lap number 7 for these Mazda MX-5s as they head towards first corner of this track. It's a very tight right-hander here, and well, he's trying to get by his Tobias, but for the time being not able to get alongside enough for that Rennsport car. Cam, it's certainly close racing between these cars, but maybe let you finish your point there.
Well, that was my point. I was just about to start wrapping it up here, but we're seeing these MX-5s. They're still fighting very hard, and, well, they're even going back, the Inception Motorsports and the One Row SimSport cars, they are also coming along through, as well as the Crown Royal First and the ETR 1110s racing car, the 82 and the 20. Are still on racing, as the 55 car just had a big issue. Of course, that's Yanni Mastampo. That was, I think he lost the rear end coming out of the arena section. Yes, he did, but he gathered that car back up, and ultimately the car of the RSO MX-5 could not really do anything to capitalize on it, Paul.
Yeah, it was good control from the 55 car, but as you were saying, the ETR car and also Crown Racing first, they were side by side down that straight, and they have swapped positions. So Crown Racing up a position there, so good for them. As well, it's just all starting to just get a little bit spread out now. It's coming towards the end of stints for the GT3s, and these Mazdas, well, they have been battling, and we've still been seeing them battle away, but just everything sort of started to spread out. And well, we've got Bas Slob in the number 91 car. He's involved there. Gavin the Tweaker's VLN car really close to the back of Nils Santowski once again. These two haven't really been separated between the two of them. We've still got that battle for 4th place overall as well. Team RSO and Pure Racing team, they are close together. They're 31 seconds behind 3rd place car. So big gap there between 3rd and 4th. So that just tells you how much this battling is harming their chances here, Andy, to be able to get a podium.
Oh, it certainly is. You know, they've dropped off the back of Cord Motorsports, the Team RSO 197 car, by an absolutely huge amount. And really, this is, you know, in the GT3 field, this is kind of just a 3-car battle for the win. Unless, you know, survivability and attrition comes really into play. But really, it's, you know, it's going to be between Kei Kashibi, or rather Falcon GP, whether or not Kei's driving alone or not, we're not quite sure. The Pure Racing team and Maximilian Benarke, not sure if he's driving alone, and the same with the Cord Motorsports car of Alexander Vob. They obviously won the opening round of the Blancpain Pro Series here about a month ago here on iRacing, so definitely Definitely expected to see them running up here in the field, but I wasn't expecting to have the top 5 overall so spread out. Although down through the field, obviously we have the this P4 and 5 battle is absolutely immense. We have P7 and 8 and 9 are all within a second. Is actually there getting in some Miata traffic. They come through the twistier parts of this Nordschleife, and there's even outside of the top 10, there's cars that are still separated by about a second, car to car to car to car. So definitely still some tight action.
Yeah, there is still tight action all the way through this field. Don't get me wrong; it's just a natural ebb and flow of endurance racing. With the Core Motorsports car almost collecting one of the Kias there as we go through there. What happened there, Alvin?
Well, it looks like the Kia was trying to give a little bit some room, and the Core Motorsports may have had a little bit of contact, and the Kia went into the grass, but fortunately nothing major, just off-road excursion. Everybody was able to come back on the track as the GT3s are coming on the pits now, it seems.
Yeah, so pit road time for the leaders. Falcon GP VLN are in the first ones into the pits. Pure Racing Team, they're on pit road as well. Core Motorsports, after that little bit of a moment there with that Kia, they are onto pit road as well. So these GT3 cars, they're all going to be queued up now, getting their first service of the day. And that's what, an hour and 5 minutes gone there, Randy. So that's quite good going so far in these GT3s when they normally do about an hour.
It's definitely good fuel economy for those guys, and like you said, about an hour is generally about the ballpark for these cars. Sometimes, or actually more often than not, a little bit more. Other tracks like Monza, for example, so many straights that these cars tend to burn a lot more fuel. So, but getting to where they did really is what we expected.
And we've got a crash onto pit road entry. Who was that?
Oh, oh my goodness! They're stacked up. Look at him, it's the Gecko Vortex Sim Racing 111 car. He has spun it. Oh my god, it's a parking lot. Get that car spun around. Goodness gracious, there he goes. And the, oh geez, there's a couple of more contacts, but like an American having cholesterol problems, the clot has been cleared and the heart is now pumping in the pit lane of cars. And everybody is storming onto pit lane now. Holy cow, I have never seen something like that ever happen in the entire time I've been doing commentary.
Yeah, now we were talking about how pit stops might shake up and stack the field back up, but this is not what I was talking about.
Yeah.
And here's the thing, this incident isn't over yet because all these cars just went into the pit lane together. They're all going to come out of the pit lane together, and there's a couple guys
closer together.
Yeah, they're going to come, and not only even closer together, but instead of having 4 to 5 cars in packs, there was a better part of a dozen cars waiting to get.
You know what? I saw what happened. I've just seen what happened. I don't know if we see the replay, but it looks like he hit the pit limiter. The first car, the Gecko Vortex car, hit the pit limiter, and he put his foot off the throttle or something. The engine died on that car, and everybody behind him ended up packing up into him, including the PRT car, which punted him sideways.
And they ended up Austin Powersing themselves as well, getting stuck between the barriers there, trying to turn back around. We've got a battle for the lead, Francesco, for the MX-5.
Yeah, Rensport was looking to take the lead there as they headed up to the carousel, but they actually backed out of it. They had the lead for about 2 corners, but Nürburgring, there's 160-something corners, weren't able to pull it off. And I've actually noticed that Rensport's actually, that RSO, the 397, he's been running in second. That's Tobias Zerny. He's been running in second basically this whole time these 3 have been together. We say 3, Grip TV's actually fallen a little bit towards the back of this group, but they're actually going to have some fresh help later on in the race, a fresh driver later on for Grip TV. But it seems like the 397's just content to ride right behind the 55, just not worry about leading the pace of this race. But from my calculations, 20 more minutes and we might start seeing some pit stops from these MX-5s.
Now, sorry to interrupt here, just to cut off Paul a little bit, but our student GT3 drivers have all now come out of the pit lane, and just look at the way they're stacked up right now. It's just half a second to the car, 1/10 of a second to the car, another half a second back to the car. It's like, there's 7, 8, 9 cars all just stacked up right now, and some of these guys, this really shuffled the order. Some of the slower cars managed to work their way through that traffic jam very, very well. picked up a few spots, but as the faster guys start catching them again, this gaggle of cars is really going to turn into something that's exciting to watch, and it's already starting now. As Vacing and Austin, the Momentum Endurance car, looking to the outside in the chicane on Danny Bose and the Gathering of Tweakers VLN car, not quite able to get the move done just yet, and that actually moved Jan Sintowski and the Vendaval Sim Racing Azul car into the picture just a little bit more as they now rejoin the Nordschleife here and go and start a big long lap here at this racetrack. But this is going to be some interesting laps for these GT3 drivers.
Now, the big loser out of all of that incident was the Gecko Vortex Sim Racing car, the 111 car. They've managed to get going again. Their pit stop time was about 17 seconds longer, Randy, and that may be just to fix a little bit of damage that was involved in that incident. But that was a huge thing, and that's completely mixed up the GT3 field.
Oh yeah, I mean that's they're definitely the big losers here. They're now running a minute and a half off the leaders in 7th place, so that's definitely not what we want to see. But this is what we do want to see is excitement, and really the way this field just got stacked up, we just got forced into getting it.
So, well, we're over an hour gone so far, an hour and 9 minutes gone in the race here, and we've got more MX-5 action going on. This side, well, nose to tail, it's the 397, and now got ahead into the lead, but the slipstream, once again, that draft down that long straight, you're doing 122 miles an hour. That's the absolute 123, 124 miles an hour, 125. I'm just absolutely on the limit of that MX-5's capabilities. And the number 55 car, Rookie Racing Team, they are back ahead of that Team RSO car, and Francesco, they've certainly been just ding-dong battle all the way through. They've carried it on, and it just seems to be that with that Team RSO car, they go for that move early on down the straight. Maybe we bet for them to just hang off the throttle a little bit, stay behind, and then go past towards the end of that straight.
Yeah, absolutely, because, I mean, they're sitting in this draft right now. They get a good amount of help, but once they jump to the side, that's all gone, and it looks like they just can't pull the run. And I can't believe I'm saying this at the Nürburgring of all places, but the draft is the great equalizer, and it's really keeping that 55. He's been able to kind of counter what the 397's been doing, move over to the other side of the track to stop them going by. So really at this point, I think the 397's just going to wait for that 55 to make a mistake and maybe try and force it, play around in the mirror a little bit, drive a little bit around the track, get the 55 off his line just a tad, and we might see that Rennsport Online Mazda, he might jump to the front of this field here.
Something I'd like to... I'm sorry, just pointing out this lead battle in the Miatas, we're talking this big long track here at the Nürburgring, and looking at lap times, Rookie Racing Team, they ran a 9-minute 50.849. The Team RSO 397, they ran a 9:50.876. So within half of a tenth that these MX-5 leaders are absolutely incredible racing.
And we've got a battle for P5 overall with the GT3 cars. It's the 197 car of Team RSO in that sort of turquoisey blue car there, and Pure Racing Team, the number 74 car, they're battling away. They have got a car ahead of them that looks like it's a lap down. Looks like no, it isn't. It's the 186 car of the One Row Sim Sport car. Now they have had 2 pit stops, so we saw them involved a little bit instant earlier on, but they're up now, up into 4th place for the time being. So a little bit out of line in terms of pit stops there for them, Randy. But I really don't know what I'm saying here. But all I'm saying is it's really close between the P5 and P6.
Yeah, this is definitely very, very close, and they, like you said, they did that early pit stop and they were kind of shuffled out of the order. And really, you might generally say that taking an early stop 20 minutes early would be a detriment. However, the way that stack off happened on pit lane, I don't know if these guys were involved with that at all. I can't remember who exactly was involved in that, but he got himself out in clean air, and now he managed to get himself out front. And really, the way that Patrick Wolf in the Pure Racing Team car, as well as Manuel Sadu in the Team RSO car, the way these two teams have been fighting all in that first hour, I think he made a very, very smart decision to pit early.
Well, yeah, they're certainly getting close between them as they go down here. There's a little jump here.
Oh no!
Oh, Karol! Into the wall, and well, I said there's a little jump there, and John Atkinson, major incident, more contact this time with one of the GT3 cars. That was the 797 car, RC.de car. Sven Demel at the wheel of that one, but John Atkinson Jr. Big damage to that BMW, Randy.
Absolutely huge incident, and that's definitely not good for John Atkinson Jr. there. It started with that initial incident, really, and it just kind of re-entering the track there. Well, he kind of just parked it there on the pit lane, or excuse me, on the racing surface, and I don't think Sven Demel even realized that car was there. Came through at full tilt, and well, that BMW was just right in the middle of the track.
It'll be interesting to see what damage there is on that, but John Atkinson really struggling to get this car back to pits. In fact, he's facing the wrong way at the moment, and I think he's better off just getting a tour back to pits, and that's exactly what he's going to do. So the 186 car back to pit road for them. That was a huge incident, and well, look at the front end of the Team RSO car in the 197 car. They've got no bonnet now. What's happened there? There's certainly been something happen between them, but well, Pure Racing Team, they're right behind them, trying to use that draft down the long straight there, but not able to make it past Randy to be able to get ahead of them for the time being, so they'll have to stay fifth with Patrick Wolf. But look at how quick that BMW is into those corners.
Yeah, the BMW, everyone knows that's really where it makes the time. Coming down that long Gottlinger Hose straightaway, it's really bad. However, when you have to get on the brakes into Tiergarten and into Hohenrain, that BMW can really close up the gap here.
Yeah, so, well, I don't know what happened there, but, yeah, that was my racing showing no bonnet there, but it's back now, so apologies for that. Obviously, I'm seeing a little different things to what you're seeing there, but Patrick Wolf still battling away for this one for the time being, and that one certainly is a real close battle between those two for that fourth place at the moment. And well, Francisco, we've still been getting that close racing, although the 397 car just fallen back a little bit in the MX-5s for the time being. We've not had much going on in the Kias as well, Francisco, but certainly those MX-5s, they're just starting to gap out a little bit now.
Yeah, it looks like the 55 is actually starting to pull away a little bit from that 397. I've actually been taking a look through the field, and I was looking at the other RSO car that's up here. That's Alex Zerny. He's in the 398. He's been lapping about 4 seconds off what the leaders have, and that was last time by Luis Silveira in the Vendavelson Racing Bronco. That's that Mazda. They're running 5th in class right now. They've been just kind of very steady. That car's absolutely clean. I think it's probably the cleanest Mazda out here, and just Rennsport as well. It's just been keeping very good track of their cars, but right now it looks like the Balfour Lido 55 cut the curb, got a little bit loose there, but the 397, just as we say, as they start to spread out, he actually reins back in on that 55, and meanwhile we have the Kia leader, the 116, that's the Pure Racing Team machine. He's going to catch actually the leaders, so we're going to have the two leaders of Kia and Mazda on the same screen for a minute. This is going to space out that battle between the Mazdas right now as they head up the hill towards Carousel.
Well, we have that battle just getting spaced out there. I'll just quickly go through your top threes once again, as we are an hour and a quarter into this race. Your overall leader is Falcon GP VLN, the number 16 car, Keir Kasherby at the front of that one. Second place is Pure Racing Team, number 73, Maximilian Meneke at the wheel of that car, with Nils Koch at the wheel of the Core Motorsports car, number 23 car, in third place in your GT3s. At the front of the Kias, it is Pure Racing Team, the 116 Michael Shellback at the wheel of that car. He's pulled out an 11-second lead after those pit stops over Glacier Racing. Joni Takinen at the wheel of that one, with Core Sim Racing with Frederick Rasmussen in third place in the number 1 car in your Kias. And in the Mazda MX-5 class, well, you have got the number 55 car of Rookie Racing Team, Yoni Bestampo at the wheel of that one as they're coming through this downhill section once again, with Team RSO right behind them. This is the closest battle for a lead out of all of your cars. Tobias Schöne at the wheel of that one in the Team RSO 397 car. And in third place, just dropping back from those two, is the Grip TV blue car of Christopher Barrett at the wheel of that one. but is now 14.5 seconds behind the battle for the lead in the MX-5. So what we're going to do, we're just going to go and take a step side for a couple of moments, just while we get our breath back, refresh our drinks, and we will not miss anything as we will go race spot side by side. This is the iRacing VLN Endurance Championship here on RaceSpot TV, on iRacing Live, and on VLN.de. We'll be right back after these short messages.
Since 2010, the highest echelon of sim racing competition has focused on NASCAR and Grand Prix racing. 50 of the best drivers in the world doing battle for championship glory. Each man for himself, and even though there may be teammates on track, each driver is in command of his own destiny. Until now. 2016 sees the start of a new era in World Championship competition, with team racing getting its chance in the spotlight. No longer can one driver rule supreme, but you must rely on those with whom you share a car, a setup, a strategy. Endurance racing can be very different to other forms of motorsports, with races in this series lasting either 3 or 6 hours. Teams of 2 or 3 drivers, perhaps on opposite sides of the world, will share seat time, each having to collectively work towards one common goal. Crash out, and it's not just you who you let down. Officially sanctioned by SRO, it will be teams of drivers who will go head to head, car to car, rival to rival, in the pursuit of a championship. And there's over $25,000 in cash and prizes up for grabs. Some of the world's biggest sim racing teams are represented. There's also a group of teams who haven't seen this stage before, who want to make their mark and say we can hang with the best. The team racing revolution is here. It's loud, it's exciting, and it lives on iRacing Live, starting April 23rd. The 2016 iRacing World Championship Grand Prix Series is all about change. New teams, new drivers, new tracks, even a new logo. And oh yeah, there's a brand new car. After 5 years of competition, we say goodbye to the Williams FW31 and we say hello to the McLaren MP430. But this isn't just a brand new car, it's a whole new ballgame. And with it, we bring new excitement, new strategies, new technology. For example, energy recovery and drag reduction systems. There's a new way of thinking about racing, and for all the drivers participating, it's back to the drawing board, wiping the slate clean in the ever-consuming pursuit of perfection. One little slip-up, one wrong move on track, one poor strategy call, and it's over. That's the difference between coming up short and becoming champion, and being $10,000 richer to boot. So yeah, change is in the air, but we're going to start getting answers on the 27th of February as the 7th year of iRacing World Championship competition kicks off. And you won't miss a thing, with every single race live on iRacing Live, coverage brought to you by RaceSpot TV. So join us fortnightly from 1:30 p.m. GMT.
Welcome back to the iRacing VLN Endurance Championship here on RaceSpot TV, iRacing Live and VLN.de. We are into the second hour here of this race, and we are currently watching the 197 car in 4th place overall. They're battling away with Pure Racing team, but just to keep you up to date, in the lead of this race, Falcon GP, VLN, are in the lead of this one by about 11 seconds ahead of Pure Racing team and Core Motorsports. In your Kia class, you've got Pure Racing team in the lead of that one, Glacier Racing second, and Core Sim Racing in third. And in your MX5 class, you have got Rookie Racing team in the lead of that one, with Team RSO in second, and Grip TV are currently in third place. That's the top 3 from each class. We're keeping an eye on this 4th place battle, Randy, for the GT3s, and it's been pretty close between these two all the way through this race, and they're certainly giving us some really good action as we head down towards the end of the GP circuit and onto the Nordschleife circuit.
Yeah, this battle for P4 and 5 in this GT3 field has been absolutely insane, really, since the drop of the green flag. And Pure Racing Team and TMS and Team RSO, I mean, they just can't get away from each other. Something that happened when we were at break, you may have seen it on the side-by-side, I'm not sure, but for a moment, Team RSO actually held the lead in this MX5 class. However, Rookie Racing Team was able to get it straight back and is now back out in front. So it's going to be interesting to see what happens if they go and get down to the back straightaway again, because that's where the 397 actually managed to get that pass done.
We've got this is the first round of this championship, so everyone's wanting to get a really good start in this series. But Alvin, just look at this. So we'll look at this battle as they're trying to get past as a 74 car. Not really an overtaking opportunity there, but they're certainly looking impatient trying to get past. But Alvin, this endurance race on this circuit compared to other circuits, just how does it differ compared to, say, someone like Spa?
Well, even like you mentioned Spa, and it's a really good comparison because both of them have good elevation changes. But whereas in Spa, you got the elevation changes, you got 2 or 3 big elevation changes within 1 lap. Up in here, you got elevation changes like 7, 8, 9, 10 times. Plus, you also gotta consider that on like real proper racetrack, this is pretty much like a public road, so sometimes you're gonna catch some airtime, and you really gotta be on your toes when you're going at speed at the limit on this track. So it's really a balance of being careful with the car, but also you gotta be fast, as of course you want to do the best for you. You wanna go for the win. But yeah, it's a balance between going fast and also being careful and not to crash the car, as you gotta take the fact that this is a public road into consideration.
Absolutely. So we see how this circuit differs when we've got that Grand Prix section compared to the rest of the track. So you got that sort of that differential there. It's still the 74 car Pure Racing team not able to make it past this Team RSO car. Patrick Wolf at the wheel of the Pure Racing team car, just trying to find a way through. A little bit of damage on the front right of that car, but certainly able to be competitive and push for it. And Francisco, you got some news on the 398 car.
Yeah, that's the second Rennsport entry in the Mazda MX-5 class. They actually came down pit road, had a driver change. That car was at the time running 4th. He's now dropped down, I believe. No, he's still running. We're shown on the board right now that he's running 4th, but he's actually gone back a few places. Alex Zerny has hopped out. Yeah, he's running 6th right now. Alex Zerny has hopped out of that machine, and there's a new pilot for that 398. So that's allowed actually 2 more MX-5s, the Vendaval Bronco machine and the Team Inactive machine. Both of them have now passed that second Rennsport entry. So Patrick Lankow is now in that 398. So I think that means we might start seeing the MX-5 leaders. They might be coming this time.
Yeah, so they'll be looking to get that pit stop done. We've still got this battle going on for 4th place as they head through this fast left-hander here. They've got more MX-5 traffic. It is the 398 car, in fact, that they're going to just blast past there at such high speed, 140 miles an hour through that right-hander into this tight right-hander as we go towards the carousel. These two just can't be separated at the moment, but there's no real overtaking opportunities unless one of them makes a mistake through the carousel. We'll have to wait and see, but no, able to hold on to that one. So what we will do is we'll bring in one of our drivers, and Randy, take it away for a quick interview.
Yeah, I'm standing by with Florian. Is it Voigt?
Yeah, Voigt.
I'll call you. I'll call you Florian. So I'm stood by with Florian. He's actually driving that Pure Racing Team number 120 car. The car number is 84, and you were part of that huge, we'll say, gaggle that happened on that pit entrance. What happened from your perspective?
Yeah, it was a little crazy, I would say. We were both heading down the straight. Then Christian was cutting a little into the pit lane, so I had to brake down a little. And then at the point when we entered the pit, he was decelerating down to 20 kilometers per hour, and my pit limiter was in, and I couldn't believe that he was nearly standing, and no way, I couldn't avoid the crash. There was no possibility to avoid this.
Yeah, that was definitely one of those incidents where it just looked like the car ahead of you kind of just stopped and spun, and really for everybody there was nowhere to really go. A couple cars managed to actually carve their way through that very well, give themselves a couple positions. But overall, this really stacked up our, the mid-pack of this GT3 field, where, it was getting spread out, but now if you look from about P9 down to really about P15, P14, P15, separated only by about 20 seconds, which is...
Oh,
really
sorry, we've got a big incident here. The 197 car has spun. Going around there, and the Pure Racing Team collect them as well. Just a little bit of a contact there. Sorry to cut into there, Randy, but that's a big moment. That's a big moment for our 4th place car. That Audi just losing control, and well, Team RSO, the 197 car, luckily not able to collect the barriers. They're carrying on. But for the time being, they're down to 5th place now, and they're under pressure from the 797 car behind.
Yeah, Patrick Wolf in this number 74 car, he actually had a bit of damage from that. He actually bounced off that Audi, and he actually got slung into that left side barrier. So that's, I think, really the Pure Racing Team car of Patrick Wolf. Unfortunately, as we're interviewing one of their brethren, really just drew the short straw there, and have they really didn't do anything wrong there, and they have a good chunk of damage right now. Hopefully, that's not going to be race ending. But going back to talking to you, Florian. Overall in this race, a lot of things that even someone as experienced as I am, I've seen a lot of things that have never happened before happen. We saw that obvious, incident at the pit entry for you guys in the mid-pack of that GT3 field. And if you haven't seen it yet, DVR to the end of the first lap for the Miatas, because basically all 12 cars went 3 by 3 into the last corner at the end of the long straightaways. But this has been an absolutely fantastic race, even this hour and a half into it. What's your opinions on this VLN series they have running, and are you guys planning to run the whole championship, or what's the deal?
Yeah, at the moment we're not really sure how to set up the teams really. It was just a quick setup because it was really short time since it was pronounced to the first race. But we said, yeah, we're gonna start with some of the cars, and until yet, I'm pretty happy with the series. I mean, I've seen, I would say it's been many nice fights in the GT3 class. We were heading from the last place to 7 now, so it was really fun for the first stint which I had. The people are driving really good at the moment, I would say. So even the lower classes are making place and everything. So it's a really, I would say, good race. Everybody is playing fair, and except of that crazy incident in the pit, I would say it was really fun for the first stint, and I think it's going to be much more exciting in the next races for sure.
So just one more question and then I'll wrap it up. Something the VLN series is undoubtedly famous for. How's the traffic been?
yeah, just like I said, the traffic is really good, I would say. They open up really good, and it was really fun to drive through the traffic here, I would say.
All right, so that's Florian in the the Pure Racing Team 120 car. The actual number in competition is 84, but the team name is slightly different. But that's okay. Well, Florian, good luck to you guys. I believe Lars Conrad is currently in that car right now. Well done navigating that incident in pit lane as well as you can, and we'll try to catch up with you guys later on in this event.
All right, see you guys.
Back to you, Paul.
Yeah, thank you very much, Randy, for that excellent in-depth analysis and interview there from him. But just going back to that incident that happened while we were interviewing for him, just lost control with the 197 car going through that right-hander. It's like a medium-speed right-hander there, and the car just lost control. Like I said, they were lucky not to hit the barrier there.
Yeah, I mean that corner, while the entry might be. The mid corner might be medium speed, but the entry is very, very, very fast there, and the walls are very close, and it is very easy to lose the car, particularly if you have the car trimmed out a little bit. So I'm not really surprised that we had an incident there. Actually, we have something going on with the 197. I'm not sure.
Yeah, they're battling away with the 797 car.
Is it just me, or is there a lot of 97s? We have 197, 797, 397.
We have a 97.
And we have a 97, guys.
I don't think there is a 97 car. No, there isn't. So that's one that's missing. But yeah,
999 numbers to choose from.
And nobody picks a 97 car. But yeah, this battle for 5th place and in your GC3, they're pretty close together, so we'll keep an eye on that one. I'll bring Francisco into the commentary here. He's been keeping an eye on the MX-5s because they have started. A couple of them going into the pits so far. Just let us know what's been catching us up to speed with that class there.
Yeah, Tobias Zerny actually came down pit road that last time by, so they've also done a driver change, and Erlicott has actually hopped into that 397. So he's now.
Oh my word!
That is a huge thing. Nearly a massive crash there. Great driving from all three drivers there. It was the 197 car, Team RSO, the 797, and also the Grip TV car. Oh, I thought there was going to be a massive crash there, but credit to all three drivers. They got through it all in the end.
Yeah, I was buried in the 24 Grip TV blue car, and I was just getting ready to say they've moved up to second now with the pit stops going through, and they still retain second place, but oh man. But actually running third.
That 24 MX-5 almost got booted like a soccer ball in Rocket League.
But actually, I do want to mention that they've moved up to third. That's Luis Silveira in the Vendaval Sim Racing Bronco. They've actually moved up to third now, third in class. So that the MX-5, they've just been kind of eating away at the lead. They haven't really lapped faster in the leaders. They're about 5 seconds off kind of the leader pace that we saw. The leaders had been run around the 950 range, and Vendaval's been running 955s, and then meanwhile Team Inactive has also gone past that RSO car that is pitted. So that RSO the 397, actually no, they have swapped now. So Erlicott's actually moved back up into fourth, so despite pitting, he's only lost about 2 positions now.
Yeah, I can tell you that Luis Silveira is at the wheel of that number 11 car. He is a very good driver. I've raced against him. I say raced against him. He's pulled away from me in races. So he is a very good driver, and he certainly knows how to handle that MX-5. So he's doing good so far in 3rd place overall for the time being. But the 397 car, as you say, back up to 4th place for them in this race. So going well for them. And Alvin, let's just check in with the Kia. Nothing much really going on there, but certainly good driving from Michael Shellback now. He's, 23 seconds ahead of 2nd place Glacier Racing.
Yeah, definitely after that first pit, pretty much the whole Kia field is it's been pretty wide open now. The Michael Shellback on the Pure Racing Team number 116, he's open a 12.7 second lead over 2nd place, which is Glacier Racing. So pretty much it seems as things are going so far, there's really doesn't seem to be any much action on the Kia field. It's just a matter of keeping the car on the track and making sure you make it into the finish line.
And we've had a spin, just a little half spin from Nils Koch in the Core Motorsports car, the number 33 car. It's after the mini carousel, so towards the end of the lap, just clips the curb on the inside, loses control of the car, goes a 180, manages to keep it out the barriers. Again, Austin powers it, just trying to get back on to that racing line, and nobody to be able to get through. But yeah, the number 33 car in the Core Motorsports, third place overall, losing some big time there. Now 24 seconds behind second place.
Yeah, Nils Koch in that Core Motorsports car, like you said, the 33 car running in third. So if you like the number 3 and you're a NASCAR fan, well, 3. But yeah, definitely just, going through the mini carousel there. He just had the angle a little narrow. He had the line a little narrow. He pushed out a little bit wide, and he kind of high centered that Audi on the banking transition there. As actually we got something going on with the 197 car, the Team RSO 197. Well, he's got, basically traffic to pass, and actually he's got Sven Demmel right behind him, and Sven has a bit of a run. I would not be surprised, Paul, if we see Sven make a move here at the end of this straightaway, and actually he's going to wait before the end of this straightaway, and they better be careful. There's Joni Backman and the Glacier Racing Kia is just up in front. They might just get to them.
Yeah, so the side-by-side down that straight, the 197 car just not got the top speed, so maybe with that little bit of front-end damage, just causing a little bit of aero drag, and not able to get past for the time being. He's having to cut back in to the slipstream there. But yeah, they were getting past the number 1 car, Core Sim Racing Kia. That's the third place Kia in this field. They were getting past them to lap, and well, it's the 797. Of course, it was the 797 car that hit the arm cut as they headed towards pit road, wasn't it? So they had that instant. So. They're not doing too bad to say that they are in 6th place for the time being. Sven Demmel at the wheel of that car, not able to get past the 197 car of Team RSO.
Yeah, definitely, and with that aerodynamic deficiency in terms of top speed, that's going to make it really, really hard for them to get around this Team RSO 197 car. Because really the best places to pass are into turn 1, at the end of the GP section back straightaway, and at the end of that the Daunter Host straightaway, and can't really make a pass on a straightaway if you're slower than the car in front, so they're probably just going to have to throw it up the inside somewhere on this Nordschleife, hopefully safely if they want to get by.
And we've got the leader of the MX-5s in, so Joni Mastempo at the wheel of that 55 Rookie Racing team car. They are in pit road getting a refuel and tyres. Team RSO, who they were battling with, they're just coming down that long straightaway as they head towards the end of the lap. So this will be interesting to see how this one goes. Grip TV Blue, they're coming into pit road as well. We saw them have that heart in their mouth moment earlier on. In fact, they've got a long way to go down on pit road. Van Devel Sim Racing Branco as well, they're onto pit road. So yeah, they're on there. So the 397 car, they're coming towards the end of the lap. Rookie Racing team, they're still on pit road. They'll be interested to see whether having that slightly earlier pit stop may have just caused them, or maybe traffic or something will make that they can get back past, because they're coming on towards the pit straight now. And now we're going to have a change of lead. We are in the MX-5s. The 397 car for Francisco is going to take the lead of this one, you would think.
And absolutely, and I think that just goes to show how fast that 397 really was. I think he was just sitting behind the 55 waiting to make his move, and when he wasn't able to do it, I think he said, all right, let's just pit early, get us some new tires. They have a driver change now, so that 397 is now jumped up into that lead spot for the first time solidly in this race, and that's Erka Erlicott. He's driving that machine. The 55 has also just come off pit road, but he's a good deal back. I'm looking 1, 2, 3, about 2 or 3 corners right behind in the GP arena right now. And 398 has also just gone past, so Rensport has actually moved up to 1st and 3rd on the podium in MX-5 right now, doing a great job.
Yeah, and something maybe we could think into here is really, in these Miatas, let's talk about, this, we're talking the first pit stop an hour and 40 minutes into this race. So I really think I would not be surprised this leading Rensport car if they may have actually short-filled here, because they got a huge gap. That gap's something like 20 seconds. and I don't see Yanni Mastampo, the pace he's had, I don't see him losing, anywhere near that amount of time in a pit cycle. I think Team RSO here might have short-filled. I'd expect to see them pit earlier, but their second and, more than likely final pit stop will also be longer as well. So I don't, this battle is certainly spread out for now, but I don't think it's anywhere near done.
Absolutely, and I actually talked to the Grip TV guys. I talked to them during the race. Mike Mason, he's going to be hopping in the third stint of this car, but basically what Grip TV's planning to do is they wanted to go an hour and a half. They went a little bit over that, so they're going to go another hour stint with Christopher in the car, and then they're actually going to driver change at this next pit stop. So they're trying to do a two-stop strategy, and RSO, I would assume maybe they did that first hour or the shorter stint. They got that out of the way, or I'm guessing that's what they're going to try and do right now, because that 55, he's still pretty fast, and I think he's slowly catching that 397 right now.
And we have got a battle in the Kia class. It is for second place overall. It's the number 2 car, Glacier Racing, there with Yoni Bachmann at the wheel. And then it's Thomas Ahrens at the wheel of the Court Sim Racing number 1 car. And that is a battle, like I say, for third place as that Glacier Racing car runs a little bit wide through the left-hander there, trying to carry as much speed as possible. But that Court Sim Racing car certainly looking a lot quicker, Alvin. I'm sure you've been keeping an eye on this one.
Yeah, absolutely. After the second pit stop, Court Sim Racing, they just changed drivers, and it looks like it's starting to pay off as they have caught with P2 and Glacier Racing, and it seems like they definitely are going for the second place as we have some faster PT3 traffic going around them, but really no problem.
And also in the Kias as well, you've got the number 69 car, Virtual Drivers. That's Johan Charaya at the wheel of that. I do apologise if I've said that wrong. And you've also got Bram Renners as well in the Talk Freak Racing Corkscrew car, the 451 car. So they're battling over 5th place in the Kia class. But it's that second place battle that's important one here, because these two, they're pretty close together. They're trying to just see which one can get that move done. Like I say, there's a little bit of damage on the front of that Core Sim Racing car, the number 1 car, so that will affect the top speed of this Kia Optima. And you said earlier, Alvin, about the Kia with it being front wheel drive. It's pretty good on the brakes and pretty good through the corners, unless it's...
But if he pushes wide, the 69 pushes wide, he gets into the wall.
Oh no! Oh, what have I done? I've given it the curse of the commentator here. Once again, the number 69 car into that right-hander and, into the wall hard. That's quite a hit there. Will he be able to carry on? Yes, he will for the time being, but that car will not be steering straight, that's for sure, Randy. That's a big accident there for them. They've lost a lot of speed and a lot of steering, and off they go into the barrier again. And that's going to be them done now. They're going back to pit, so they're going to have a tour. It's all happening here in the Kias because the 274 car is also toured back as well. Patrick Rowland in the MSP driver's home car. They've had an accident through the fast left-hander at the start of the lap on the Notch Life section. It's all happening here, Randy.
Yeah, that was a pretty big incident from that 69 car. And I'm not going to put all the blame on you, Paul, although we are at the North Life and we are GT Racing, so I know you are doing your best Will Vincent impression to wreck cars. But we noticed that battle due to someone in chat, so I think I'm going to blame that person.
You should all probably blame me because I have been back for about 3 minutes, and in that time, like 5 cars have crashed.
There we go. So
it's
ladies and
Cam's
gentlemen,
fault.
Yeah, blame Cam. That's what
Go
we
get
usually
Zoe,
do here.
Cam. We need Zoe.
She's
Zoe will save us.
So yeah, I've returned after somebody decided to take a Ford Mustang and put it upside down into a medium. But you know what? That's they're okay. So that's the sad part. So for everyone else that is just joining us, I left at the commercial break. Why don't you tell me and the viewers what has happened?
Randy, take it away.
Well, basically, it's just continued to spiral slowly and slowly out of control. There's been, were you here for the checkup on the pit lane?
Stop, yes.
Yeah, you were here for that, but there's been
that was right before the commercial break.
Yeah, besides that, it's mostly just been a series of, kind of I don't want to say silly, but just sort of solo incidents. You know, not really, haven't seen anything really dirty or any, you know, dumb driving mistakes. It's just been, you know, someone catching a bit of oversteer over a bump or someone catching a curb wrong, and, you know, maybe someone gets collected. I think the biggest incident was the the 197 RSO car in the GT3 field. They actually spun on the latter half of the lap just before the mini carousel, and they actually collected that Pure Racing Team number 74 a little bit, and that Pure Racing Team car is carrying a little bit of damage, but then again, Manuel Sudo is also lapping a couple seconds slower per lap than that PRT car is, so who knows what the pace really is for those guys.
Well, who knows indeed, I was going to say. I saw that Team RSO car a little bit far behind, getting hounded by Sven Demmel in his Sim RC.E797. But I have to say, though, Falcon GP, nothing's changed there. He just did a 7:59.1. That's, oh boy, that's a very fast lap as far as I'm concerned.
Oh, he's 8 seconds off qualifying, Cam. That's nothing.
Well, we are, but those are different weather conditions, though, and in traffic and in a track that's going to constantly be
evolving,
rubbered in. Yeah, evolving.
There you go. That's
There's no
my
Mitsubishis
contribution
in the race.
I got it.
Hey.
The evolution. I had to think about it. I'm like, he does. There aren't, but okay. And then I got it. What's befallen the Thrustmaster Movano car?
That is a very good point. What has happened to them? They've got a lot of damage to the car.
Breaking
Well
news.
spotted there, Cam. They have some damage on the front of their car. I will just find out what's happened
Where's
there.
our breaking news music?
Them. Dun dun dun! Breaking news. There you go. Actually, no, don't carry on. I'm just trying to find out what's happened to them. Actually,
this is happening early in the lap here for them.
That breaking news jingle kind of broke down there.
Ah, yes, so it was through the fast left-hander. They made a little bit of contact and into the barrier, so it's coming up towards the carousel.
Ah, yes.
And yeah, they just made a little bit of contact with the car on the inside, and ended up in the wall, and that cost them dearly. They're in the pits at the moment, going nowhere fast.
Well, so let's just rack it up to 6 cars since I've returned.
Good job, Kim.
So I think what happened, I'm thinking about it now, we originally started cursing drivers. Evan must have given that to Cam. Cam must have brought it here, and me being here must have just amplified it. That's gotta be
We've been doing this for a very long time.
Well, all I can say is thank goodness that Will Vincent isn't here, because he is the king of killing cars in endurance racing, especially after that last Gathering the Tweakers one, as we've still got this battle going on between the 2 and the 1 car, as the 2 car almost getting together with that Dado number 44 car. So Glacier Racing trying to let that GT3 car past, and the thing is, with this Kia and the GT3 car, there's not actually much difference in top speed, and that GT3 car is getting frustrated behind that Kia.
Yeah, definitely. It is one of those things that this car, the Kia, it's pretty much a proper race car, unlike the MX-5, which is pretty much it's just a purely street car, and it's had some modifications to make it more race suitable for racing in terms of safety. But this Kia car is pretty much it's a proper race car. So when they go into the top speed, yeah, it's been pretty much it's been able to match the top speed of the GT3, which can make it a little bit frustrating. So really good job by Kia and GT3 trying to get it to work.
Well, I mean, speaking as a man who does drive his Kia far too much on the iRacing service, 375 brake horsepower going through the front wheels. It will kill your tyres, but if you've got this car set up right and if you've got good throttle control, you can make this car go fast, as another one of the GT3 cars is coming up behind.
Yes, and well, they're still battling hard. I'm sorry, I just wanted to throw this out there. As somebody who owns a 2015 Kia Optima, you need really good tires, because otherwise it drives like crap. And now you have a feeling these have very good tires.
Excellent tyres, only the best for this Kia Optima as well. This battle still going on for second place here in the Kia class. Yeah, the GT3 is flashing the lights. These Kias can't flash the headlights, which is a good thing, really, with Kia drivers, because knowing Kia drivers, they're very impatient. They like to use the chrome horn at the front there just to get people out of the way. So everybody so far just keeping it clean in this race. Maybe I'm racing in the wrong championships, Cam.
Well, maybe, but I have to say, my Kia Optima, I don't believe has like 360 whatever you said horsepower.
375.
But what's that?
375 brake horsepower.
375 ponies. But mine doesn't have that. I'm pretty sure at least. But
You have the big wing on it, Cam?
I don't. That was an option. And
You have
I
the
did
racing
not elect
interior,
to
though.
take that. I don't have the racing interior either. No.
Him and his wife have to get in through the window.
Yeah. I'm pretty sure these ones have doors, Randy. It's not NASCAR.
Well, I can tell you, we've had the 797 car has dropped down a place here. They've lost a place to Lars Conrad in the Pure Racing Team car, the number 84 car, on this lap. I don't know what's happened there. We'll have to maybe have one of you guys just check it out for us there. But they're battling away now with the 103 car. And that's Stefan, let's have a look. It's the Indigo car of Stefan Kof at the wheel of that one in the BMW. That's the BMW that we saw have that spin earlier on in the race. So they're trying to recover in this one for the time being, Cam. And well, that 797 car has been in the wars a little bit today.
I think everybody's been in the wars a little bit today, except for the Falcon GP VLN car. And probably the PRT 73 car, because their car looks relatively unscathed. But what ended up happening with the Core Motorsports car, though? They were solidly in second. Something has befallen them.
Well, they had a spin on their own. They were in third place. They lost the place to Pure Racing Team. And then they've had a spin on their own at the mini carousel, which we did catch a little bit earlier, just after the ad break, so it was while you were away there. But they're that far ahead. I mean, you look at it, they're 25 seconds behind the Pure Racing Team second place car of Maximilian Benake. But they're also, let's have a look at that, 1 minute and 8 seconds ahead of Patrick Wolf. So that just tells you how much difference there is between these front three compared to the rest of the GT3 class. And the thing is, that big incident that happened in the pit lane closed up all of that GT3 class. As we've got the 398 car is driving along, a little bit of damage at the rear there. Doesn't look too bad, but certainly involved in something. Maybe Francisco can let us know what happened.
Well, that actually was when I didn't realize this, but this actually happened when they came off pit road. And from what I could tell, it looked like car contact of some kind. I wasn't able to see which car that was involved with, but that was after the driver change, actually. So they've been driving around with that damage ever since they came out of the pits. And they really haven't been able to make up a whole lot of time on our two leaders in MX-5 right now, the 397 and the 55. So, and really with Grip TV being as far back as they are right now, I really think that as far as first place goes, the first two spots on the podium are probably going to go down between the 397 and the 55.
Well, the Kias are still battling away. The number 2 and the number 1 car, Glacier Racing and Core Sim Racing, they're going down the back straight here. And Core Sim Racing, like I say, that damage on the front of their car, it is affecting their top speed. They're only getting about 1 kilometre an hour faster down the back straight, so they're not able to close up here. This is where you would normally see that draft come into effect, but it just goes to show just the slightest bit of aero damage on the front of that Kia, Alvin, and it costs you the chance of getting ahead of the car in front.
Yeah, definitely. Even though,
big moment for them actually. All over the grass into the barrier there for Core Sim Racing. Thomas Ahrens, he got caught out the car. Looked like it just bounced as it went through the left-hander over the grass just to try and avoid anything, and then heavily into the barrier there. Well, I was talking about a little bit of aero damage on the front now. That's got huge damage, and onto pit road they go. And that's pretty much ruined their chances of battling for second place there, Alvin.
Yeah, definitely really unfortunate. Right as you come out of that big straightaway, there is unfortunately one bump there that if you're not careful, you can really lose the car, and that's what happened to the Corson Racing car there. It's yeah, really unfortunate. They had a little bit of damage. Now they definitely got a lot more damage, and keeping it with the Kias and the Kia Owners Club with Cam. Hey, and I got something that may make your car just a little bit faster. You know that sometimes if you put racing stripes, it can make your car, it can give you like 50 horsepower.
I don't think it's gonna work. I don't think it works that way.
Yeah, well, I got a sticker that I can give to you that you can put in one of your side mirrors. You know that sometimes it said objects in mirror may be closer than they appear. Well, I got one that says objects in mirror are looser.
Yes, yes. Well, hey, you never know. That could possibly do it. But anyways, that Corus Sim Racing car, I mean, it looks like they might be able to get that thing fixed. Well, that's a lot of front-end damage for a front-wheel drive car. For a front-wheel drive? Yeah, front-wheel drive car. I said it right.
Yeah, you did. Well done, Cam.
Right,
I think you should have a lollipop for that. As we go into there, they're on to another lap. The Kias, by the way, have had their second pit stop in this race, and well, Michael Schellbach in that Pure Racing Team 116 car, he is currently now 43 seconds ahead of that number 2 Glacier Racing car, so big gap there in the lead of the Kia class. Well, we're almost at 2 hours of the race, so almost at the halfway point in this race. In the lead of your race. We haven't really mentioned them that much because they've been out the front for pretty much all the race. It is, in fact, they have been out for all of the race. It is Falcon GP, VLN car, the number 16 car. They are in the lead with Keika Shube at the wheel of that one. Second place is the Pure Racing Team, number 73 car, Maximilian Beneke at the wheel of that one. They are in second place. Third place is your number 33 car, Core Motorsports. They are 40 seconds behind the leader, so certainly big gap there, and you'd have to think the 2 hours remaining, unless there's a few sort of little errors going on up front, they're pretty much out of this one. Now your top 3 in your Kia class, well, you have got, as I said, Pure Racing Team, Michael Schellbach, Imperious at the front there. At the front there in first place in that class, with Glacier Racing 45 seconds behind in second place. Third place now is Torque Freak Racing Scott Corkscrew with Bram Reniers at the wheel of that car. And then in your MX5 class, you have got the 397 car of Team RSO. They are in the lead of this one, 5 seconds ahead of second place Rookie Racing Team, the number 55 car, with Team RSO, the 398 car, the car that you can't get the golf clubs in anymore. That is in third place with that damaged rear end. But we're just having a look at the moment of this battle for 10th place. At the moment, you've got the number 8 car, Momentum Endurance. You've got Van Davel Sim Racing Azul. They're in second place, second in that queue, and in third in that queue is Blackstar Racing. So this battle going on in the GT3s, you're certainly seeing these GT3s having close battles here, Randy, and well, it's carrying all the race long.
Oh yeah, it certainly is. You know, down here in this, you know, something we keep talking about is the fact that these races have been as close as they have. You know, the Kias are pretty much spread out. The Miatas, for the most part, with the exception kind of our leaders, are spread out. However, here in the GT3 field, it's still a hard fight here. You know, basically at the halfway point of this event.
Yeah, we've gone past the halfway point of this race, and these three still together as they head up the hill, towards the top of the hill here, towards the carousel. We just got to go through this right-hander first, and now, well, it's 8th, 9th and 10th, this battle for the time being. I do believe it is a battle for 8th, 9th and 10th anyway, as we've had instants going on. It's been an instant-filled first half of the race, and Randy, just quickly just touch on a few of the major instants that we've seen so far in this race.
Well, for the most part, it's been self spins, you know, basically all throughout the field, and for the most part, they haven't been too critical or too race ending. You know, the earliest incident I believe was the self spin of VRS Cohen Sim Sport, and they've since basically recovered, and they're currently running in P16, still about 7 spots down the order, but from where they started, but still, Martin Kroenke is actually in that car now, so I would not be surprised if you saw him pick up a lot of time on these cars in front, depending what the damage is like in that car. He's actually lapping about 10 seconds per lap quicker than the cars ahead of them in line, so he's going to be catching those guys here about 4, 5, 6 laps if he keeps driving the way he's driving. And, you know, besides that, the only big incident I can think of is, you know, that has involved a lot of cars was that gaggle on the pit lane. The other big one, though, I think that kind of shook up the field in general was that 197 self-spinning and collecting the Pure Racing Team 74.
So, I say, over the halfway point, and Alvin, the Kia class, it's been, you had that earlier battles going on, but then that Pure Racing Team 116 car of Michael Schellbach has just basically been a class apart in this class.
Yeah, definitely. Those first 40 minutes, it looked like it was gonna be a three-way battle for the class lead. But then after pit stop, it pretty much has started to spread out. And up to recently, we had a battle for P2 between Glacier and Corsin Racing. But unfortunately, we lost Corsin Racing due to a crash.
Yeah, that big incident for them, just getting a little bit of a hop, but this Kia can do it. It can just hop a little bit at the rear end, and if you don't catch it right, well, that's the end of your race. And we certainly saw that for them there in that Corsin Racing car. And well, Francisco, in the Mazda class, what hasn't happened there, because it's been absolutely fantastic racing with those guys, but it's all calmed down now for the time being. 5-second gap between your first two cars.
Yeah, exactly, and really the story of the race this second hour or so has been just Rennsport just coming out of nowhere. Obviously, they pitted before these guys, and it's definitely paid off for them right now, because, I mean, rookie racing team, who was up there challenging with the 397 and led basically the first hour and a half of this race, he's now running second, and just RSO has moved up to first and third, and just those two team cars have just been running really well. And, you know, with the Mazda leader running 32nd overall right now, started from 38th, and then you look back, and that second RSO car, the 398, they actually started 41st in class. They're running 34th right now. So a great run for both Rennsport Online Mazda MX-5s right now. And real racing team, or rookie racing team, they just need to just keep pounding away right at it, because I think if they're on the short fuel run and they come down, because you talked about it before, Paul, I believe that you were talking about how we thought the 397, the 398 might have taken a little bit less fuel. RRT might be able to do that and catch up to, with that 397. We might make a race out of this yet.
Oh no, the 398 is spun!
So why?
The 398 car just spun, coming up into Ardenau Forest. Again, one of those
got
famous
some front end damage.
Yeah, he's got some rear end damage too. Just coming into Ardenau Forest, he caught that curb on the left hand side, and you know, that's a section of track that's relatively famous for the incidents it can create. Very, very tricky bit of asphalt, and it bit the 398 car.
Yeah, and that's actually going to allow Grip TV to go by there, and they just got passed, so Grip TV is actually going to move up to third with that.
And they're towing it back because it's undrivable as that car. They tried to carry on driving it, but with most of the lap to go, they just couldn't get it going straight. So yeah, they're back in the pits. Absolute disaster for the 398 car. What is it with us? We mention cars and then the crash. I think in future we just don't mention anybody now. We just chat amongst ourselves. I think that's the safest way for this race to continue, because it's certainly been drama filled. We did see earlier as well Van Duvel at Sim Racing Azul with the number 7 car, Jan Sentowski, making it past the Momentum Endurance car. So that is now up to 7th place for the number 7 car on there. And, the spirit of Will Vincent is alive and well with us in this commentary booth, although he is in our second commentary booth, getting ready for the Formula Renaults this afternoon. You can catch it on Racespot TV as well, but you don't want to go anywhere from this one, because this, well, you do want to stay with us, because this has been an absolutely enthralling race. It's been an absolutely fantastic endurance event, and to say it's the first of these 8 races in the championship, if this is what we've got to look forward to for the rest of the 7 races, including, I do believe there's a 6-hour race as well involved in the next 7 races, it's going to be absolutely fantastic. I'm looking forward to it.
Oh, I am too. This has been more action-packed than our Sprint Race Formula 2.0 season. Really, the entire championship hasn't been nearly as exciting as this. The first 2 hours of this race has, and like you said, the rest of this championship, as well as the iRacing 24 Hours of the Nürburgring that's coming up later in the season as well. I believe in June. Yeah, that's going to be absolutely mental as well. Especially because we're not talking 3 classes in that race. We're talking 5.
Yeah, 5 classes, Cam, for you to sink your teeth into endurance racing with the 24 Hours of Nürburgring.
Absolutely. Well, we are going to have the Audi R8 in the GT3 category. You're going to have the Kia Optima that you see here, the MX-5 that you see here. We're adding in the Roof C-Spec, and I believe as a pair for the GT3, we're going to also have it with the BMW.
The 77
Cam
car.
just interrupted again.
The 77 car had a big twitch there. Coming down the hill there behind the number 8 car. They were closed up to the back of the Momentum Endurance car, but Kim Eriksson did well to hold on to that one, because that was a big moment there for them, coming through that twisty left-right section.
Yes, and unfortunately though, no Ford GT at the 24 hours.
And Cam just dies a little bit in his heart because of that news, don't you?
Well, it runs at the real thing. Anyways.
It's not anymore. I think the last one got binned.
Probably. I don't know. Just wait for them to get the new one that they probably will never get. So the Falcon GP VLN car. Anyways, that Mercedes, he's got a 15-second lead. That's for this being the top split of a race that's got hundreds and hundreds of drivers, I think this is a fairly good showing from Falcon GP.
Yeah, it certainly is a very good showing from them to have that. We've got the Kias, I do believe. There's one of the Kias, number 23, has had a big moment here, coming at the end of the straight. And I don't know. Oh, that's when I say a big moment, they've completely rolled that car. You want to see this one? The number 23 car heavily into the barrier, and over and over and over they go into the barrier and the outside, right at the end of the lap there. Just losing control through that chicane, and yep, touching the grass, that's what it does, and that's a lot of damage on that car. They've gone back onto pit road, so that Kia is parked up, probably maybe done for the day with that one, but maybe just get the damage fixed as much as you can and finish out this race, because there is still another hour and 50 minutes left in this race. As the leader, the leader's onto pit road.
The leader's on the pit road, and these are going to be scheduled pit stops for these guys, the 1 hour mark. We're going to have to keep an eye and see if we can get a redo of what happened the first time around the GT3 cars came in on pit lane. But talking about what you guys said, a good showing. I think overall this has been a fantastic showing for all the drivers involved. We're talking 2 hours into the race at the Nürburgring, and you guys were talking about it earlier. The people who started on pole in the slowest class have only moved up about 4 or 5 spots, give or take. So 5, maybe 6 retirements over the course of this event. And 2 hours into the race at the Nürburgring, a multi-class race at the Nürburgring at that, with speed, with speed differentials between 2 minutes per lap between GT3s and the MX5s. Absolutely phenomenal driving from all around.
Absolutely, yeah, it was fantastic as well. The GT3's there onto pit road, so everybody making their pit stops here. And Falcon GP VLN, they have had a driver change. Roy Club into the wheel of that one now, so good job done to get them there. And Maximilian Benecke just there on pit road as well in the Pure Racing Team car. And Core Motorsports as well of Alexander Voss at the wheel of that one, as Falcon getting ready to pull away from their pit stop. That was a 69.4 second pit for them.
He didn't even light the tires up.
Traction control's a wonderful thing.
Yeah, he just coasted away. I mean, still though, you can something. No, he just pulled away. What is this, Le Mans?
As well, we are into the second half of this race, and Pure Racing Team, Patrick Wolf now coming onto pit road as well. Got past one of the MX-5s, and now onto pit road he goes. We'll keep an eye on these pit stops for these GT3 cars as any more battles further down. We have got close racing between the leaders of the MX-5s. So Francisco, you've been keeping an eye on this. Team RSO, have they made their pit stop? No, they haven't. So Yanni Mastempo making a good job of catching up to them.
Yeah, Yanni has absolutely done a great job. I think he's playing Jaws out the in-car stereo just to start to intimidate that 397, because he has caught him last time by. He picked up a second on the lap time and did the lap before. So that 55, he's definitely catching the 397, and it might be a little bit of tire degradation. Remember, the 397 hit pit road before, and this is actually going to get interesting in the 55. Get all out of
Oh no!
I'm not going.
Oh no! Oh no!
No,
What have you guys done?
No, it's all
Wow.
good. It's fine. We're safe. They're still running.
All right.
But I'll give it over to you guys, because this is
We're
about to get a
about to
little
go
bit
silent.
interesting
We're
as
about to go
here comes
1920.
GT3 traffic.
We're about
Yeah.
to go 1920 silent film commentating here for the rest of this event. We're just gonna use
Caption
placards.
cards. Yeah.
Caption cards. We're gonna have whiteboards and Sharpies
Occasionally,
to commentate on this
we
event.
get one of those Batman BAMs.
Absolutely. These two battling away as we've got, as you say, GT3 traffic just coming up behind them. It's Mavana, yeah. So they're trying to get through, but good
Yeah,
patience, Sean. Yeah, so yeah, thank you, Cam, for that, for the information. So those two just getting through, splitting that battle for the time being. Oh, look at the speed difference out of that left-hander as they go up over the hill there towards Floodplatz, and that gap just out now to about a second and a half as they go up through Floodplatz.
Yeah, just that GT3 traffic really breaking it up. But Yanni's been about 3 to 4 seconds per lap quicker than the Team RSO 397 car driven by Elmar Erlicati. I'm gonna say that's my
Erlicott? I'm thinking Erlicott.
that's my final answer.
Erlicoti.
There you go. A very cultured pronunciation. By
Or
Cam.
Erlicot.
Well,
But,
what I can tell you
Elmar.
is we've got the Kias are making their pit stops as well. So Michael Schellbach has now handed over the car to Mark Elkman for that one. So Pure Racing team in the pits. Glacier Racing coming onto pit road as well. And you would think Talk Freak, they're at the carousel. They've already been into the pits. So George Gruber at the wheel of that one. So the Kia's going through their pit cycle now. What we'll do is we'll quickly run you through your top three of each class, and well, with an hour and 45 minutes left, Falcon GP VLN Roy Club at the wheel of that one. They have been absolutely dominant in front of this field. Second place, Pure Racing team with Maximilian Meneke at the wheel of that one. They've both had their second pit stop there. Core Motorsports in third with Alexander Voss. And then Pure Racing team 116, they have been the lead of this race for the time being for the Kias. Glacier Racing were in second place for Top Freak Racing, Corkscrew in third place in your Kia class, and in your Mazdas in the MX-5s you've still got Team RSO able to hold on for the time being as they go wide over the curb there. Rookie Racing team, this is the closest battle for a lead of any of the classes here. It's only 0.8 of a second between the two of them. Yoni Mastampa at the wheel of the Rookie Racing team in second place, and Grip TV Blue are in third place. Christopher Barrett at the wheel of that car. And what we're going to do is we're going to go side by side once again while we just get a quick breath and a quick drink before we take you through into the latter part of the second half of this race. This is the iRacing VLN Endurance Championship here on RaceSpot TV, iRacing Live and VLN.de. We'll be right back after these messages.
For iRacing to get Le Mans is huge. I mean, this is a unique event, a unique track where, half of the track is public road, so you can never test on it, you never get experience on it, and it's 8 miles in length, 4-minute lap time in a GT car. So, even if you're here for an hour of testing, that's only 15 laps, and you're only going to see the corner 15 times that day. The first section going through the Dunlop area is pretty unique. It's got elevation change and off camber. Then you go down Mulsanne into the chicanes, and the straights are unbelievably long. It's a tricky track, and every year I've come here, this being my 4th year, you learn something new every time.
We've wanted to add Le Mans to iRacing for a long time, and we've really been working hard towards it for the last 5 years. But really, things only came together in the last week leading up to this race, so it was a real scramble to put everything together. The majority of Le Mans is public roads, so when they're preparing for the 24-hour race, it's really the only time that we can visit to laser scan and photograph the track so that we can recreate it in iRacing. We work closely with the ACO to get essentially exclusive access to the facility and everything that we needed to get the laser scanning and photographic reference that we need to create the track. We were very fortunate to be at Le Mans at the most important time of the year and gain that experience of being there. And we're going to really do the best we can to put that into our work and making sure that the Le Mans in iRacing is the best Le Mans, the most exciting and accurate recreation of the track possible.
Welcome back to live coverage of the iRacing VLN Endurance Championship here on RaceSpot TV, iRacing Live and VLN.de. It's Paul Smith here with the full endurance team, Randy Chenov, Cam Walsh, Alvin Nieves and Francisco Scaramosa, with Hugo Lewis on the cameras. We're into the second hour of this race. We've got an hour and 40 minutes left in this race, and what an exciting race we've had so far. In the lead in your GT3 class, it's Falcon GP VLN. They have just been out front for quite a while now. Second place is also Pure Racing Team. They have actually caught up a little bit in this last lap or so. Then Core Motorsports are in third place in GT3. In your gear class, Pure Racing Team, they are out front there in that class. Second place, Glacier Racing, with Endless Sim Racing, I believe are currently not third, because that would be Top Freak Racing that are currently third. My timing screen just corrects itself at that point. And in your MX5 class, you have got Rookie Racing Team. They are still in this eternal battle with Team RSO in second place. And Grip TV Blue, they are in third place. And well, Randy, we're looking at this battle at the moment with the Black Star Racing car. They're battling away with the number 8 car, the Momentum Endurance Racing car. But they've got the 111 car, got Gecko Vortex involved in there as well. And really, it's been close racing all the way through as they're going side by side down into that final part of this lap, running a little bit wide as number 8 and the 77 car getting really close, but not able to make it through.
Almost did it again.
Yeah, we almost did it again. We come back from commercials and nearly caused somebody to have an accident. As down the pit straight they go now. They're going to go side by side. The 77 car trying to get the run on the number 8. Not able to get close enough for the time being, but maybe going to look down the inside into turn 1. This hard hairpin that's to the right hand there onto the arena section here, the Mercedes arena section, and well, they're able to still stay together, not make any contact. But this is the closest battle at the moment in the GT3 class.
Yeah, it really is kind of right now, and you know, there is a couple other battles throughout the field. For example, P6 and P7. Actually, no, I take that back. Because P7 just hit the pit lane, so that's not nearly as close as I thought it was. But actually, did Coanda get themselves an incident, or are they just off cycle here on the pit stops?
Well, they did have
they have to be
earlier
off
on,
cycle.
didn't
They came in pits like 3 or 4 laps early. Well, they came in pits to get their cars repaired.
They did, yeah, they did get the car repaired. What is interesting is Pure Racing Team are actually closing up to Falcon. They've been stuck behind a Kia here for quite a while. They're now 3 seconds between them. So the battle for the lead of the overall lead of this race is getting a little bit interesting here, because that number 12 car of the Kias. I do believe it's number 12 car anyway.
You are correct.
Yes, I am correct. I'm always correct. No, I'm not always correct. The Clan AOD.net VLN Kia B car, they did just get in the way a little bit of the leader. It's now down to 2.2 seconds is this lead. So things are going to get interesting at the front of this field, Randy. As I hear contact further back. Who was that? That's the 73 car. What have I done? What on earth has happened there? The 73 car into the barrier there, trying to get past one of the MX-5s and bang into the wall. I said it was about to get interesting. Well, it did get interesting, but for all the wrong reasons there, Cam.
What have you done? Why? Think about what you've done. All right,
I honestly can't blame Paul for this one. I'm not gonna lie. This was
That's all on. Yeah.
That's 100%. You know, I don't want to be too hard, but that's 100% on Maximilian Benacchi. You know, like Paul just said, you know, at the start of this lap, the gap was 8.2 seconds to the leader, and at this point,
catch him anyway.
Yeah, at the point of this lap, that gap was down to 2 seconds. In, you know, what is that, a third, you know, of a lap, maybe closer to a half. So 6 seconds and half a lap, and instead of, you know, and I don't even think he really ever got out of the gas. That Miata was just, you know, the Miata was driving its line, and you know, Max really just drove himself into the wall. Like, that's just 100% Maximilian Benacchi's fault, and 100% just a silly mistake due to impatience.
And yeah, that impatience has cost them the opportunity. They are still catching up, by the way, so there isn't too much damage to that car, but it appears Maximilian's still absolutely on it. I mentioned it at the start of our coverage here. How much does mental fatigue come into this? Because Cam, you've done endurance races. Randy, you've also done endurance races. Just how much does that mental fatigue, especially when you've been in the car for so long, like Maximilian, how much does that come into it there, Cam?
Well, I think it's a multiple of different things. It's not necessarily just getting exhausted driving the car, because there is no relaxing here at the Nürburgring Nordschleife. I mean, this is one of those situations where every single corner, you have to know exactly kind of what speed you need to take it at, because if you track out, you're going to hit the wall, and we've seen this happen quite a couple of times. Alternatively, the only time you have to relax is on the long straight, and if you're surrounded with other drivers, you've got to be careful with the draft. So it's one of those things where the driver is going to get very mentally exhausted. It's very important to make sure that he's staying refreshed, that they are staying refreshed, that they're okay, that you should have a spotter with them, a crew with them, just to keep them up, keep them engaged. I'm not saying that's what happened here, that this was a lazy incident or something like that, but you start making those decisions, you start getting a little sluggish. And that's just not necessarily what you want to see when you've got still another hour and 34 minutes to go.
We've got, by the way, this battle for 11th place in the race here in the GT3. You've got the number 8 car of Momentum Endurance, and you've also got the 77 car of Blackstar Racing. They are battling away for this. And well, as they go up the hill here, and it's going to be side by side as they're going up the hill through the right-hander that's coming up here. They've got a very fast right-hander here, then a very fast left, and well through past that back marker there for the time being. But these two absolutely on it. The two Audis going along, and
I don't think that's a back marker. That's the Radical car Jory Woodtuck. He's running 11, so they just picked up, he did
yeah, they just picked up a place. Yeah, so yeah, what happened there with the Radicals car just to be so slow up the hill there? Well,
no
anyway.
damage. Probably was just a small mistake. Probably got loose and just didn't have a good run. Maybe even a self spin earlier on in the lap, and they ended up reeling him in. But and unless they're saving fuel, thinking they have a fuel number, I think that was probably just a bit of a mistake from Radicals there that allowed him to get that large of a run.
Well, what we'll do is just to come back onto the point of mental fatigue, Francisco, I know you've done endurance racing as well. Just your take on when you've competed in endurance races. Just how hard is it to keep that attention, keep that engagement with you and that focus?
Yeah, Nürburgring, I would say, is ultimately the hardest track to do it at. There's 163 corners here, and you have to remember, okay, this is where I turn in, this is where I turn in. It was hard enough. We ran 24 hours at Daytona. It was hard enough to remember to slow down for the bus stop after 18 hours. And this is it just gets mental fatigue, and you start having to okay, well, I'm starting to get to a point where the tires are starting to fall off. Oh, big checkup right there behind the RSO 397. There were two Audis going right past him there. Sorry about that, but yeah, it's just a matter of having to hit your marks and just keep hitting those marks, and it's really hard to do in a 4-hour race when you have all these different corners to memorize, and now they're going to go side by side right behind the MX-5 leader. Look out! Oh, they made it through the uphill on there, and that got a little bit interesting. That was the 77 and the 8 got stuck right behind the 55. That got interesting.
Yeah, and that Radicals has actually lost another spot now. I don't know what's happened to Yori. I don't know if he has, I don't know if he's just lost confidence. I don't know, but he's being very, very cautious with traffic, and I think he's about to lose another spot. I think he's just absolutely
has no pace.
Without is not happy with the car.
It's very possible that he may have hit something, or maybe hit a bump weird that kind of bent the undercarriage of this car. That's something that can happen here. So if he caught a curb or something kind of funny, or one of these bumps in the track, he very well may have gotten damaged. So I don't, but this is very, very weird to see him this far off the pace. It'll be interesting to see what his top speed is like. But as someone who's done endurance races here at the Nürburgring in the past,
I had a brain fart because I'm trying to find the top speed between him and the Gecko Vortex car. And the car in front of him was going 120 miles an hour, and I went, oh, he's got this, he's going to catch it. And then he went by that MX-5, and then I realized that perhaps those two cars went at different speeds.
Yeah, there is a disparity in top end between these GT3 cars, but it's not 40 miles an hour. but as someone who's prepared for endurance racing here at the Nürburgring before, we generally, when we were doing our planning for the 24-hour race in the virtual VLN series, that actually does as much as they could to emulate this before the officially sanctioned series came around. We really were planning at most double stints, maybe a triple stint. And when we had some problems with one of our racers' desk falling apart, and I was going to be busy with a broadcast, and one of our guys was going to have to pull a quintuple stint, we basically decided that was impossible in this circuit. But definitely mental fatigue, and I think a lack of patience here can really play a big factor, specifically on the ring, because you get stuck behind one of these skiers, you lose a lot of time, and the person who kind of triggered this conversation, Pure Racing Team, and Maximilian Badake, even with that damage, he's still reeling in the Falcon GP VLN car of Roy Colby. So Roy, doesn't nearly have the pace of his teammate Kay.
Well, look at this battle for 10th place as well, because you've got 3 cars here together.
Still 3 cars?
Yeah, it's Momentum Endurance, number 8 car. You've got Black Star Racing, and now Dedo have caught up to the back as well. So those three battling away for that 10th place overall in this race and in class as well. Just let you know, if you want to keep up to date with the timings in this race, okay, we've got live timing, racesport.tv/timing, and you can, well, as we see almost a move into the Nordschleife section from the Black Star Racing car, and that's just dropped them back a little bit from there as well. And Radical 17 seconds off on that last lap, so really struggling there on that last lap was Radicals Online, but they are still running, and they decided not to go into the pits, Randa.
Yeah, so I'm not sure what it is. Maybe Yori just doesn't quite have the pace of Shinya Michimi, who is his teammate. So Yori is.
The Radicals been racing a Mercedes.
Well, I mean, I think since it released, since this is the first season it's been out.
Is that their selected car?
I know that in the Blancpain GT World Endurance Championship they run a BMW. So, but I mean, you know, just because one group of 3 or 4 drivers runs the car doesn't mean everyone is. Yori doesn't have his Pro Stripe, and I don't think Shinya Michimi does either. Although I've raced against Shinya, and Shinya's been racing the Audi. At least he was a couple weeks ago in the official Blancpain Sprint
very
Series.
Quick too.
So, you know, there's definitely, you know, they can drive just about anything. These GT cars all drive relatively similarly. But you know, Yori's just got in this car, and you know, he just doesn't have anywhere near the pace of Shinya. Shinya was running, you know, if you look at his race lap times, anywhere from 8:05 to about an 8:10, probably depending on traffic. And 5 seconds in traffic here is not very much. And you know, Yori's first hot lap was an 8:28, so he's just nowhere near.
What the point I was thinking of making here is that perhaps they were going to be coming in a BMW, and either on accident or some other way they showed up in a Mercedes, and there had to be maybe a late scheduling thing, and perhaps Jory is not used to racing the Mercedes.
Very possible.
You know, and it's not, you say that the cars race differently, but they all attack the corners differently. When you got 165 corners, it can multiply. Now, I don't know. Perhaps Without's only been racing the Mercedes, and there's something actually wrong with the car. We don't know. We're just speculating. But, you know.
And we've had the number 77 car. Oh, Black Star Racing. What has happened here? We'll have to find out for you. They've got over the curb there on the right-hander and into the wall. The back end just went out around them. And, well, that is a big amount of damage on that car. They are back up and running again. Just the front end, yeah, but
the engine's in the middle.
Just the end that makes all the downforce.
Yeah, exactly. Well, they have got the Radicals car behind them now. So that Radicals number 3 car certainly able to at least have somebody to aim at now. Well, not literally, but certainly
don't you even play with that fire.
As well, we've still got the number 8 and number 44 car still together as well. I can tell you the battle for the lead overall is now 2.3 seconds. So even with that little incident with Maximilian Benecke, they're still able to catch up to Roy Club at the front there. So as I say, about 2.6 seconds down the straight. They are losing a little bit of top speed because of the damage that they have on that Pure Racing team car. But it certainly seems around the twisty stuff, that's where they have the advantage in that BMW render.
Yeah, they certainly do. And, you know, Maximilian Benecke, he's about 5 to 6 miles per hour slower. The Mercedes is hitting the brakes at about 162 here coming up into here. And Maximilian is doing 155, so 7 miles per hour off the pace at the end of the Dottnerhof straightaway as they now come to start another lap here at the Nürburgring. So definitely that incident's going to be hurting him. And part of, though, what's going to, you know, make that worse is just the BMW in general has always been the slowest car in the, well, the Z4 anyways, the older iteration of the car has always been the slowest car in the straight line, but very, very good for the through the twisty bits. So really, once he, you know, gets through that chicane on the GP course and gets onto that Nürburgring, you know, up until the beginning of the Dottnerhof straightaway, that's where that BMW really begins to shine.
We've got a battle here for 6th place overall, the 197 car and the 74. That is your Team RSL 197 car and Pure Racing team. They are battling away. It is Thomas Lifk at the wheel of the Team RSL car and Patrick Wolf the wheel of the Pure Racing team car, and look at how close these two are as they come through this right-hander here. That Audi doesn't seem to be able to take the corners as well as that BMW cam, and it's certainly showing through the twisty stuff that BMW is a lot faster.
Yeah, well, I mean, this is just how things change and who's comfortable with what car. But actually, oh heavens, no! Why did I look? I looked at the Gecko Vortex sim racing car, and it lost the rear end, and now it has hit the front into the Armco barrier. But ultimately, though, well, you know what? The car still seems to be okay. So I think he might have just left some paint from that Gecko Vortex sim racing car on the Armco, but he's continuing. Alexander Mini is, anyways.
It's just, we need to stop mentioning people. Just full stop. Yeah. Down the inside goes the 74 car on the 197 car. Through into that 6th place now goes Patrick Wolf. And well, Team RSO really struggling out of the mini carousel. You see the damage on the rear wing of that Team RSO car, the 197.
How that came out of the factory?
No, certainly not. So they've had incidents there, and that's affecting.
I don't think Dr. Wolfgang Ulrich would allow that.
No,
you never know.
Not.
They could try.
Well, down the straight now they go once again. They're in the slipstream, and well, that top speeds once again. Look at the top speeds. They are slightly faster in that draft there for the time being. Patrick Wolf, that BMW, not the fastest down the straights. In this,
actually, something to talk about here, Paul. Talking about sorry to interrupt a little bit, but we were talking about the PRT Racing number 73 BMW being slow. You know, in the draft, he was doing about 158 at the end of the straight. Now, his team car, obviously a different driver, possibly different setup, they're doing 164, 165. So that just shows how much that damage is hurting. And that was with that number 74 car. They were really pushing a hole, whereas the Pure Racing team number 73, who are, I mean, they're only about a second and a half back off the Falcon GP car now. They had a bit of a draft last time they were going down that back straightaway.
Yeah, so what we'll do actually, while we're concentrating on the 197 car, is we will bring in one of their drivers. So Cam, if you hopefully he's there, and if he is, Cam, take it away with one of the drivers from the 197 car.
He's actually here with the Team RSO. That's all sorts of different cars, all sorts of different categories here. You've got the Team RSO 197 Audi in the GT3 category, but you also have the Team RSO 397 Miata, and I thought you said maybe a Kia as well.
Right, first of all, hello guys, nice to be here. Well, yeah, we had 2 Mazdas to be clear, so there was a 397 and a 398, and yeah, I think the 398 got crashed out. I don't know really what happened, because I was myself in the car. That was a blue Audi. I think I was pretty much on the screen when I had a high-speed spun in the section Galgenkopf or Schwabenschwanz, to be more clear. And well, there was a very nice fight in the beginning with Pure Motorsport. So the first hour, Philip Schallenberg, he went for the start. So he had a really close battle, and all the time he had Patrick Wolf in the back, and he was really aggressive. And then turned to be our pure ramming team sometimes, and then in the end, when I got out of the car, Thomas Liefke, who's now in the blue Audi, he went into the car and directly in front of Florian Voite, who you already had here in the interview too. And well, he wasn't really patient. He just rammed our back and crashed us out again. So now we're P6 with the Audi and try to recover, see what's going in the end.
Yeah, well, hopefully, as we've been watching this this lead battle, they just blew past the Team RSO 398 Miata, as well as the Endless Sim Racing Kia. They're coming onto some actually, the Falcon GP VLN car and the Pure Racing team, which are fighting for first and second, are just about to enter the carousel. There's about 4 or 5 Miatas and Kias up ahead here, but just very quickly is actually a Kia in the background. The Endless Sim Racing car just nosed into the barrier. But so your RSO Audi seems to be doing fairly well. As you said, you're going to have to come back, but well, actually, the leaders are going to go for it here, perhaps. Yeah, it's hard. Well, you know, it's difficult because it's not like we've had a lead lap or leaders battling here. So actually, let's just stick with these guys just for a little bit here, and we'll come right back to Manuel. No problem there. We've got some time. He probably might not, but we do at the very least.
Yeah, we've got enough for an hour and 19 minutes to talk yet, so Cam, so we've got plenty of time. But But yeah, these two, they're battling away. You just look at how close they are. Oh, over the grass goes the Pure Racing team. Maximilian Beneke over the grass, but able to carry the speed through there, through this left-hand side, left-hand corner here, through this twisty section. That BMW is a lot faster all over the back of that Mercedes AMG GT3 car, and well, that right-hander there, they're going to go up through this left-hander now, up the hill. Once again, there's a little crest here on this right-hander, and then you go through. It's this fast left-hander. It's an amazing track. It's fantastic to watch at. There's a little jump there as the car goes a little bit airborne through the right-hander now. They're towards the end of the lap, and really, Cam, just looking at this, the best chance is going to be maybe into the mini carousel.
Perhaps, and if that doesn't work, they're fairly close enough to the long straight. He'll certainly be able to catch up to stay in the draft, but I don't know. Randy, perhaps the front nose of that BMW is not going to allow the Mercedes any relief, though, so he might have to get this pass done early. Not quite sure, though, how these cars are going to perform on the straight.
Yeah, he's not going to be able to get that pass done early, though, Cam, because Theo Lawson, the team in Active Miata, was pretty much in the way, couldn't get it done. And Roy Kolb did a very good job driving a defensive line into this final section, the Golgenkopf section, and coming out of the Dotner-Ho straightaway. So now Roy Kolb should have the top end to pull away, and if you look at that, that's exactly what he's doing. Right now, Maximilian Beneke and the Pure Racing Team 73, 155, 56, 57. Look at the Mercedes, already 161, 162. So he's got that BMW covered. He can basically breathe all the way up until probably about midway through the GP section of this track.
So Cam, well, we've got a brief second. Why don't you carry on with Manuel?
Yeah, well, I was going to say, wow, the Mercedes just pulled away on the straight there, though they're coming into the cornery parts, and they're coming into MX-5s, which is never going to be a good recipe here. There's the Crown Racing first, number 20 car. They arrive on the scene, and the BMW is on the Mercedes just like that, as they will cross the start-finish line. Ooh, the MX-5 will actually cross through. The PRT car has to back it off, though. Beneke will, as they were actually going into pit lane, and then, of course, the 11-10ths Racing, plenty of space here. It's actually, well, they closed that space up, but, you know, that's all right. Nobody's injured. So the BMW possibly screeching the brakes. No, Paul, it's not going to happen as they enter the arena section here. So, oh boy, it's difficult because the Mercedes is able to get such a gap on the straight and just reeled it right back in.
Yeah, the thing is, around this track, it's mainly corners. There's a lot of high-speed sections, that's for sure. But these corners, this BMW is just absolutely hooked up compared to that Mercedes. And that's the difference, you see, you've got different GT3 cars, they've got different styles, different techniques. There's a BMW looking to the inside, and they're going to take the lead of this race. Pure Racing Team 73 car, Maximilian Beneke taking the lead there from Falcon GP VLN. That is Roy Kolb at the wheel of that car, and well, it was going to happen sooner or later, and that was a very daring move there, Randy, to be able to make the move down the inside into the Valvoline curve.
Yeah, that was a very, very brave move. Laid on the brakes by Max, but extraordinarily well done. And you already see Roy Kolb is actually closing that gap up again on the GP course back straightaway. So I think if he can hold about this gap over the course of this lap, and hopefully he can, you know, between traffic. Last time by he was about 3 seconds off, but I think he got the worst end of traffic than Maximilian got. I think he might be able to, you know, even get by as they go down that long back straightaway, because then he'll have the draft. But he's going to have to drive really, really hard to stay on the back of Max, though, given the pace that Max has.
Yeah, and already Max is he's showing it through these corners. He's got through there. He's trying to make the breakaway. He has got a Kia ahead of him. It is the Talk Freak Racing corkscrew car. They should get out the way pretty sharpish, because they do realise that it is the leaders coming through here. And well, they're just getting on the racing line there, but they'll move over to the left there and let these two go by. But certainly,
I think this is going to hurt Roy. I don't think Roy's going to get him through flood class. I think Roy's going to get held up here.
Yeah, he will, because that Kia, like we've been saying earlier, it has got some pace here, and it's really good at top speed. So that Kia maybe just stays ahead. Maybe they just get out of it a little bit and let that GT3 car through, and that's let them through. But they've lost a good half a second there, stuck behind that Kia for the time being, Cam.
Well, absolutely, and they're going to be arriving on the scene of the Grip TV Blue MX-5 in relatively short order here. as Benaki, he's just working through this right-hander there and getting on the throttle. And, well, it's going to be chances and where they find the traffic here. And at some point, though, they are going to be catching perhaps Glacier Racing, even their Kia, as their cars are storming on through here. But just to say the very least, though, well, it's enough of a gap, I think, that we might risk a question or two. But, oh, never mind there. Okay, all right, well.
We're fine, we're safe, we can carry on, Cam.
We're good, everyone's okay. All right, whew.
Are you okay is the question.
Yeah. But either way, so let's bring Manuel Sudal back into the booth here. Not that he went anywhere, but so the team is RSO representative and the driver for the Audi. You guys have your Miata. It's in second position, and then you've got an Audi, which has been doing fairly well. Just take me through kind of the difference here in the mindset that you might need between the MX-5 and the Audi here at a track like this.
Yeah, maybe I can tell a little story because as you maybe not know, I don't know, we are also racing in a virtual VLN series which started in February. It's basically organized by a German party, which is Sim Racing Germany, and many of the drivers here in the first grid and the top split, they're racing there also. So the Falcon GP team, the Pure Racing team, the Core Motorsports team, they're all there. Indigo too. So I think the top 7 GT3 cars and also the top Kia and also the Team RSO Mazda, for example, they're all racing there. And for that reason, we are a little bit in advantage, I would say, because we're used to each other a little bit, and so if I race in a GT3 car, I basically can judge a little bit better on what the Miatas or what the Kias are doing. Well, that's in the end it's really difficult because there's a huge difference in speed and performance. And there are just some sections in the track which are really not really good to make an overtake or overlapping move, and sometimes you just have to wait and be patient. And maybe there's a problem of the format now because we are here on a beautiful broadcasting by Race Spot TV and beautiful commentators, and you're catching all the good scenes. That's really, you're doing a nice job at that point.
Now you've not seen any of us. How do you know we're beautiful?
Oh, I am looking all the time. I have it on my extra screen here.
I'm gonna have to shut down my Facebook.
All right, that's cool. No, that's cool. That's cool.
I have it on my extra screen because when I'm not driving, I'm the spotter of my team and I have to see everything. And of course, if there's a Mazda awesomeness on the Döttinger Straight with 4 wide or 3 wide with 10 cars, and you are just flipping out at commentary booths.
We try.
That's awesome. That's awesome. You're bringing the whole spirit of VLN and what it's about, and I thank you for that. And, yeah, well. So Team RSO is very proud to be part of it.
Well, we're happy to have you here in all sorts of categories. I know you guys aren't in the Kias, but you know that's a-okay. We've got plenty of action in the Kias too. So either way, though, the RSO team, thank you very much for joining us, Manuel. I mean, you could probably hang around. I'm sure there'll be something to talk about later. I guess I don't really know how this is going to run because this is kind of the first time we're doing this here for the VLN. But you know what? I have to say it has been, Paul, quite an interesting product. I think we normally get 1 or 2 good highlights out of a race. I think we're getting about 1 or 2 an hour here.
1 or 2 an hour, one or two every 3 laps, I think is what it's going at the moment. That's certainly the case. But yeah, just finally from me on here, you know. How are you thinking, you know, going in towards this last hour? How's your strategy going? Is it going as you planned, or are you going to make changes on the fly as you've gone along?
Me now, like our team, or?
Yeah, your team, yeah.
Well, for the GT3, strategy is pretty clear, so we can do almost 1 hour stints. So there's just 4 stints in total, 3 stops. So Philipp Schallenberg, the starting driver, he's going back in the car, and yeah, we see what we're doing. So I mean, for us, to be honest, there was also already a success to be in a top split. So now we are racing P6, and that's just awesome. I mean, here's the top drivers of the world. It's all pros around us. Sometimes we have the feeling they're not racing like pros, but that's a different story. And well, that's first of all a compliment for my two teammates, Thomas and Philip, because they're doing a great job. And then also in the Miatas, I mean, we're on P2 now with a 397, and that's just wow. I mean, second best, maybe first. I don't know what's happening. And I think they are now. We have it in on the broadcasting, right? They're heading into the pits. Yeah. And
they're currently
oh,
on
headed,
pit
yeah.
road doing their
Work down, Zerny's in the car.
I think if I look on the remaining time, that's no problem. So that's going to be their last stint. I think Tobias Journey. He's going back in the car and then see what's happening then in the end. Maybe P2, that would be awesome, and maybe we can go for the win because 1 hour is still more than 25% left. And I mean, it's easy to say that's VLN, but well, that's VLN. I mean, that's an endurance race, and also if you maybe have the feeling that's a sprint race for 4 hours, in the end it's just still an endurance race, and winner is the one with the who does the fewest mistakes then.
Okay, well, we'll let you get off quickly, but anyone you just want to give a quick mention to while you're in here?
Well, yeah, first of all, I want to say hello to all our remaining team members not behind the steering wheel today. That is basically, I think, 10 or some. Then, of course, the second greetings go to our sponsor, which is Stoke and Fisher. So the blue car design with the big white plus, this is our sponsor. So that is their logo, and it's an it's a German car manufacturer, and they're just selling Audis and like supporting us a lot. And well, a real life sponsor going to virtual racing, which is another part of the big success story of virtual racing, sim racing. And yeah, then in the end, thank you to all spectators, auditors at home, and yeah, last but not least to you guys, because you're doing an awesome job. That's emotion pure. You're catching all the scenes, even if we're racing.
Just speaking of emotion,
the
number 23 car has just lost control. I was looking just further down the order, and the number 23 car was getting lapped. That's the Team Bushfink Racing blue car. They're got into the wall there, and that's a huge moment there between them. They got onto the grass, on the brakes, into the barrier there. That's caused a lot of damage to the front end of that Kia Optima. And well, it always seems to happen when we have somebody, either we talk about somebody or when we've got interviews. But we'll let you get off, Manuel. So thank you very much for joining us, and have a good final parts of the race.
Yeah, thank you guys. Hope you enjoy too, and well, even more, hopefully see you in some weeks in the second run then. And well, thank you for having me.
Well, thanks a lot for joining us.
Okay, bye guys, bye bye.
So yeah, big moment there for the 23 car, but we're having a look at the 74 and the 103 car. So that's Pure Racing Team number 74 and the Indigo Racing featuring SimSync Pro Racing. I've said it twice now, I think that's enough. Indigo!
More than I've said
absolutely. So the 103 car, they are battling away. This is for 4th place in the race here. Patrick Wolf and Tobias Soltau at the wheel of that Indigo car. We're seeing how Maximilian is pulling away slightly at the front of this field in that GT3 car. We've got one more pit stop to come, which will come around about 3/4 an hour to go, because they've been doing about an hour and 5 minutes, haven't they, per stint, Randy? And we're certainly seeing there'll be a short fill on that final stop, so maybe not as much fuel going on board, and we'll see maybe some of the really hot laps coming in towards the end of this race.
Yeah, it's going to be interesting to see when they actually come down. Let's see. When were their first pit stops? Let's see, for Max, looks like, just looking at the lap times, his was somewhere around lap 9, and then again around lap 17. So actually, you know, they're probably about 3 to 4 laps out. So yeah, I think you're right, probably about 15 minutes or so. So that'll probably, hopefully, bring this battle together some, and it'll be interesting to see actually what Falcon GP does. You know, they were in a very, very dominating position, and they put Roy Kolb in the car, and I don't want to say he's done a bad job, but I mean, obviously, something like a 10 to 15 second gap with a lead has now turned into about a probably 3 to 4 second deficit. So I definitely think if you're Falcon GP, you have to put Kei Kashibi back in this car.
Well, I mean, this is another thing with endurance racing as well, Randy. That driver getting in there at the 2 hour mark, they don't know what the conditions are like. The last time that they were in the car, they were in practice. So the track conditions have changed completely since they were last in the car. And so it takes a little while for that driver to get used to it, and Maximilian has been in that car since the start, so certainly knows how it's going and where he can push and where he needs to just hang back.
And he's certainly pushing hard, and I actually think he's going to be in the car the entire race. There's a very close moment with an MX-5. That was very tight as they were going by Alex Albert in the huge-ass MX-5 there. That was very, very tight. I was hoping I wouldn't have to say that team's name the whole broadcast, but I finally got to. They got me.
Yeah, I remember the Spa 24-hour race. I raced against that huge-ass team, and
what's wrong with huge ass?
Nothing wrong with huge ass at all. Especially
okay,
when I was
sir,
driving.
mix a lot.
Especially when I was driving for the arseholes. So anyway,
yeah. What do you have to say about this? Wait a second.
Well, that team is now dead, so we'll move on. We'll carry on. And we've got this battle for 8th place. I do apologise. It was the actual team name. It was R apostrophe Souls. Yeah, apostrophe hyphen whatever. We've got this battle for 8th place here between the 44 car of Dido and Gecko Vortex Sim Racing as well, the 111 car. So these two battling away. There are half a second between them, but they're at a point of the track where you can't really make any moves, or if you are, you're going to end up at the scene of the accident, Randy.
Yeah, and there's definitely a lot of points on this track. You can maybe make a move here as they come into this, into this Mexfield little bend if you're close enough, but this Audi of Gecko Vortex Sim Racing just isn't nowhere near enough, and actually this Dado car might get holed out by that Miata of Theo Last and the Team Active car. No, not really. That was actually very efficient getting by them, so well done by all 3 drivers involved, but there's another section here going down this very, very famous section. It's basically single file. No real passing can be done here.
And well, we've also got a battle for 6th place as well. The 197 car of Team RSO. We were speaking to one of their members earlier on. They are battling away with the number 7 Vendaval Sim Racing Azul in the number 7 BMW. And again, we're seeing the difference between the Audi and the BMW cam through this twisty section, and it's certainly showing in these battles.
Well, it absolutely is. I'm not necessarily sure if the BMW is the overall best platform per se, but as far as GT3 cars go, I have to say it's a fairly comfortable one here. Not to say that the Mercedes isn't, or even the Audi isn't, or really any of the GT3 cars. So this is kind of the testing grounds, as it were, of all GT3 cars. If you perform well here, you're going to go good anywhere. And as such, though, I mean, you can see all 3 cars, all 3 front-running GT3 cars on the same straight. You got Maximilian Benek in his PRT 73, Falcon GP VLN, Roy Cole, and then Alexander Vall in his 33 Core Motorsports car. So these guys aren't that far behind.
Actually, I want to talk about that for a second. We've actually really not been talking about Core Motorsports, and obviously, we've seen this gap between Pure Racing Team and Falcon GP get erased, and obviously, Pure Racing Team scampers away with the lead. Core Motorsports has been running 8 seconds per lap quicker than Falcon GP, and they actually come into pit, so I think Kei Kashibi's going to get into that car. But they've also been running quicker than Pure Racing Team up ahead. The last lap they just did was 2 seconds ahead. That went from a 12-second gap down to 10 seconds. Core Motorsports, they're not out of this yet. And PRT, they certainly aren't out of the woods.
And well, we've hit the hour mark, so 1 hour to go in this race, and well, Falcon, they realise that they can make that pit stop now. They're going to take in a bit more fuel than maybe they would have liked, but they're going to get, well, Roy Kolb is still at the wheel of that car.
No, he's not, he just got
change.
out.
Yeah, they're making that change
going
now,
back in.
So we've seen that change that you were mentioning. So it's going to be interesting to see how Kei Kashibi is able to work with this one. Maybe catch up that gap. We could be in for a brilliant finish to this race. What I want to do is...
I'm curious. I'm sorry, just before, this is, they're pitting 1 lap earlier. And, at most tracks, 1 lap is only about a gallon's worth of fuel. But this GT3 car is eating about probably 4 to 5 gallons per lap. That's going to be probably, 5 to 6 seconds in the pit lanes. That's going to be all the more time that Kay in this last hour has to try to reel in as we have something with the 111 car.
Yes, the Gecko Vortex Sim Racing 111 car has made some contact with the Torque Freak Racing Corkscrew Kia. Yeah, coming through, and you'll see the replay of that on your screens there. But just like Alexander Mania, he's done it, and well, looks like Bram Reiner's he's got the worst of it.
That's heavy damage. Yeah, it's heavy damage. You can't even turn right there. Going through there, so Bram is going to have to bring it into the pits. They were running third at one point in the Kia class, and that's certainly been a big moment there. What I was going to quickly do is just quickly go to a couple of these. Bram losing control of the car again. That damage really affected him, trying to keep out the way of that Audi, and maybe it's best just to go back to the pits now and get a tow, but Bram is determined to drive it back to the pits. Well, he gets a little bit of a gap there in the traffic and is able to carry on, but that's huge damage on that car. I would say that that's their chances of a podium completely gone now, unless something drastic happens in the end of this race. What I was critically going to do is going to quickly look at the different classes, and Cam, just quickly sort of give the story of the GT3 class first of all in this first 3 hours of this 4-hour race.
This story, extraordinarily competitive. Falcon GP is probably one of the fastest cars.
Oh, I'm sorry to interrupt again. I think something happened in the third place Miata. It was on the pit lane. I don't know. Actually, no, never mind. It's just the way that car does pit stops. It looked like it was sitting in its pit box, all torqued over to the right. It just does left side and right side tires separately. I'm sorry, Cam. Carry on.
Randy, they don't have air shooters. They have to jack the car up.
Did you just say air shooters?
The air gun shooter air hose attacher thingies with a basketball circle.
Party night at the Walsh residence. We're doing air shooters.
So then they take their little wrench guns and they take the tires off one nut at a time, and then they replace the tire. I don't know if you've ever seen this before, but that's why the car is tilted at an extraordinarily weird angle.
And Cam, we actually have a battle right now. It's the 11. He just came out of pit road. That's a battle for position right there. The 24, he's already made his pit stop, as has the 11, so that's a battle for podium.
Absolutely.
Yeah, see, it was all part of the strategy, Cam. Stop chastising me.
Anyway, Cam, continue with your story of the GT3.
So the story of the GT3 field, well, it's been an interesting one to say the very least. There have been a lot of different things going on here. I think we've seen a lot more car versus car versus car versus car action than I thought we were going to see. I don't mean that in just pure contact. I mean that in actual cars chasing other cars in line for lap after lap after lap. And we've seen that, we saw that for a great part of this first stint. And they've slowly been drifting apart here, but I have a feeling as time goes on, it's just going to close up again. But we had the pit stop debacle, which was, I think, that's a legendary thing right there, to say the very least. And just from then on, it has been Falcon GP, pure racing teams work their way back, and so is Core Motorsports into this picture. We'll see what they can all do.
And don't forget, all key moments of races or exciting moments of races you can find on our Facebook page.
Oh no! Why?
The 73
Why?
Maximilian just spun.
Maximilian Benecki has just taken his pure racing team BMW around twice into the Armco barrier. He lost the rear end, he smashed the front, and then he smashed the rear, and well, okay, so it was only a 360, but the front clip of that car is not looking normal, and that is definitely going to get a fire lit under Alexander Vaub of Core Motorsports.
Yeah, Alexander Voss is certainly catching up to the back of them. I was about to say, we always put clips of excitement and things like that on our Facebook page. Don't forget Facebook.com/RaceSpotTV, and I think that might be another one of Cam killing another car. I think we've all been at it today. Just very, very briefly, Alvin, because we're going to keep an eye on this league battle as well as battles further down for 5th and 6th as well. But Alvin, the Kias, just quickly talk us through that one, because there's not really, after that first stint, not really been much going on there.
Yeah, definitely not much going on within the Kia class. Pretty much it's been after the first stint, it's been all pure racing team number 116. They've been pretty much the class of the field here. They pretty much, once they grabbed the lead in that first stint, they pretty much had just say goodbye and they haven't let go.
Yeah, that's pretty much been what's been happening there. Down to your MX-5s, and well, we've been seeing battling going on for the leads in that one, Francisco, and certainly the excitement isn't going to end because they're currently going through the pit stop cycles at the moment. We have got that battle for the final podium spot there in the MX-5s.
Yeah, Vendavel's actually been able to pull away a bit from Group TV for that third spot. So as of right now, they're just trying to finish it off.
I'm sorry to interrupt. Kei Kashubi in the Falcon GP car almost did the same exact thing the Pure Racing Team number 73 car just did. I'm sorry to interrupt there, Francisco. But he was passing a lap car. Actually the MX-5 leader, I believe. Yeah, he was passing Yanni Mastamo in that Rookie Racing Team car. Was a little offline in that fast left-hander on the run up to the.
Yeah, that...
As my mic cuts out on me, that's wonderful. Thank you, microphone.
I was wondering what had happened. I was wondering if you had a stroke.
I hope not.
Wouldn't be the first time. We'll talk about that later.
I was going to just finish off the MX-5 race because it's certainly been one of the exciting parts of this race, as we've got battle for the lead. Well, not for the lead, sorry, but battle for 5th place going on there. 3 cars battling for 5th place in the GT3s.
Yeah, and just going back to it, right now RRT has a pretty big lead over RSO, but Rookie Race Team still has to make their final pit stop, and right now RSO has already done so. They've put Tobias Zerny back in that MX-5, and they're going to try and finish it off. So it's going to come down to how fast that 55 they take on their pit stop. We might come down to a nail-biter, or there might be a gap. I'm just not sure yet. It'll depend on the pit stop.
And we've had the 111 car go past the 44 car, so that is Gecko, Vortex, Sim Racing and Dado battling it out there for 8th place and 7th place there. They're not too far away from 6th place at Team RSO as well, so this is a battle here for 6th place, although there's also Nil Sintowski as well involved in that one there, just up there, just slightly up the road as well. So 4 cars all battling away there for 5th, 6th, 7th and 8th as we go through this, once again, the twisted section, and the 397 car of the Masters having to get out of the way of Dado, but Dado just getting held up there a little bit there, Cam, as they go into this tight twisted section.
Well, absolutely, and not that far ahead is the Team RSO car. Not quite sure what has happened to that car, but it was in position number 7. They've lost a position this lap to the Vendavel Sim Racing Azul car, and now the Gecko Vortex Sim Racing car is catching extremely fast here. Not quite sure what's going on with that turquoise Audi, but looks like Alexander Mania might be able to get 2 cars in one battle.
Core Motorsports there closing up to Maximilian Benecke, so maybe that damage to that BMW is slowing them down, because Alexander Voss, okay, yeah, Benecke had that spin there, but that cost him 8 seconds in this race on that last lap, and well, Randy, this race, it's just carries on giving us more. It's the race that doesn't stop giving, as Gecko Vortex are going over the grass there, still battling away for that 6th place as well.
Yeah, and you know, Gecko's fighting and pushing very, very hard right now, as is Dado and RSO and Vendaval, who's just a little bit up the road. So we got several cars here who are, you know, down in the order a little bit. There's, you know, 3 to 4 cars that are all within a, you know, a pretty tight bunch, as the 111 car is now actually very, very close to this 197 car, and I think they're going to be able to get this job down the back straightaway. And of course, this battle to lead between Core and PRT, you know, I think PRT has stretched this gap a little bit since they've gotten back onto the Nordschleife. However, you know, I think Core overall, you know, with PRT having the damage they have, I think Core is obviously going to be faster. Now, the big question mark to me right now is Falcon GP VLN, because this is now 2 additional laps that these guys have gone on Kei Kashubi, and that's, you know, that's about 4 gallons per lap. And in these cars, and it's, you know, 8 gallons, that's a very, very long time as we're side by side.
Yeah, side by side, the 111 car going past there, using that draft, using that slipstream. Also, because of the better aerodynamics, because of them not having as much damage as that Team RSO car. So Gecko Vortex have actually made up 2 places on this lap so far, so they're coming towards the end of the lap here. It's going to be on to lap 24 for them. Normally with an endurance race, it's usually the triple one car comes onto pit road. In fact, they're all coming onto pit road here. They're all making their final stops. Let's not have an accident again, because it was the triple one car that was involved in it, but they have made it past there. Yes, it is different drivers. They're all onto pit road. This is going to be the battle of the pit stops. See who has who's basically feeling bravest of how much fuel they put in that car there, Cam.
Well, hopefully we will see as Alexander Minia is pulling that car. He's parked in and it looks like right now it's going to be Miko Melkila getting in that Gecko Vortex Sim Racing 111. And not that far away, it is going to be Philip Schallenberg in the Team RSO 197. We'll see how they go. To say the overall here, it's just one of those races. This is an interesting thing. We are going to see who comes out where. And this is going to be very indicative here because you can hold on to what you have as Black Star Racing, Vendevil Sim Racing, and that's it, has come down pit road. God, let's see here. So they got their tires. They've swapped out their drivers. Now I believe we are just waiting for fuel here. As the Gathering and Tweakers VLN and the Indigo cars go past on pit lane. Yep, there goes the Vendevil Sim Racing car, which who was in 6th. Oh, there goes Team RSL. I think they managed to jump the position here over the
outside the lead.
Core has gone past. Core just made it with easy going down the short straightaway, and I'm not sure if Max is, just that slow now with the additional damage. He's topped out at 148 miles an hour, and he's doing as much as he can to straighten out this left-hander. He's got to be careful. This is where he lost it. He's very, very brave doing that again, running on the draft. That's exactly what he did. And now the Core Motorsports car has a Miata they have to go by. They're going to get that done, as does PRT. He's going to get that done as well, so good driving by both. But very, very well done by Core and Alexander Voss, getting themselves back into this event. And right now, with as much of a shorter stop as they're going to have over Falcon, I think this is their race to win.
Well, this is it. This is Core Motorsports' chance now. They're the 3rd different leader of this race as we're coming in towards the closing stages of this one. We've got one more pit stop for these 2 guys as well.
Just a quick update, that Gecko Vortex Sim Racing pit stop, they have just left pit lane. They have just taken it off. Christian Thilo Zusch is now is in the car now. I have a feeling there was an issue somewhere along the lines where something just wasn't working. They had to swap out drivers, and they're back on track now, but massively behind that Team RSL car that they worked so hard to pass.
Yeah, they're down in 14th place now as the triple one car, so big disappointment for them there, but that Pure Racing team car of Maximilian Benecke is not giving up this lead, not without a big fight, but Alexander Voss certainly showing that Audi is certainly quick, but it's mainly on the strengths that Audi has had the advantage. That BMW is able to hold on to them through the corners here, Randy, and well, it's still a tight, twisty section, but it opens up a little bit towards the end of the lap here.
Yeah, it certainly does, and it's going to be very, very hard, I think, for Max to have any chance of keeping up with these Core guys. He's gonna have to push really, really hard. He wasn't that much faster than Core, and he was certainly slower than Kei Kashibi was in that Falcon GP Mercedes. So he's gonna have to push like no tomorrow if he has any hope of winning this thing. But I really think that this is at the end of this race. It's going to come down to a fight between Falcon GP and Core Motorsports because, Kay was obviously very quick. I think he might be able to make up this gap. And right now, Alexander Voss is in this Audi, and he is absolutely pushing as hard as he can. This team, they're coming off all the momentum of the Blancpain GT World Endurance Championship win at Monza, and I think they want to make it 2 in a row for iRacing endurance events here at the Nürburgring.
Yes, so they're coming along now onto the Dottinger Straight, and well, that Audi rushing wide, the BMW pushing even more wide over the grass. As Pure Racing team, they're going to try and use that draft, use that slipstream down this long straight, but we've seen earlier in the race that they just don't have that top speed because of the damage, and because of being a BMW as well, it just doesn't quite have the top speed that the Audi has. And that Audi is maxing out now. You're looking at about 161 miles an hour, whereas that BMW 156 miles an hour. It's a 5 miles an hour difference, and that's a big difference down this long straight. It's a unbelievably long straight. You're on the throttle for about 30 odd seconds down there, And now down towards this twisty section, onto the brakes. That Audi is pulled out now, 1.6 second lead. Be interested to see if they come into the pits this time by. We've got 44 minutes left of this enthralling racing. Here they come onto pit road, and so too the Pure Racing team. So it's a battle of the pit stops. Interested to see though, Cam, if they have any damage to fix in this pit stop.
Well, it's not just that. I am worried they came across the commitment cone at 55 miles an hour. And the speed limit here is 31. So we'll see if... Oh, no, actually, it's 37. Not. It's 38? 37. Okay, what is going on here,
60K. 60K, so about 36, 37 miles per hour, I think. Yeah.
All right, because I don't know why... Oh, you know what? He's probably doing 30 because he knew he'd overblown it. But at the end of the day...
I think he may have gotten a penalty here.
Maybe, but... Maximilian Bennett, he is working his way, though. He is going to be, he's staying in that car. Alexander Vaub is staying in his car, so perhaps Nils Kolchev was his only stint of the day here, and Alexander Vaub's going to earmark that. And these cars are getting their service. Where is the Falcon GP car?
It's about midway down the straightaway. He's getting ready to come under the bridge and go through the kink here and start the run down up into Haunrain, which is the last section here.
43 minutes of fuel.
But only 43 minutes, which, like I said, you know, they're going to have about 8 gallons less they need to take. And right now the car's down on the jack, so they're taking just gas right now. Actually, gas happens first in these cars. He definitely has a penalty. Gas happens first and then tires.
Pure Racing team's
Pure Racing team is
Core still in. They're waiting.
Falcon GP
are coming
just
down
now coming by.
And they're away, so Core
this is going to be very tight.
So here's Falcon. Falcon coming in on Core.
What a
They're not
race.
going to get clear.
What a fantastic race this is. Fantastic stuff. What we're going to do is quickly just mention, so, and the lead, Pure Racing Team, 73 car with Maximilian Benecke. He's out in the lead, but it's not by much at all. Core Motorsports there, second place, right behind them, Falcon GP. It's really close between those guys. That's the top 3 in the race. In your Kia class, you have got Michael Shellback at the wheel of the 116 car of Pure Racing Team. They're in the lead there with Glacier in second place, and ClanAOD.net VLN Kia A is in third
Falcon GP's through. Falcon GP's gotten past Core.
The Falcon GP, there you go, up in second place in your in the overall race, and well, Kees Schubeek has got 29 seconds to catch up on this final stint. 41 seconds left in this race. 41 minutes left in this race. It's all gone to pot today.
Seconds somehow.
Apparently, hold on, this is something someone's saying in chat. Benaki may not have taken tires. I'm gonna go back and check it.
That.
Yeah, I'm gonna go through.
I'll double check that.
Well, we'll double check that. What we can say is in the MX5 class, you've got Rookie Racing Team there in the lead of that one. They are now, in fact, they've yet to have their pit stop. Second place is Team RSO. They have had their second pit stop. They're in second place in that class, and in third place at the moment, number 24.
Grip TV's gone through. Grip TV's gone through.
And
actually, what happened to Vendavel?
They're on pits.
They're on pit road.
No driver.
And well, Pure Racing Team, they were only a 32-second pit stop, so they didn't take tyres. So this is a gamble. Can they double stint those tyres? We'll have to wait and see. What we will do quickly is we'll just quickly step side by side. We'll be able to get the final part of this race. What a fantastic race this has absolutely been. Absolutely wonderful to watch. It is the iRacing VLN Endurance Championship here on Racespot TV, iRacing Live, and the VLN.de website. And we will be right back for the final part of this race. Don't go anywhere. We'll be right back after these messages.
Here at iRacing, we pride ourselves on interacting with our community and getting into the forums and seeing the discussions and doing surveys about what features and content, things that they want. It's been quite clear that one of the biggest features that people are looking for is dirt racing. You know, the first step in doing something like that was obviously our dynamic track project. It has set a great foundation for us to do a lot of different things with our surface going forward. With this dirt track project, it became evident that we needed to really become educated on what happens with dirt, not only the preparation of the track, but what happens to the surface as a race is going on. We've gotten in touch with the University of Northwestern Ohio, and there they have a terrific motorsports program, but they also have a big focus on dirt racing. They have their own dirt oval there called Lima Land. They actually have a dirt late model team and modified team as part of the curriculum for the school.
The university purchased the track for student involvement. They're out here for multiple purposes. We hold classes out here where they work on the vehicles that they build. We also have a motorsports team. They build, crew, and race the cars every Friday. So we have a huge involvement here at Lima Land Motorsports Park from the university.
And so we're sending Dan Garrison there to get educated and to learn what is different about dirt.
iRacing's traditionally done with asphalt. In that model, the track is, very stiff, and it's the tires that have the give and the bend. But when you start talking about a dirt track, the equation flips in that the track is the thing that gives and responds. That's going to be a big challenge, and it's something that we definitely want to get right.
Everybody wants different racetracks. Personally, I like faster racetracks. A dirt track fast is when you keep the moisture in it and don't let it get real hard on you. If you let it get real hard, it's just like cement. You cannot water cement. You put water on it, the water runs off. The racetrack has got to absorb the water. You got to keep a hard pan below it, but keep the loose stuff on top to make it fast.
The thing about dirt racing that I like the most is there's probably 20 other competitors on the track, but I was always taught by Mr. Knott, a guy that gave me my first sprint car ride, you're racing the racetrack. You're not racing the 20 other guys in that feature race, and you're constantly got the car in a slide. You're turning right to go fast. You have to figure the racetrack out and get your car to where it handles the best on the dirt.
It's good to kind of actually get to a racetrack that's in working condition and be able to see, okay, this is how the soil behaves and this is what it's like. And it's amazingly sticky is the thing I'm learning. It really holds together well.
Having worked with this group of guys on this code base now for 16 years, we've only ever done pavement. We've only ever done purpose-built, race cars that run on ovals or road courses. So it was natural. The first car that we're going to introduce for this is a dirt late model, and we've actually partnered with Clint Boyer, who has a dirt late model team, and he's given us access to his car. We've scanned it, we've photographed it, and started the data collection process with his team to understand how the car works. We couldn't ask for better data to build this dirt late model.
To be able to drive a car around a dirt track and really pitch it into a corner and get on the throttle and throw the car around a little bit and keep it under control, I think is going to be a lot of fun.
I'm very excited about this project. I mean, we have a 25+ year history of making pavement racing between Papyrus and iRacing, and this is the real first chance we're venturing outside of that. So I think it's going to be a lot of fun, and I'm very optimistic that this will be launching this year.
Welcome back to live coverage of the iRacing VLN Endurance Championship here on RaceSpot TV, iRacing Live and VLN.de. Paul Smith, Randy Chenov, Cam Walsh, Alvin Nieves, Francisco Scaramosa and Hugo Lewis on the cameras with you to the end of this one. And well, 35 minutes left in this race, and what a race it has been. You see it time and again in endurance racing how things ebb and flow, and well, into this final part of the race, it's Pure Racing Team who are in the lead of this one in the GT3 class. They haven't changed tyres in that last pit stop. They are taking the gamble to double stimp these tyres. Falcon GP VLN with Kei Kashubi. This last lap, they were quick, very quick. Kei Kashubi doing a 79.1, so end of the day, they're catching up slowly but surely to the back of them. Whether we'll get back to them by the end of the race, we will have to wait and see. Core Motorsports, they are in 3rd place in the GT3 class. They're not too far behind K either. That's only 5.2 seconds, so the battle for the top 3 is going to go to the end. In your Kia class, you've got Pure Racing Team, the 116 car of Michael Shelbach in the lead of that one. Glacier Racing are in 2nd place with Joni Takkonen, and in 3rd place in the pits at the moment. Actually no, that's not the car in the 3rd place. Endless Sim Racing, the number 6 car with Jason Marshall. They are in 3rd place for their rookie racing team. Yanni Mastampo is in the lead and stayed in the lead for quite a while now. 2nd place is Team RSO. With that car of Tobias Charney, and in 3rd place in your in your Mazdas is the Grip TV blue car. Actually, it's the 67 car that is in 3rd place in your Kia class, so I do apologise about that, getting that lineup mixed up there. Don't forget, live timing available, racesport.tv/timing. Keep an eye on this one because this is going to go to the end. And, well, Randy, we're into the final, just over half an hour left in this race, and as I said then, time and again we're seeing ebb and flow, and once again we're seeing it in this series, first race of this series as well.
Oh, we certainly are, and the ebb and flow for this last hour, really this last basically 35 minutes or so, it's all about Kei Kashubi right here. You talked about that last lap; he was very, very quick. Well, if you remember, he came out behind Core when they were coming out of the pits. Core was in front of them. He got that job done quickly, and he stretched that gap by 5 seconds over that lap. And he's now just
contact the leader.
Oh,
Pure
no.
Racing Team into the back of one of the Mazdas. It's the number 5 car. That is Black Star Racing 2. That is a huge incident. That's going to give the lead to the Falcon Racing car.
Oh, I feel terrible for that Black Star Racing car. He had nothing to do with that, I don't think.
That one's a weird incident because the way that Miata positioned himself on track, I think Max thought that Miata was going to stay to the right.
That's a right-hander coming up.
No, it's a left-hander coming up.
Yeah, that's what I meant. My right, it's his left.
And so, I mean,
let's not argue over semantics. Let's just say that is a huge incident. That is the leader of the race that has just lost the lead because of getting involved with the back marker and just ending up into the rear end of that back marker.
Which, to be fair, is something that we haven't really seen all race long.
We saw it once before, actually, from them. He almost got into that one Miata, where he dove out at the last minute. So, I mean, to be completely fair to you, Kim, Max has had problems with patience with it, in this earlier on in this race, so it's not unheard of that may have been what it was. But that one's a little, obviously he's pushing hard for the win, so that one's not as quite as clear cut, I think. But
also to kind of play devil's advocate, who is that Black Star Racing car racing per se? You know what I mean? He could sacrifice a couple seconds, but yes.
Let's not forget also that Max has been at the wheel of the car all race as well. So maybe just a little bit of tiredness, a little bit of fatigue coming involved in that, and just when you're tired and when you're fatigued, you make mistakes, and that is, well, one of the biggest mistakes we have seen all race. Certainly, what a dramatic way for this championship to kick off here in such a big dramatic, sensational way, Cam.
Well, I mean, it changes everything. The Black Star Racing car is retired. That is the Miata that was involved, and the PRT car has to take the toe to pit, so I'm just presuming that is also going to be retired. But this is just a huge change of events here. We haven't really seen this. I mean, we've seen a couple of brief incidents here, but nothing as we'd expected. I still say even with this is still all-time low as far as how the multi-class action has worked. But I can just see, we also have to think here that Miata itself, how long was that driver behind the wheel as well? So perhaps both drivers getting tired and just having a miscommunication.
Well, what it means is that Kekashubi still has to push though, because Alexander Voss is only 8 seconds behind at the moment.
Well, only that was 5 seconds at the start of the lap.
Well,
so.
I know it was only 5 seconds at the start of the lap, but it only takes one mistake, as we've seen the last few minutes. One mistake, and that could be the race win gone, as I say, as we've seen just then a couple of minutes ago around it.
True as it is, but you know, if you go through this GT3 field, the cleanest car currently out there running is that Falcon GP car.
Certainly, and the other one that's clean as well is that 33 car as well. So they had to have a spin. How crucial is that spin that they had at the mini carousel as well? That lost them about 10-15 seconds, did that one. So, yeah, these little mistakes, they can add up towards the end.
And the pit entry. Yeah, that pit entry cost them that's a 15 to 20 second stop and hold. Yeah. You're talking 15 seconds. Suddenly they're not, 8 seconds behind. Suddenly they're 10 seconds up the road. So, I mean, for Core Motorsports, if it wasn't, 1 for that little spin and 2 for that pit lane mistake, they surely would have been in this here at the end. But, definitely unfortunate for Pure Racing Team, though. And, one thing we mentioned, how long he's been in the car. Something that's a little odd to me is, we have a half dozen or so Pure Racing Team cars, and, there's 4 in the GT3 class. There's 1 in the Kia class. I think there might be a Miata. I'm not sure. You have 4 to 5 cars, and I think all of it except one of them only has a single driver. It's very odd that, a team would have so many single drivers and not, join forces.
Well, we'll have to see how this all pans out. But yeah, Kekashubi back in the lead in that Falcon GP VLN car, the number 16 Mercedes. Well, let's see how they get on towards the end of this race. We've got 27.5 minutes left in this race. We'll go through quickly, Francisco. Any sort of developments in the MX-5 class as we're going on for the time being?
Well, they've just kind of been riding right now. Obviously, that incident with the 5 that shook their race up. I mean, they were running. They were listed as 7th on the board in class in the MX-5. And there's no one in that car right now from what I saw on pit road. But in the meantime, back up to the lead. The 55 still leads class. That's the rookie racing team entry of Yanni Mestapo, who's just done a whale of a job. He's been in the car this whole race, hasn't gotten out of it, and has continued to lead and put down a very good pace. I would say RSO right now, who's right behind him, that 397, that Rennsport Online entry, Tobias Zerny's back in that car. They've been lapping a little bit faster than the 55, but it's not really enough to overcome that huge gap that they have right now. And Grip TV right now just trying to hang on for 3rd.
And Alvin, just looking at the Kia class as we're into the final half hour of this race, just how has that gone on? Because they're really decimated, aren't they, in that field?
Yeah, it's been seems like from 3rd place onward, it's been kind of like a battle of attrition. The first 2 places has been pretty much Pure Racing Team and Glacier Racing, although there's still one more step to go for everybody here.
Yeah, we did see earlier on that the Corsim Racing car was involved in that battle earlier on as well, but not able to get that one done and have that accident at the end of the Dottinger Straight there. But certainly that Kia class has been absolutely dominated by Michael Schellbach, who did hand over the car for one stint, but then thought, no, I want to finish this one off, and has got back into behind the wheel of that car. But the battle for the lead now, it's a 12-second gap. Alexander Voss just not able to keep up with Kekashubi. 6 seconds slower on that last lap there, Randy, and certainly Kekashubi, you just have to say, maybe could just back off a little bit just to make sure they can make it to the end and not have any major mistakes.
I wouldn't tell Kekashubi at all to do that, to do that at all. To be honest, famous incident in real world racing is Ayrton Senna at Monaco. I believe it was in '89.
Yes, Monaco.
88,
88, 89 or something. He had a big, huge lead. Engineer came over the radio, said, Ayrton, you have a big gap, you can drive carefully. Ayrton started intentionally driving carefully, and what did he do? He put it in the wall. Sometimes subconsciously driving fast is safer than consciously driving slow, because you're not thinking about it. It's just sort of, you're almost on autopilot.
We have got a battle, by the way, in your GT3 class. It's for 11th place. This is slowly been catching up here. Nick Thiessen has been slowly in the Gathering Tweakers VLN car, has been catching up to the Radicals Online car. So Yuri not able to keep up with the pace of Nick, and well, we see Nick. He's another driver that we see on a Friday night in the Formula Renaults, so we know he's a really good driver. He had that mistake on Friday night as well on the exit of the Degners, which was caught out so many people there. If you haven't seen it, watch that Friday night race, because that was a really good race there. But we know how good he is at moving up the field and getting past people, so Nick will be feeling confident in that Mercedes. It's Mercedes versus Mercedes.
Yeah, he certainly will, and we've seen that Radicals Online car in the hands of Yuri Witek has been struggling for pace in the latter half of this race. So I really wouldn't be surprised if he's able to get this job done. But like you said, that Friday race at Suzuka and the Formula Renaults was definitely an exciting one. A lot of people caught that 50-50 grind there on the Degner 2 on the exit. I believe we had, what was it, about 4 cars all within consecutive laps do the same incident?
Yeah, it was quite a few cars getting caught out by that, and certainly that was one that's certainly a race to watch, that's for sure. There was plenty of drama in that one. Friday night prime time, of course, every week from 8:45 GMT. You can catch up with me and Randy on a Friday night. Cam, any broadcaster you want to quickly shoehorn a plug-in for while we're here?
Yes, we have the 2K, it's either a Skip Barber race or a Formula Renault race that's coming up in a couple hours.
There you go, yeah. And where can you catch that, Cam?
Here on iRacing Live, RaceSpot TV. And, well, pretty much those 2 places, but those are the 2 important places. They should be your home screens. That's how important.
And Nick Thiessen now using that draft down the Dossinger straight there, going to the inside, side by side though, as they're going through there, and that Radicals Online car not wanting to give up that position, but Nick Thiessen in the end there in the Gathering Tweakers VLN car making that move. Don't forget that we had an exciting championship of the Gathering Tweakers as well on RaceSpot TV and iRacing Live. That was certainly one to watch. So plenty of excitement and endurance racing here on RaceSpot TV and iRacing Live for you as we're going in now. 22 minutes left in this race, and well, we've got to battle the 44 car of Dado. They are in 8th place at the moment, and behind them the 197 car. That is the Team RSO car. They're in 9th, for about a second between them at the moment. And well, we're coming through this twisty section. That BMW though of Dado showing that they have the ability to just go through those corners a little bit better than that Audi there, Andy.
Yeah, and that BMW is awful long, and it's got an interesting logo on it for a BMW. But yeah, that Dado car, he's definitely quick. But the thing is, that last lap, that Team RSO car, he was about 4 seconds per lap quicker. So I definitely think he's going to be able to get this job done. He's already got him in his sights. There's no way, across the line it was a 1.5-second gap. I think it's come down from that even. So I definitely think Phillips Schallenberg in this Team RSO 197, he's definitely going to be able to catch this Dado car 100%. Whether or not he's able to make the pass is a different story, but he's there.
It's been a long race, okay, Randy. But thanks for pointing that out to me. It's the Mercedes, of course, of Dado Racing, as they are ahead in that 8th place. Looking down your orders, not really many battles at the moment in this race. It's purely this one, and also that battle for 11th place, although Nick Thiessen ahead, as we said, and able to hold that position for the time being. So we'll keep an eye on this one for 8th place. So Dado Racing, Team RSO, and well, let's have a look. It's going to be interesting to see how this one pans out. We've got 20 minutes left in this one, and Cisco, let's bring you in on this one. We've not really got the battles going on in the MX-5s really there for the lead, but there are a couple of battles further down, just about 10 seconds covering your battle further down the order between the 3911 and the 42 car.
Yeah, absolutely. They're going at it right now, and the leader has actually, he's been able to pull away, and there was a little bit of a moment The 397 actually got a little bit loose, and it looked like he might have gone around, but he actually managed to save it. But I just don't think, you know, if the 55 had to come back down pit road, then maybe Tobias might have a chance here to get that lead. But at this point, Yanni's just done such an amazing job. He's been the only driver in that car for all 4 hours. And looking at its lap times outside of pit road, he hasn't dropped. That interval really hasn't gone beyond 6 seconds between every lap that he's run outside of being on pit road, which is just astounding for the job he's done. 4 hours in that car, and really just a model of consistency.
Yeah, it's, I mean, just looking at the last laps that they did, a 9 minutes 48.9 for Yanni, and Tobias was a 9:51.6, so 3 seconds difference there. I know you said about the slight getting loose there as the Audi of Team RSO catching right up behind that Dado car. 44 car is struggling for top speed, it appears, compared to that Audi, but Audi not able to make it past for the time being as they go towards the carousel once again. This is lap 27 for and how many times do we see it in endurance racing, Randy? You know, every other track, this would be several hundred laps with this race. This one, we're on lap 27. It's just, that just gives you an impression of how big, how vast this circuit is.
Yeah, we've done, you know, in this, you know, as we come to 20 minutes left, these GT3 cars, they'll probably do about 2 more laps, depending on, let's see, where's the leader at? Kashubi, yeah, I mean, he's starting, so counting this, maybe, it might be 2, maybe just 3. You know, and so we're talking a 30-lap race in 4 hours. You know, at Sebring, you're talking about 30 laps in your first stint. So I mean, it's kind of weird seeing that 40 hours, or excuse me, 4 hours in
40 hours, Jesus.
and seeing 28 laps. It's just kind of like jarring. It's like, well, either I'm like daydreamed of the last 3.5 hours up only 20 minutes in, or this track is just huge, and that's what it is. And you get sort of the same thing at Le Mans as well.
Yeah, Cam, don't you know about the 40-hour races?
No, I don't want to know anything.
Yeah, we slowly kill Cam with our 24-hour broadcast, don't we? So that sends you crazy, doesn't it?
We could put Cam in the car for 1 40-hour stint. That'd be interesting.
Yeah, that would
It'd
end
up
about
like that Mustang.
It would end about lap 2 or 3, and it doesn't matter what road course it's on. It's just 2 or 3.
Oh, we could do Daytona, 40 hours at Daytona Oval.
Hey, you would Orin North B in the McLaren F1 car.
Yeah, it's still going to somehow crash.
Well, with this battle's getting interesting for 8th place, by the way, because they caught up to a few of the Mazda MX-5s there as they come through the little carousel, and whilst they're coming towards the Dottinger corner once again, passing on the MX-5s, and this is where that Audi just has that little bit of top speed there, and is right into the draft there as we're going to go down into the straight here once again, using the draft, and well, that Mercedes is trying to use the draft of other cars ahead, but they're going side by side. That Audi just a little bit more top speed than that Mercedes, and they're going to go past the Team RSO, are ahead of Dado for the time being, but Dado trying to come back, trying to use every little ounce, every little inch of draft.
And they're coming back.
And they are coming back as well. They've got a little bit more speed as they're coming down, but they're not. Yeah, they're not going to get that done by the time they reach this section. They're going to be hard onto the brakes here. Through that right-hander, brake hard. Go through the left. There's a little bump there. Then on the right-hander, and then another left-hander here as we go onto the pit straight for another time. We've got 15 minutes, just over 15 minutes left in this race. And these two, they're still separated by less than half a second. You do 3 3.75 hours of racing, and you're covered by less than half a second. That is absolutely incredible.
Yeah, not only that, you look just a couple seconds up the road. You have the Vendaval Sim Racing Azul car, and actually Philip Schallenberg in this Team RSO 197, he was 3 seconds quicker than that BMW in front of him. I think he's going to get there 100%, and you know, really, this is going to be probably these guys, you know, maybe second to last lap or so. maybe 2 laps to go here, maybe 1 lap to go next time by. Not really sure. Going to depend on where Kagashimi is. But he's going to catch that BMW, I think, 100%, and we're going to have a last lap fight, I think, on our hands.
Yeah, so Kekashube, as you mentioned, out front there, the Falcon GP VLN car, 15 seconds ahead of second place Alexander Voss in
and climbing
Motorsports. And it is climbing there, although it was only about 1.2
the Kia
seconds
stopped
last
on the
time.
side of the road. George Gruber, the Torque Freak Racing Corkscrew car, was on the outside of the Bergwerk corner. Not sure what happened there. I don't know if he just made a slight mistake. Actually, no, he spun and he self-spun, didn't hit anything. He was just waiting for traffic to go by, so nothing really huge there.
Yeah, so that Top Freak car has been involved. It was involved in an incident earlier on, wasn't it? So really in the wars there for Top Freak, they were battling for a good podium as well.
I have a question. When did the Gecko Vortex Sim Racing car lose its front hood?
Now, I had that earlier. Oh, yeah. I've got that as well.
Oh, yeah, that one's gone.
No. That's
he's
actually gone.
That's actually gone. I can't see it at all.
There's something I think we missed there.
Yeah,
it
I'm
was
looking
on
through right
lap
now.
25.
I'll get back to you guys.
Yeah, get back to us, but I think it was on lap 25 for that one.
Yep. Oh, there we go. I found it. He was taking a left-hander, maybe just rode just a little bit of a curbing. It's a little tall sausage curb, and it threw the car through to a right, and it went hard into the wall and wrapped itself around 2 or 3 times.
There you go. This race just keeps on giving us more and more incidents and more dramas, and well, it's not over yet. We've got 12 and 3/4 minutes to go. Yet that Dado racing car trying to get onto the back of Team RSO, but not able to catch up for the time being. And I believe we've got a replay of that. So Cam, just quickly go through that one again and what happened there.
Well, what had happened was that the right wheel, or the left wheel, sort of skipped over a sausage curb in a way, and that just kind of unsettled the car, because how the car rolls, it was going downhill slightly to the left, and then it shifts very quickly to the right, and that, it's a right-hand turn going down into a left-hand turn going into a right-hand turn, and halfway through that, he clipped those barriers, and the cambering changed, and ultimately went right into the outside retaining Armco barrier there, and well, it's pretty obvious to see that the Armco won.
Yeah, we actually had another incident. Yeah, the Vendaval Sim Racing Azul car, the one we were actually just talking about several minutes ago, that Team RSO and Dado were chasing, they actually spun in the section just before the run to Flugplatz, and they just caught a curb wrong and spat the car out into the Armco barrier, and it has a bit of damage here with the last lap and a half to go, but really the big story for them isn't going to necessarily just be the damage. It's just that takes them really out of that fight completely, and this scrap now just becomes really between Dado and RSO, and I have to say Dado I don't think has the pace to fight with them.
No, they don't appear to have that. We saw RSO go past down that back straightaway, and well, Vendaval Sim Racing Azul with Jan Sentowski at the wheel of that one. They have had that mistake. We're in 7th and now in 9th place, so big problem there for them. Cisco, just quickly, any news, any updates from the MX-5s, or are we all good so far with them?
I think as it runs right now, I think this will probably be the finishing order. Saying that, I probably just jinxed it, but as of right now, it's pretty spaced out right now. That 55, Yanni Masampo, and that rookie racing team, Mazda MX-5, he's still leading by a huge margin over the 397 of Tobias Zerny, and actually still hanging on. Grip TV's Mike Mason, he is doing a great job. Came in on the final stint, actually didn't drive the car until about 2.5 hours into this race. He's holding on for 3rd, and it looked like the 398 of Alex Zerny was going to try and catch him, but had a little bit of a moment, got a little bit loose, and basically lost all that time he was going. But as we see, that RSO 197 goes by, and he's trying to make up some places.
Yeah,
what happened to the Ghetto car?
Yeah, what has happened to them?
Oh no!
What is going on?
Everything. That's what's going on. Everything is going on. I don't know whether they've run into technical problems or something like that.
No, he's here. He's here, I think.
Is he?
No, yes.
Well, I can't
see an incident on my replay. Yeah, I don't see an incident on my replay. I think this is definitely technical.
Oh, what we'll do.
And there it
Yeah,
went.
there it is. Yep, technical problems there, unfortunately. Sometimes does happen.
Ignored Slifer gods, take another one.
How many we're going to have left at the end of this one? Because I was about to throw to Alvin just to basically get the take on the Kias, because we have had, we've got the final pit stops have been going ahead as well. We've got a battle between, I'll come to you in a second, Alvin, the 11 car and the 42 car. They are battling away up the hill. They've got a GT3 car behind as well.
looking on.
Well, it's
well done.
They all
Nick.
got a bit close, but Nick Face making it through there. But yeah, these two are battling away. This is
See, that's how you do it. That's a good note-taking lesson right there. Just saying.
Decent.
Oh boy, look at that. Look at
Actually,
that.
that Miata he's passing is actually in this battle as well. So these three cars are all fighting for position right now.
Not only that GT3 car made a great passes throughout. Now let's see if Yori Without can follow.
Yeah, well, this is it. It's a difficult section of the track to do it, but it's ideal here because you can get quickly on the power, get past those two. So that's nicely done
He'll
for
be
them.
stuck behind the third one.
So we've got Team Inactive, Danny Engels and Ruin Team. No, not Ruin Team, sorry. It is Van der Velde Sim Racing, Branco, and that one with Jochen Svensson at the wheel of that one. And ahead of them, of course, it is the Trinity Motorsports, Harold Statler, at the wheel of that one. So this battle here, this is one of 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. It's the 6th place in class with that Trinity Motorsports, and then you've got the Van der Velde and Team Inactive battling away for the time being between those two. So really close battling going on. We can bring in Cisco for this because he is our MX5 man for today, and Cisco is again showing how close these MX5s can battle away between each other.
Yeah, absolutely, and Vendavel's trying to come back. They actually, I think, camp spot out of the corner of his eye a couple laps ago. I say it's weird. It was only a couple laps ago, but it was like half an hour ago. But Vendavel actually blew a motor, had to park under the bridge, and get towed back to pit road. So they're trying to make up any position they can. So they're in pursuit of that 42. But Trinity, actually, they've all caught Trinity, so the 39 is going to be looking in his mirror right now, and this race is coming down to the wire, and they're probably going to have one more lap to go here, and this is going to be a dogfight. 3 different MX-5s. We thought, and the leaders have kind of broken away, but the draft is coming again as they're getting close to that straightaway. That's going to be very interesting. 3 cars on the straightaway. Will we see 3 wide yet again?
Well, this is it. They're coming up towards the mini carousel here as they go dive down through that cambered corner there, and out they go. And really, it's all about carrying the speed through there and then carrying the speed through this right-hander here, as we've also got battles as well further up the field. But these 3, they're coming on to the Dossiger Straight now, as well, I'm sure Randy will keep us up to date with the other battles that's going on. But now these 3 going down the Dossiger Straight, they've all got the slipstream here, and we're gonna go 3 wide, I believe. Well, they're gonna try anyway.
There's gonna be a GT3 car riding on the scene.
Yeah,
just flash those headlights, boss. It's not gonna do much for you.
Oh, they're all getting a bit close then. Oh, through he crossed there. Fantastic stuff from these Mazdas. But these Mazdas, once again, they're on the
out of Star Wars.
they're on the limit once again, and they're going to come 3 wide into the left-hander here under the bridge. There's a Kia. It's all going to go to pot in a moment. I don't think that Kia's quite going to catch up to them through the left-hander here, and it's it's close. The 39 car at the back of the field, he wasn't the leader.
Get him on the pit straight.
Well, good grief, the 42 car, Danny Engels, Team Inactive, through there, up another place then, ahead of the 39 car. Jochen Svensson also getting ahead there, but these cars are going to continue battling. They're going to start their last lap, and here comes the Kia going past them now.
It's a speedy little Kia after that.
The Kia is a very fast car, I must say, as well. Down towards turn 1 they go. These 3 battling away. Well, we're not going to have the white flag quite yet, because of course it is by the leader when they go through. So this race is going to go on quite a bit longer. Quite a bit longer.
2 laps, just 20 more minutes.
Oh, another GT3 car. It's not over yet.
I hope those Miatas have.
Whoa, 42!
Oh, no! Oh, the big crash there. That's the 42 car. Team Inactive losing control there. And, well, that number 11 car, Jürgen Svensson, a bit of damage on the front end of that car.
That's the loser out of that one.
Yeah, that is the big loser there. The 42 car, how does that look? It doesn't look too bad on the side of that car. Looked like it hit it in the door, so not the worst place to have a crash if you're going to have a crash. But that 39 car behind them now, Trinity Motorsports, they can sniff that place back because they did lose it on the end of that last lap. And Harold Stadler seeing that instant and thinking, right, let's go for this one. Let's give it a go. And they're certainly going to give it a go, Cisco.
Yeah, and Stadler's going to look towards the chicane coming up here. He's going to dive the inside and maybe try to look to the inside here in the corner. The 42's going to try and back it up. Oh, they're going to go side by side into the chicane. No, they touch. They're side by side out of the chicane. Here they come out.
Oh, no! Oh, no!
Hold it,
No,
guys.
they saved it.
We're good. Stop talking.
Oh, more contact! It's banger racing, is this?
He got him.
Mazdas,
The Kias are supposed to be doing this, not you guys.
So
the
yeah,
39 goes through.
The 39 is back up to what, 6th place in class now. Yeah,
I'll tell you, Danny Engels is not going to be happy about that, so I don't think this is done yet. But then again, Danny Engels losing a lot of time on that straight stretch there behind, so I definitely think he has something tweaked that's affecting his top end.
That front left corner does
Yeah.
look a bit bent now, and I think that will cost him, especially through the
Run the
twisty
flood
sections
flats is
now.
where we'll get to see, I think, here in just a couple corners time, is we're really going to see whether or not the top end is really affected here on that 42.
The 44 car, by the way, is right up the rear end. That Dano car, right up the rear end of One Row. No, not One Row. It's German SimRacing.de Red. So they've made it past on this lap of the 153 car. But we'll keep an eye on that as well. But yeah, this battling with the MX-5s. I'd say that Team Inactive car, it's not doing too bad. It's on these straights though, on these high speed sections where they really just seem to be losing out a little bit.
Yeah, it certainly has. And just a slight update, Falcon GP VLN, they should have the white flag this time by, so sorry to interrupt there.
Yeah, so one more lap to go, and Randy, if you think I'm going to commentate for the entire final lap of the race, like I did at Spa, you've got another thing coming, that's for sure.
Well, I was going to say, it's the final lap that we'll get to in 16 minutes.
Yeah, exactly. The thing is, for those MX-5s, they
still have a lap and a half to go. And really,
yeah.
there's a good chunk of the field that's like that. You're talking about VRS Twin and Synsport. This battle is happening. They're 3 minutes off the leader. They're not even. They're only about 2/3 of the way around the track. So really, they still have another lap and a half of battling to go. So
They go side by side. Oh, they're going to go side by side into the left-hander. No, they're going to back out that for a little bit though. But they certainly are putting the pressure on the 153 car of German SimRacing.de Red of Christoph Berman at the wheel of that one, and Kresmir Prasnicki at the wheel of the Dado car. So still really close between those two on this. They're not on the final lap, but the Falcon GP VLN car certainly is on the final lap. 20 seconds in the lead ahead of Core Motorsports in that Audi. And, third place, Pure Racing Team. The 74 car has been in the wars. And, they're still third place, so they could get that podium for Patrick Wolf there for them. Pure Racing Team, 116 in the Kias. They are in the lead of that one. They are almost a minute, 1 minute ahead of second place, Glacier Racing. And that behind the car there. Third place is Blackadder Motorsports, Christian Challoner in that car at the moment in the Kia. And, in your MX-5s, you've got Rookie Racing Team, the 55 car. They've really controlled the second half of this race for the MX-5 classes and just getting one of the Audis overtake them there to lap them. Team RSO in second place. They are about 13 seconds behind. Third place is Grip TV Blue. We are officially on the last lap here, And, well, we've still got this battle going on between the 153 and the 44 car. And they are not on the final lap. They are ahead of the leader. So, well, it's going to be interesting to see how this one goes because, as we say, fuel could be interesting. If they're short fueled for that final stint, then surely it's going to be game over for them in this one, Randy.
Yeah, it certainly will be, and Kei Kashubi is the one who takes the white flag here. So even if time runs out here, even if time expires, if you're behind Kei Kashubi and you haven't taken the white yet, this race carries on.
Yes, it does, but it's Kei Kashubi's last lap.
Yes, Kei Kashubi's last lap. However, if someone hasn't
right.
taken the white yet, even if Kei Kashubi finishes right behind them, they still have to do a full another lap of the course.
Yes, they do.
And we have had Florian Voith in the number 84 Pure Racing team car.
We had a change of position, actually. Pure's Queen Assist Sport, Renz Broekman, has gotten around this Indigo Racing featured Simsync Pro Racing to start this final lap, so they've moved themselves up into 5th place.
Considering what happened to them at the start of the race as well, Renz
Absolutely
Broekman,
phenomenal.
This is a great drive. I mean, they also had Martin Cronk at the wheel of that car
And Jorn Jens as well.
And Jorn Jens, so really, VRS Coanda Simsport really showing their ability to come through here and what might have been if they hadn't had that instant right at the start of the race.
Yeah, I mean, really, it is very, very unfortunate for them as they come through lap traffic now. And what's that car ahead? That car for position ahead. Actually, that car in front of them is for position. Florian White had something happen because that was a 20-second gap.
They had a 5-second pit stop.
So yeah, they had to pit, and he's right there. Renz might be able to make something of this because that would have cycled the tires in that Audi just sitting in the pit lane, and he's right there. Renz is pushing very hard. I would not be surprised if Renz is able to get there.
Oh no,
and get
there's
up
a
into
Mazda on the right side of the track.
Yeah.
11 Tenths Racing, he's kept that Mazda on the right-hand side of the track there. He's trying to continue, but actually the Team RSO 197 Audi is going to get on the scene. He's going to get held up, but you know what? Everything seems to be going okay so far.
Yeah, so really, this battle here, this is for 4th place then. So VRS Coanda Team Sport, they can smell blood in the water. They're going to try and get this one towards by the end of this lap because we are on the final lap for them. And, Renz Broekman absolutely on the limit, using every little centimetre of the track. And certainly trying his best to catch up that gap. It's now 1.4 seconds between them and Pure Racing Team 84 car ahead of them, Cam, as they go down the hill into this long right-hander.
Yes, indeed, and it's a pair of Pure Racing Team cars, so that's very good for them. They would have had another one up there if it wasn't for that incident, but for the most part, though, everyone just seems to be sort of situated except for the Coanda car, and yeah, just about that. It's the Coanda car at least in the GT1 division, so we'll have to see what he can do. And that's not to say that Tobias Solzau might not be able to have some sort of fight back, but you never know.
So as we're heading down here, we've just lost a little bit of time there though through there, so just dropping back to 1.8 seconds behind us. Falcon GP VLN coming through the mini carousel now for the final time, and well, it's been 4 hours here around the Nürburgring, and well, what a run from them to they lost the lead for a while, but then they've got it back after various instants, and Kei Kashubi certainly showing the pace in these this final stint there to get the job done, Cam.
Well, absolutely. That Falcon GP car put its stamp on, and it put its stamp on early. Kei Kashubi and his co-pilot Roy Kolb has been trying to push that car for a while. He's just laying on the headlight monitor. He knows what's going on, and he knows that he is going to be coming away. I wouldn't get too cocky there, kid. He's swerving back and forth. Going down the Dotner Ho at almost 180 miles an hour, but, you know, whatever, that's okay. He can do that. He's managed it so far, but yes, good run from him.
So yeah, so through the final 2 corners then, for the first iRacing VLN Endurance Championship race, it's going to be Falcon GP VLN coming across the line. Keika Shube flashing the lights, going across the line. What a fantastic work they did there. And great work from them to win that one. Core Motorsports are going to come in 2nd place. They're coming just through for the final couple of corners now. They're 21.5 seconds behind there. And, well, you've got to give credit to them. You know, they've had to fight their way through. They were in 3rd for quite a bit of the first part of the race. And Alexander Voss making it through towards the end there. Well, we've got to keep an eye on other leaders as well in this race.
Motorsports is cracks.
Yeah, so yeah, so that's another one through there. I'm sure I just commentated on them going across there, but yeah, Ren's battling away with VRS, VRS Commander SimSport car. Just dropping back a little bit from Florian Buff at in the 84 car, the Pure Racing Team car, so not able to catch up quite as much as they want. And well, Pure Racing Team in the Kia class, they'll still be about, well, they're past the 11 kilometre mark, and considering it's about 24-25 kilometres as a track, still got quite a bit more to go yet for them on their run round. Rookie Racing Team, they're just coming up towards the carousel, so they've still got the best part of half a lap to go. Really, just any other battles going on in the field at the moment? It doesn't look like it, although Rens Brockman is closing up now. Once again, just closed up about 4/10 there.
Oh, he did. Yeah, that's
the back
visually
of
just closer.
Oh, go ahead.
Earlier in this lap, Ren's had a slight error, and he just kind of lost himself a bit of time. But seems the second half of this lap, the back 9, a friend of mine used to call this part of the track here at the Nürburgring. You know, he's really brought this closer, and you know he's not going to be quite close enough for the draft, I don't think, unless Florian ahead makes a slight mistake. And I actually think Ren's is a bit quicker through this section, so he might be able to just get there within that draft range, and may try to make something happen at the end of the Dotner Ho.
Yeah, it is, and it's Audi versus BMW here. That Audi has shown the slightly better top speed down the straight there, but that BMW looking rapid through that right-hander now into the left as they head towards the mini carousel. And well, Pure Racing Team just staying ahead for the time being. 1.7 seconds, 1.6 seconds is the gap, so Ren's just closing up the gap. That's not going to be close enough to make that draft count, Cam, as they head through here, through Dottinger Ho and down the straight.
Yeah, just not enough in the tank there. They're going to have to just a key up ahead. That shouldn't be any issues as Florian will throw out a good race for that Pure Racing Team. That's an Audi. Florian Wolf and Lars Conrad having both piloted that Audi, and they are going to be having a good run. And following behind, Rens Broekman, what a great recovery. And
Pure Racing Team 74 coming across the line. Patrick Wolf to finish 3rd place overall in this race. He was swerving across the line. He was 3 minutes 6 seconds behind the winner, but this battle for 4th place, well, it's carrying on, but that's not really going to be close enough as they get towards the end. We'll see if there's any sort of mistakes there as they come through this fast high-speed section. Onto the brakes, around this right-hander, through the left-hander, and it's going to be Pure Racing Team. The 84 car is going to finish in 4th place, so good drive from them there to hold on to that place, because Rens Broekman was right behind them. Let's not forget also Indigo, they were behind them as well, finishing 6th place. Tobias Solto at the wheel of that one. And well, let's have a look. So the Pure Racing Team, they're still on their final lap, going through towards the back straightaway now. Rookie Racing Team, they are on the back straight, so that is your leading MX-5 car. You could end up with the Kia and the MX-5 leaders together across the line here as they're going down the straight now. Pure Racing Team, they're closing up to the back of them. But Rookie Racing Team, that's been enough a good drive there from Yoni Mestampo as well. You know, we've got to give a lot of credit to the MX-5s there, Cisco, to have all that entertaining racing, for that battle to go on for the best part of 2 hours, 3 hours. It's certainly been a good drive for them as here comes here comes Michael Shellback around the outside there in the Kia, but good work from them, Cisco.
Yeah, absolutely, and Shellback also did an amazing job in the Kia, put a lot of time in that car, only had a driver come in for 5 laps. The rest of the laps he did, it was all Shellback, but he's going to come out of the S's, and right behind him is going to be the 55.
Yeah, so the Kia of Michael Shellback, Pure Racing Team, across the line. They go for the win. And Yoni Mestampo, fantastic drive from them there to finish first in the MX-5 class. And to give you some idea of how good they've gone, they finished 26th overall. So that was really good. We've got the 153 is closing up slowly to the back of Dado. This is a battle for 13th place. Dado really just struggling through these this tight, twisty section. And, well, Christoph Berman doing everything he can in that BMW to catch up to this one, Randy.
Yeah, I'm not sure if they had an incident, if they had to get a stop and go, because it was a pretty sizable gap. However, their last laps show that, you know, on one lap it was Kresmier, and on the lap before that it was Dado Akbar. So I'm not really sure what happened there, but he's struggling, and Christoph Berman is pushing, and this is as close as it's been. It's going to take a mistake out of the Dado car for him to be able to get there and use this draft. However, as hard as they're both pushing, I wouldn't be surprised if one of them slips up just a little bit.
Yeah, so those guys are still battling away, and Cam, yeah?
Yeah, this is strange, we had an incident between the One Row SimSport GT3 car and the Vivendal Sim Racing Preto car, and that One Row SimSport car is trying to crab walk its way home.
Well, just final thoughts then, guys. We'll start with you, Randy, just on this first VLN Endurance race. How do you think this has gone, then, Randy?
It's been fantastic, and I'm just keeping my eye on this battle. The Dado car is actually kind of swerving, celebrating, and this BMW is still bringing him in ever so slightly, but it's been a fantastic opening
They're
round.
also going to be coming up on the damaged BMW of Robin Haas.
Yeah, of One Row, yeah, and I don't think any way that Robin Haas will be able to get by or get to the line. He's going to be very, very close, and hopefully he keeps it off the racing line, because they're starting to come up into this final section, and that's where he is, and he's kind of trying to hold that left side of the track. So this is going to get very, very tight very quickly, as here they come in full bore. This One Row BMW in front of him pushing hard, and they just barely time it right. The Dado car just slips by with a German sim racing car. He's there, but not close enough. So here at the end of the race, unfortunately for One Row, that mistake cost them 2 spots. Very well done by all 3 drivers to get it done cleanly. And, for the most part, I'd say overall this race is very clean. With the exception of that pit row incident, that really kind of held up a good chunk of our GT3 finishers. But yeah, this has just been, it's been a fantastic opening round. We saw great racing across all 3 classes. The attrition wasn't too bad. It was, most of the driving standards were quite good. It was mostly just, solo incidents. Overall, fantastic start of the race for a brand new officially sanctioned series on iRacing.
And just quickly, Cam, your final thoughts on this one?
This has got to be one of the most intense races I think we've ever covered. Happy to see this amount of cars, especially split between the 3 different classes. Can't wait to see more.
And well, what we'll do is we'll quickly go through your final results then. So it's Falcon, GP, VLN who have won this one. A fantastic drive from them at the end of the 4 hours. Core Motorsports in 2nd place with Pure Racing Team in 3rd. Pure Racing Team with the 84 car just finishing ahead of VRS Coenda SimSport in 5th place, with Indigo in 6th, Team RSO in 7th, Vandervelde 8th, and the rest of your field there on the GT3s on your screen. In your Kia class, well, it was a case of who survived in the end there, but it was Pure Racing Team with Michael Shellback at the wheel of that one, along with his teammate. Fantastic work from them to win that one. Glacier Racing finishing in 2nd place, Blackadder Motorsports in 3rd, Endless Sim Racing in 4th, with Talk Freak Racing Corkscrew in 5th place in the Kias, with Clan AOD.net VLN Kia in 6th place in the Kias. And then in your MX-5s, Rookie Racing Team winning that one out ahead of Team RSO. Grip TV Blue finishing in 3rd place, so congratulations to them. One Row SimSport MX-5 in 4th, with Team RSO and the 398 in 5th. The Team Inactive just finishing in 6th place there. Just quickly, Cisco, what were your thoughts on the MX-5 since you were concentrating on them?
Oh, yeah, that was an amazing race for the Mazdas. I mean, absolutely just stunning moments, great battling, and I can't wait until next month. I mean, we're going to be doing this again.
Absolutely, and Alvin, just quickly, the Kias, it was a good first stint for them, but then that gap just suddenly got out in front with that Pure Racing team car going out in front.
Yeah, definitely. Those first 40 minutes were the closest that we saw in the Kia class. And after first pit stop, it was pretty much spread out on the field, and Pure Racing team just taking the reins of the class and going for the win.
Well, so there you go. That is the first ever iRacing VLN Endurance Championship race around the Nordschleife here on the Nürburgring. It's been an absolutely fantastic event, drama-filled. I'm going to watch this back as soon as I can because it was an absolutely brilliant, enthralling race. I've been Paul Smith. Alongside me has been Randy Chenov, Cam Walsh, Alvin Nieves, and Cisco Scaramuza, as well as Hugo Luis on the cameras. Don't forget, you can get more of VLN action next month when we'll be back here around the Nürburgring. So thank you, and don't forget also next week the Blancpain Endurance Championship will be next week here on Racespot TV and iRacing Live as well. So make sure you catch that for more endurance action. We just bring you all the endurance action here on Racespot TV. So from everyone here at Racespot TV, iRacing Live, and VLN.de, it's a goodbye from us all here. Good night.